back up. Is it giving me problems again? No, now I'm streaming
I
perfect. Now I'm streaming perfect. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, okay, I gotta tell you, I am cursed. Like, you can ask Echo. I've got some kind of like technological curse. Everybody's stream that I go on, it fucks up. It happened with Dave the first time I was on his show. It happened, like, it happened on the broadcast a lot. Like, it's my fault. It's me.
You can ask everybody else. I've been talking about this for a few days. I'm like, man, I'm trying to make sure this goes well. I've got questions. I'm excited. I'm taking something seriously for once. And then OBS is like, guess what? Nope. OB.
Yeah, it's me. I'm not even surprised something's happening because it is literally me. I'm cursed.
Now it's fine. No drop frames. Are you? We were deep into conversation. We were deep into conversation. OBS. Okay. OBS is treating me like I'm an Iraqi prisoner from fucking 2004. It's beating the shit out of me and making fun of me. This is bullshit.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
So we were talking about rough hands and what Southern women like before this derailed
Yes.
completely.
Mm-hmm.
Rough hands. Women like rough hands. They like coarse hands, calluses.
Yeah. Yep,
Uh,
that's it. I want you to be able to scratch my back with your palms.
See, I was always against like my dad's a plumber, right? He owns his own plumbing company. He
Hmm.
was he was in the military, and then when he got out of the military, he became a plumber. Thank you
Yeah.
for the subscription, Slow. But he was in the military. Like he was stationed
You're short.
Panama. He was stationed in Kuwait back during 0405, stuff like that. Deep during all that, and then he came out and was a plumber. And I would tell my dad all the time, I refuse to do that work. I'm too smart for this. And now I
Oh
crawl
no,
under
they make good
houses.
money.
Yeah, now I crawl under
Yeah.
houses and look for termites for a living.
Yeah. All like trade jobs and stuff. That's the way to go. Like my man does heating and air. His whole family does heating and air,
Mm-hmm.
plumbing, electrical, all that. And like that's where you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
When Jesus comes back. Hmm.
And that's really a big. I'm not gonna say it's not a nationwide thing, but in the South, a lot of people believe like you work hard for your money. That's what they believe.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
were your family ever like big proponents of work hard for what you get? Like,
Well, I'm pretty sure my dad was like just a drug dealer his whole life. Like I asked my mom not that long ago, like, what did my dad actually do? And she was like, yeah, I don't know. She was like, I'm pretty sure he just sold drugs and that was it. So, like, I mean, I guess he worked hard in that way. Uh, my
it,
mom was a teacher.
there you go. There you go. We had two very different Southern upbringings then.
Yeah, well, my dad's not from here. My dad's from Greece, so like he
Okay.
ain't he ain't Southern, but
But
he was a
Mama
fuck up
is.
though.
But Mama is.
Oh yeah, yeah. My mama is from a holler.
So if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But what state are you originally from?
I'm from North Carolina.
Okay, okay. I was born a Florida boy, and now I live in Alabama. If that tells you anything.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
I'm from up in the mountains.
they,
I don't live quite in the mountains anymore, but yeah.
Appalachia, Appalachia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
The Great
Yep.
Appalachian Trail, something I will one day hike when I'm not a skinny, boring, breathless loser.
You better be careful.
So, another thing is that I wanted to ask is to kind of go in back to what we were going to before we kind of because we're gonna go back and forth this entire thing because I have the ADHD brain of a pea. Um, so talking about camming and stuff like that. A big thing is you. From what I've heard from you, you've gone to multiple websites and stuff. You've been on multiple cam sites and stuff. What brought you to the website you're currently at right now? Like what makes Cam Soda the quintessential bunny button somebody loves you website?
Honestly, I loved Cam Soda from the get go because their model support is like better than any other site I have ever been on. It is like it made such a difference that it made me want to stay on the site. And like I'm not up in the ranking because I've taken so much time off in the last couple months, but I was one of the top earning America models on the site, and like they actually treat their models really well. Like,
Mm-hmm.
they have like certain incentives and stuff and all that, but beyond that, like they'll like check in on you. Like I don't know, it's just completely different than any other campsite I've ever been on, and that was enough to make me want to stick around.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's about the incentives that something offers, right? Like you have that general like what's going to be good to me, what's going to be good, in the long run.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, they actually like appreciate their models though. That it's a sense of appreciation that other campsites just do not have. Like you can just tell you're just one of a million models to them. But on Cam Soda, they actually like if you have a problem, they're gonna fix it right then because they want you to be able to get back to making money, and that's how it should be. You're making them money, so
Absolutely. I've seen a few of your Cam Soda streams, because I pop in from
oh
time to
yeah,
time. Um, my personal favorite was the one where I went in and sat there for 30 minutes trying to think of a funny name, and I just couldn't think of one. So I was just vibing in the like watching, and on my other monitor I was
yeah.
playing GTA 5, and I'm like, what is a funny name to think of? And I just couldn't think of one. I could not
Oh
for the life of
man,
me. But it
I
seems
can
like
think
your
of a
Cam
billion.
Soda is a very chill vibe. Like obviously it's
Yeah, depending on will you come when you come in, like there's certain times of the year where I don't have even a second to rest and we're doing something crazy. And then there's certain times of the year where we're just like chilling for a while, like not much is going on and we're just talking. Like it definitely has its seasons where the vibe of the room is completely different from season to season.
yeah, because I know like that time I was just telling you about. It was pretty chill. You're talking to chat. You were playing music. You're having your fun. You're doing the typical stuff cam models will do. Not as a
Yeah.
slag or anything, but the typical stuff. But it was just
Yeah.
it was a chill vibe. It's a chill vibe and all. Um,
Yeah.
until the paddle comes out, then I go, "What the hell is going on now?"
Oh yeah.
The
Yeah, I
paddle,
use a pickleball racket.
yeah, I was about to say the paddle is a big fan of the Camp Soda from what I've heard. People love the paddle, right?
Yeah. Everybody loves the paddle. I love the paddle. So, I mean, I'm not complaining or anything, but yeah, the paddle is one of the crowd favorites. But I gotta say, my most tip for item on my menu is just me doing this evil laugh where I just laugh like a Disney witch or something.
There you
That
go.
gets tip for more than anything.
I guess there's something for everybody, right? Like I'm not even trying to be an asshole. I'm not trying to like sound mean because that's good
There's
if
a demographic for
there
everything.
there is a demographic for everything. It sounds like I'm not trying to come across as condescending or anything because I do think there's a demographic for everything. I've just never heard of
Mhm.
like someone being like, "Oh, my most tip for a thing is like me just laughing like a villain or something like that."
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, most like on the old site that I used to be on, the most tip for thing was me saying that I have a razor blade lodged in my cervix. And like people would tip for that all the time. You'd be amazed.
really? Oh
Yeah, that was
wow.
I guess because they'd see it on the tip menu and they'd be like, "What?" And
I,
then I would just say it. I would say it in a British accent, and it was like it was just a thing. I would say, I've got a razor blade lodged in my cervix, but I really want to have sex with you, so please have sex with me. And like I don't know why people and some like once they tip for it, they were gonna tip for it again, and that was another weird factor. But whatever.
oh my goodness. I did not think that was a thing. Holy like and I thought this is how vanilla I am. Like every girl I've dated, they're like, "What would you like?" I'm like, "I'd really like if you put a cowgirl hat on and pretended to be a bandit or something." Like that's just like spicy as it
Yeah,
really got. I'm like, but I'm
that
a big
sounds like
cowboy.
fun.
Yeah, I'm a big cowboy guy. Like I love westerns and shit. So like obviously that's gonna be
Yeah.
my thing. Like,
That's awesome.
I'm a pretty open book too. Like, I had one girl that I dated. I bought a like, I didn't buy it, actually. No, what happened was for my birthday one year. I get the same thing for my birthday every year. Like, I like until I moved to Mobile. It was every year. Like, if I wasn't dating somebody, my mom would make me a special dinner, and it's the same dinner every year. It's lemon pepper pork chops, mashed
Oh,
potatoes, mac and cheese, green beans, and collard greens. And then
oh, that sounds delicious.
yeah, it's a good meal, right? And then chocolate cake with
Yeah.
chocolate icing. And then when I date a
Oh my
girl,
god.
yeah, when I date a girl, both of the girls that I've dated as an adult, like, and had a real relationship with, they learned from my mom how to make my favorite meal. And then we go home, and obviously things would happen. And I remember one of my exes one time just comes through the door, and she has a cowgirl hat on. I was like, "Where'd you get that?" She's like, "I bought it knowing it was your birthday." And I was like, perfect.
Yeah, she just like pretends to be Shania Twain for a little bit.
Oh yeah. What? How do you feel about Shania Twain? I've heard mixed things. I like Shania Twain.
I've always loved Shania Twain. Like, I'm a Shania Twain kind of gal,
What?
but she was Canadian, so that is like
True.
a couple points. Like, she's no Reba, but
No, no.
yeah,
She's no June
she could.
Carter Cash or anything like that either.
Exactly. Yeah, she's not. No.
Yeah, no June Carter
Just got
Cash
the
or anything
class.
like that. I guess while we're on the topic of music, because we're going all over the place, but that's how I like it. You're a Southern person. So I was gonna ask,
Mhm.
name some of your favorite country artists, but also name some of your general music artists, because I hear an eclectic mix on your streams of music. I'll hear country 1 minute, and then I'll hear like
Yeah.
rock the next. So I'm just
Yeah.
in general, like, I'm curious while we're on this topic before I ask.
Yeah, I listen to literally everything. Like, I'm not one of those people that's like, I listen to everything but this and this and this. I listen to everything. I listen to stuff that's in other languages. I don't even know what the hell it's saying.
Hmm.
Like, my favorite band is Modest Mouse. All time favorite.
Okay,
Love Pixies. I love David Allan Coe. I love Hank Williams Sr.
there you go.
Big time.
That's the
We
first one
listen to
I've
Hank Williams Sr.
recognized.
in my room all the time. um, but I also love a lot of hardcore punk. Like, I love Bane. I love Have Heart. I love Incendiary. I'm all over the place with my musical taste. So
There you go. I'm an old man, as every person who's ever met me has called me. I love 50s through 80s music, 50s, 60s, 70s,
hell
80s.
yeah.
So my favorite band is Creedence Clearwater Revival.
All right. I thought you was gonna say like Dion and the Belmonts. I was gonna say,
I
let's
love
go.
Dion and the Belmonts. I love Dion and the Belmonts. Everybody says The Wanderer, but everybody knows I Wonder Why is Dion and the Belmonts' best song.
Yeah.
Uh, my favorite band is CCR, and my favorite artist, because a solo artist and a band to me are different, is Dean Martin.
Yes.
Dean Martin.
All right. Okay.
Big Dean Martin
All
fan.
right. You got good taste. Yeah, if
Uh,
I'm going single artist, Regina Spektor all day.
oh, there you
I
go.
love Regina Spektor. So I've loved her forever.
That's
I think I first discovered her when I was in like sixth grade.
yeah, that's isn't
So
that Phil Spector's wife?
I,
I could be
I have
wrong.
no idea. I don't know anything. I think she's married to a Russian man, but I'm
I
not
could be
entirely
wrong. I could be
sure.
mixing things up. I know Phil Spector had a wife, because he was a big '60s music guy, and
Yeah,
he
I
got
think
arrested for murder.
oh, well, I don't think that's her husband, but that's interesting.
Yeah, I might be confused. It might be Darlene Love I'm thinking of, or something like that. So, I guess while we're on topic of music, do you have a favorite song of all time?
Funky Town. Absolutely, hands down,
Yeah, I saw the tweet you put
without
out earlier.
hesitation.
Won't you take me to
Yeah,
Funky Town? Yeah.
that's been my favorite song since I was like 4 years old.
That's not a bad one. I've got three contenders. Out of Touch by
Okay.
Hall and Oates.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
Bad Moon Rising by CCR, and
All right.
Ain't As Good As I Once Was by Toby Keith.
You're all over the place too. I like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a big Toby Keith guy. I'm a big Toby Keith guy. I was
I
sad when he
love
passed
Toby
away.
Keith. Yeah.
So, a question I did have, I have written down questions as well, is I did want to ask this. So you've been to a few of the adult award shows and stuff. I think it's the
Yeah.
AVN specifically is the one that I saw the video of because I do research before, you know. Um, but I think what was it, the AVNs, if I'm not mistaken.
I've gone to the Why Not Awards twice. I've been nominated. I'm pretty sure I've been nominated for an AVN. I've been nominated for an XBiz award a couple times. I've been nominated for Caney Awards. I've won a couple Caney Awards. Those are the only ones I've won. But I've been nominated for a lot. I'm a really big loser.
Nah,
I'm really
nah.
good at it.
Nah, you won. You said you just won. That's not loser talk. That's winner talk.
Hey, yeah, I mean, yeah, I've won a couple, but I've been nominated for a lot, and I've not won a lot, and I'm like, I'm good at that. But I also forget to tell people to vote for me a lot. Like, I was just nominated for some awards a couple months ago, and I completely forgot to tell everybody, like, to remind. I announce that I'm nominated, and then I forget to say anything ever again. So it's on me.
Well, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio was nominated how many times until he finally won an Oscar for The Revenant? Which is not even a movie I
Exact.
think
I
he should
am
have won an
Leonardo
Oscar for.
DiCaprio.
There you go. Bunny is
Yeah,
the Leonardo DiCaprio of camming.
I'm cool with it.
But I was gonna ask, what was that experience like? Because I saw the video. The one video I saw was the one where you were interviewed. I don't know if
Hmm.
there's other videos because I'm not gonna delve super deep, but I'm gonna do enough to where I can ask. I saw you
Yeah,
doing the interview, and I would assume that's the man with you. That's the boy.
that's that's the man.
That's I actually know his name from Keemstar Show days from his username. That's Cooter. That's Cooter Pop Pie.
Yep.
Yeah. You and Cooter, I saw that interview. What was that experience like? Being at a show like that.
I loved it. The food was amazing, and of course, the food is going to be the first thing that I mention always. If I'm at an event and the food is good, I will go again, and that's why I went to the Why Not Awards a couple of times because the food is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I think the interview that you're talking about, that might have been the award show where I met the union representative and I accidentally said a really weird joke about Jewish people, like in the first like 30 seconds of meeting her.
No, no, no.
Yeah, and she literally looked at me like, what did you just say? I said it to my German friend too, and that made it, I think, maybe worse. I don't know. She
That
laughed.
hey, there you go.
I don't.
That's
Yeah.
I mean that's really all you can do. I remember when I met one of my exes, the first thing I did was I walked in. I met her actually she was a friend of my sister's. I came in my mom's house. She was at a gathering. They had like a get together for a lot of family friends and stuff. And I didn't even know
Hmm.
this girl. I had never met this girl in my life. And as soon as I walked in, everybody's like, "There he is! There's Joe!" Like a bunch of people I did not know. And I was like, "Do I gotta kick someone's ass? Why am I getting yelled at the moment I walk in?" And she said, "The moment I said that, it was love at first sight."
Oh, that's awesome.
And then
That's what love is.
yeah, and then she said, "Well, now she's an ex, so I don't think it's love anymore." But she said
Oh yeah.
she said the moment I put my pistol on the counter, that was like double that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like weird moments like that where it's like you're like, you say something kind of out the way, but it's funny or it leaves an impression, right?
I
Uh,
thought it was funny. I think she's fine with me now. I think she realized later that I just say weird things and I don't mean it. But
yeah,
no,
yeah.
sometimes I do though.
So another
Sometimes
thing I
I
wanted
do.
to ask about those award shows is, did you meet anybody in particular that you wanted to meet, or somebody you might have looked up to? I don't know if you have an idol in any of those industries or anything like that, but was there someone you met that maybe you looked up to, or maybe someone you knew but only through the internet and you got to meet them, and what was that experience like?
Oh yeah, there was lots of girls that I was really excited to meet, and like the thing that and I think they also felt the same way was like meeting a lot of people that you know online and only online. When you meet them, they're like way taller than you think they're going to be, and then they also told me that I was like way shorter than they thought I was going to be. So that
Right.
was interesting.
I met someone in that I met online in real life. Still one of my best friends to this day. So I know how that
Oh,
goes.
cool.
He's bald. He looks like Walter White. Um,
Oh,
he probably cooks meth. Nathan, I hate you.
oh, that's cool.
But yeah,
Meth is fun in small doses.
I was listening to about that night, and you were talking about that and all about a few of the drugs. I was like, man, I smoked actual weed like twice in my life.
Hey,
And
that's
then
pretty cool.
yeah, I smoked weed, and both times I had like complete paranoia, and I threw up both times. And the second time, time
Oh,
seemed to slow down. I remember the guy who
mhm.
gave me the weed. He came over to my place and was like, I remember I was like curled up in the fetal position. I was like, "How long does this last?" He's like, "A few hours." I was like, "How long has it been?" 20 minutes. I said, "Just shoot me. Grab one of my guns and shoot me."
But you lived, right?
I lived. I lived. That's
So
my
you should do it again.
maybe. He. This is what he said
Yeah.
to me when he's like, he handed me the weed. He's like, "This stuff is called loud," and I was like, "Ah, that sounds fine."
Yeah, that's good.
But so another question that I had revolves around camming, and I don't know all the questions revolve around this, but I actually wrote this down in particular because it was something I thought about while listening to about that night. In particular, was you and Badwick. It was the sex episode, and you guys
Okay.
you brought up toys. You use a lot of toys. I've seen the cam soda. You use toys. You were talking
Yeah.
about how you have toys around the house and stuff. So it's less
Yeah.
about your use of toys and more so about what I think is a stigma around toys regarding
Okay.
males in the industry or males in general. So the first question I had
Yeah.
was, do you think there's a stigma around males using toys, either professionally or unprofessionally, just in general? And two, Echo said brought up that a lot of males don't use toys. Why do you think male models do not use toys?
I think because okay, when you first say like male toys in like the camming industry, my immediate thought is the butt plugs.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of like tip activated butt plugs. I think there's only like one like sleeve kind of toy for men that's tip activated. I think and it might not even be tip activated. I might be wrong, but I know for sure the butt plugs are. So I feel like some guys like maybe they're not into a little butt fun, you know?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
How do you know?
It's an exit, not an entry.
But have you tried it though?
No, no, I haven't.
See, you gotta try anything once, twice if you like it, and three times just to make sure.
Yeah, I don't. I think that's a big no-no. I think that's a big no-no
Mm,
for me.
I
Uh,
don't know.
it's an exit, not an entry. Look, I do not have anal performed on me. I perform the anal, is what I tell
Well,
people.
I'm just like, okay, I don't have anal performed on me. I perform the anal also. And I'm just saying, like, you do have fun stuff up there that I'm just saying
I
you're
mean,
letting it go to waste.
that's the prostate, yes. But I'm also the type of
Yeah.
guy that goes, if I'm gonna die of prostate cancer, I'm gonna die of prostate cancer. Ain't no way I'm letting a dong or a doctor go up my butt and finger it around and stuff. That's not happening. If I die, I
Yeah.
die. You
Yes.
know.
Yeah, that is pretty gay. You're right. I get it.
No, I mean different strokes for different folks, but like I remember
Yeah.
the first girl I dated was like, "Well, I'm not. You know what? If you don't let me stick a finger up there, I'm not gonna let you do anal on me." I said, "I'm okay with that." And then the second girl's like, "I don't care. We'll do anal. I want it." And I was like, "All right, fair." And that leads into my whole
Wow.
like scared moment where I was like, I might. I'll tell the story later. I'll tell the story later. It's too early.
Oh.
But I was just wondering if you thought that there was a stigma on like males using toys, because like something I always hear is like if a male buys a fleshlight or something like that, it's like, oh, you bought a fleshlight, you loser, and stuff like that. And that's
No,
just in general for
like I
males.
feel like yeah, I'm cool with watching a guy use a toy. Like that's cool for me. I think that's fun. So I think there are definitely like I have a lot of guy friends that cam and they all have toys and stuff. But they also like they're down to do some butt stuff as well. Oh, I got one friend that can suck his own dick, so he does that. I guess he don't need anything.
Oh yeah, I
He's
heard
good to go.
about that. I heard about that. You sent Badwick a link, and I was like, I don't know what he just
Yeah.
watched, but if
Yeah, he can get
13-year-old me had known that,
I feel like in my head, I thought that all guys had tried already. Like, cause I was thinking if I had one, I would have definitely done tried.
I think I tried when I was younger. I'm not as an
I feel
adult.
like you had to. Thank
Yeah.
you for being honest, cause Fabwick was not being honest, and he was like, "What? No, never." And I'm like,
No, I'm not
"Oh,
gonna lie. I think like when I was in prime puberty stage, where like a soft breeze would give you a boner, I was like, oh,
yeah,
like let's give it a try. And then I think it
yeah,"
hurt.
because it would have to cross your mind like this would be awesome.
Well, I mean, it's not gay. Okay, so it's not gay to suck your own dick. It's not gay to
No,
suck your
that's
own
not
dick.
gay.
No, because
Yeah, that's
it's basically masturbation just with your mouth. Like I'll say that it's not
yeah,
gay.
yeah.
Now maybe if you come
I
in your own
agree.
mouth, it's a little gay. Only a little.
That's not gay.
Only a little.
That's resourceful.
That's resourceful. I got. See, we're only 27 minutes in past the technical difficulties, and it's already to this point.
Hey, we're just letting it
And we're letting
go
it
with the
flow.
flow.
This is how it goes. But I want to say, like, I did try. I think I remember. I vaguely remember my ribs hurting. That's what I want to say. I don't have the best memory either, but I vaguely remember my ribs hurting. And I think I remember
Yeah.
telling myself when I was like super Christian, I'm like, God gave me that. Like, God might have taken that rib out, but he clearly left the other one in, so I don't do this.
Yeah, that is actually the reason it's in the Bible.
Yeah. Which now,
So,
no. I guess that's a good Christian. Good question. Being Southern raised and all, like, did you grow up like? Did your ma teach you to be like super religious and stuff like that?
well, okay, like my grandpa was a preacher, like Southern Baptist, full Southern Baptist. Um, but my mom wasn't like super pushy about church or anything. And like, my mom's always been one of those that's like real supportive, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But the older I got, like, I'm Christian now. Like, I'm more Christian. I'm Christian as fuck. I'm more Christian now than I've ever been. Look at me go.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask just as a Southern guy. You don't have to answer if you don't want. Denomination.
Well, growing up, my grandpa had a full Southern Baptist church, but like now I feel like I'm more non-denominational. Like
Oh,
I just, you know,
yeah. I grew up in those Southern
what
Baptist
the
churches
words?
as well. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember when Obama was president. The church was so Southern Baptist they believed Obama was the Antichrist. Which, in hindsight, I laugh at. It's like,
Full Southern Baptist church is like it's entertaining. It's
oh,
fun.
oh
Oh my
yeah.
god, like it is crazy. People jittering all over the place and shaking all about.
They're singing like old rugged cross and shit like that. It goes wild,
Yeah,
man. It goes
yeah.
wild.
People get the spirit in them.
I remember. This is how you know it's a Southern Baptist church when your mom and your dad tell you you don't need to do that. Like, in particular, smoking and shit like that. But immediately after church, you see a bunch of the old guys walk outside the church and start smoking cigarettes. You're like, yeah, they waited their
Yeah,
hour and 30 minutes. They're gonna go get their cigarette afterwards, and they all have
yeah.
guns on their
Sometimes you leave
hips.
it burning.
Yeah, and they all have guns on their hips.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. I remember I went to a church. Um, Another date and an ex story, but like a lot of my funnier stories are there. I went and they had a few guys. It really wasn't as southern as you would think, even though it was in the heart of like peanut peanut picking, cotton picking Alabama. A few of the guys had
Mhm.
guns, but not everybody. And I remember I was like, well, if I'm gonna go to church, can I be security at any point? And my ex's dad was like, yeah, if you want to, yeah. He's like, all we do is kind of, like everybody takes, a Sunday where they, you can still hear the sermons and everything because we leave the doors open, but you cover one of the entrances because of how things are going. And
Yeah.
I was like, have you done it? And he's like, no, I haven't. No, I haven't done it. I was like, why not? He's like, well, I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun. I was like, you don't have a gun? And then I immediately was like, hey, check this out, and moved my coat pocket back and showed my gun on a holster. I said, how are you going to be in the South and not have one of these?
Yeah, everybody got guns everywhere.
I bullied that man into buying a gun. I actually bullied a potential father-in-law into buying a gun.
Yeah, if you care about somebody, you got to force them to buy a dangerous weapon
Absolutely.
to protect themselves.
It's a
Yeah,
tool. It's a tool, right? It's a
that's
tool.
love. Yeah.
It is a self-defense item. It's also a sporting item. It is
Mhm.
in the certain circumstances a survival item. But the one
Mhm.
thing it
And
does
it
not.
just looks like thug as fuck.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, most Southern women, if they see you open carrying a pistol, they're gonna think
Mhm.
you're immediately more attractive. At least where I'm
Yeah, you're
from.
getting your dick sucked, buddy.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
Wait, oh, if something happens to me, that guy's gonna plop, plop, plop. They're not thinking like, oh, that guy's
Yeah.
gonna take advantage of me. It's like, oh, that guy's gonna protect me.
Yeah.
Whereas in another parts
Absolute.
of the country, they're gonna see it the other way.
Mhm. Yeah.
Are you and the boy, the man, the I don't know what to call him. I don't know
Mhm.
the correct thing.
Cooter.
Are Cooter? Are you and Cooter gun carriers?
Yes. Yeah.
Um.
Well, I can't be, but like he is.
Okay. If you want to explain why you can't be, you're more than welcome to. But if you don't want to, that's fine.
I've been involuntarily committed before, so that kind of like
I
screws out.
I would assume that that would be after adolescence, without prying too much. I'll say I would assume that'd be after adolescence because anything before adolescence doesn't affect. I only know
Yeah.
because I spent time a little bit myself at one point
Mhm.
for depression and stuff as an
Yeah,
adolescent.
you get your grippy socks.
Yeah, but so do you know what caliber he carries?
I have no idea. He's got guns all over. I don't even know what guns he has, how many he has. They're just everywhere. Like
Okay.
I'll open up a cabinet and see a new case all the time. I think he just buys them now. Like I swear, I just buy new cases all the time.
Yeah, and of course you're like like I don't care. It's normal.
That's his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his hobby.
So you've shot guns before and stuff growing up in the South.
Yeah.
That I think like I've met people who think guns are like weird. In particular, I have a D&D group that I do every Friday night. That's the reason I'm not available on Friday nights, by the way. But it's all online and everything, and they're all very liberal as opposed to me, who's more moderate and everything. And one time I
Mhm.
brought up that I bought a new gun. They're like, "Was it that easy?" I said, "Well, I gave my fishing license. I gave my ID.
Mhm.
They did a background check on me and sent me home with a
Mhm.
gun."
Yeah.
It's that simple.
It's
It was
yeah.
wild to them, right? It was wild.
Yeah, they don't get it.
I'll tell you a quick story before I ask another question. I took one of my exes out shooting. We went camping, and we
Yeah.
went camping, and I brought three of my guns. I brought my AR-15, I brought my 12 gauge, and I brought my 9 mil. And she had never shot a gun before, so I started off with my 9 mil, my pistol, obviously, and I was like,
Yeah.
okay. I'm gonna let you shoot this. I want to see how it feels because I want you to, get comfortable with this because it's something you're surrounded with. So the first thing she
Mhm.
does is, first time with a gun in her hand, luckily not loaded, is immediately tag me with it
Oh.
after explaining the rules. And I'm like, that thing had been loaded and gone off. Bam, I'm dead. Congratulations, you just killed the
Yeah.
boy you love. um, I was like, don't do that. Finger off the trigger. Don't point it at anybody. Neutral position always. Either preferably down at the ground if you can.
Yeah.
Uh,
And you said this one was your ex, right?
yeah. I'm not currently
Okay,
dating
good.
anybody. I'm single right now.
Okay.
This is actually the girl I proposed to. um,
Oh god.
and
She
so,
was getting a life insurance policy ready.
oh yeah, she was absolutely. But she so what she did was she aimed it at me. I freaked out, of course, like I would. But
Yeah.
after I talked her through, I loaded it, took the safety off. I said, just fire at the target down there. She loved the 9 mil. Like it gave her that exhilaration. It's a handgun. So I
Yeah.
give her my AR-15. I load it, all that. She doesn't like it. Kicks too much for her and all. She's like, I don't
Yeah.
really like this. It's uncomfortable. It kicks. It hurts a little. I was like,
Mhm.
all right. So I pull my 12 gauge out and I was like, well, this will not kick at all. This is not going to kick at all. Okay, if you thought
Yeah.
that AR-15 kicks more than anything else, this right here, this is kind of like, you think it's less than that handgun. It is less than that handgun. Needless to say, I got in
Mhm.
a lot of trouble when she shot that 12 gauge.
Oh shit.
She was mad because I remember she shot it and she actually took like 4 steps back and was like, "Take this away from
Yeah.
me."
That's hilarious.
So that's definitely I got in trouble for that one.
Yeah.
But so like I could say like obviously talking about guns and all. You've shot a few guns and all, I'm sure. Cooter also owns a few guns as well. I wanted to to
Yeah.
loop back while Cooter's on the mind. Cooter's obviously supportive of what you do, or you two wouldn't still be together. I mean, that's a
Yeah.
realistic thing to assume. How involved is Cooter in the process that you do?
He used to be more involved. We used to make videos together and stuff, but he just the older he gets, the more he's like, that'd suck if my boss saw that or that'd be hard to explain because he started working at a new place a couple of years ago and his boss is like super Christian, like
Hmm.
super super, and he was like, okay, I need to like back away from making content with you just in case, because he makes good money and he's like, I don't want I wouldn't want to jeopardize that.
So, but he's heavily supportive and all that for sure. And
Oh yeah.
he like
Yeah, he's
I didn't know you two made content together. I've always known, like you doing your own stuff, and then obviously the broadcast and all, which is going very well in my opinion. Go sub to the broadcast, or my dog will cry. You don't want my dog to cry. Um, but I always wondered that because, like I said earlier, my first introduction to you was actually before I even knew who you really were, was through the Keemstar show. I remember, if I vaguely remember, you and Cooter called in a few times,
yeah.
and
Yeah, that was honestly the most active cooter who's ever been in the community. Like he popped around here and there, but that he was he did not like Salvo from the get go. He couldn't stand him. He didn't think it was funny. He was like, this dude's I'm not gonna say the words, but
this guy is a baguette or whatever.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Um. Yeah, and that was my first introduction. It didn't ring to me until the other day, because my basic history with you, from what I've known from you before we had even talked that first time on AWT and all, was I knew the Keemstar show stuff, but it didn't really like stick around in my head. And then I knew obviously Bunny donated the money to Now Recording to release the Xylee Ember fight, which is funny, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
There was the hen house stuff that happened, which I mean, we're not. Gonna, I don't want to get into that, but that happened and all. And then
Yeah.
Broadcast, of course, Broadcast, which I've watched a
Mhm.
few times.
Mhm.
And then I stopped watching
I
because
was also on. I was on Dave's for a while.
yeah, you were on Dave's for a while.
R.I.P. Dave.
And then the Broadcast, obviously, which I stopped watching because Xylee hated me, but now we're good. So, uh, and now I do watch the Broadcast. I like the Broadcast. Um,
Oh, thank you.
and then there's obviously, Cam Soda and all that. And so you've had like a lustrous history, not only like in the adult world, but also in the commentary world, the drama TMZ, as I've heard you call it, reality TV and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's. I've watched commentary for a long time, and the drama. It's better than reality TV. Like the shit that happens, people lying about their mamas and lying about baby. You can't find that anywhere else.
Or someone harboring a guy who sexted a minor and then going, "No, it didn't happen. I swear it didn't happen."
Yeah,
It's
like it's something
crazy.
crazy all the time,
Yeah,
and I'm
it
here
is.
for it.
It absolutely is crazy. I'm my introduction was actually the Keemstar show. I watched stuff before that, but that's where I met a friend of the show, fellow AWT member, someone we both know, Flatley. I met Flatley there, and I also met Small PP. Oh,
Yeah.
mod in every chat ever except still connected. Mod Small PP still connected. Mod him. Um, and then that was kind of my. From there, I met a bunch of people, and I met like all the other AWT guys. I met Burn, Chthonic, Echo, a lot of these people, and that
Yeah.
led to this degenerate call that I'm having right now, mostly on my end because I'm retarded. But
Amen.
um, so another question I actually had is, me and Echo were talking the other night, and it kind of spurred this
Hmm.
question out of pure talking. And me and him disagreed about something. And me and you might disagree about this, but I think it'll spark good
Okay.
conversation.
Okay.
So, me and Echo had a good debate the other night on this very retarded channel. Um,
Okay.
Echo said, and I don't want to misrepresent what he said, but he basically said that camming is not porn, and I disagreed.
I
Because
disagree with that as well.
Okay, so I want to hear your perspective. I'll give mine. We can kind of have a conversation about it. I'm not going to debate it or anything, but just a general conversation. So, why do you think
Yeah.
that's not the case?
Oh, I think that it is porn because there's a camera. You have to get ready. You have to do your hair and your makeup, and I mean, there's a whole, you know, process that goes behind it, much like there is in porn. And also, the end result is people jorking it.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay, so maybe okay, so me and you agree then. Me and you agree because
yeah, yeah, yeah,
he was more like it's because I think the thing that came up was I always ask people a question to be funny. I'm like, who's your favorite porn star to jerk off to? And I've been asking that
yeah,
question to everybody lately to be funny. And
yeah.
Leah something said Bunny Button, and he's like, no, she's not a
Woo!
porn star. I was like, I don't know, I don't know. Like, eventually I conceded. I don't know about the star thing because I think the star thing it would be
Yeah,
relegated to people who are
yeah,
would
that's,
be a
yeah,
queefus and stuff. But
yeah.
pornography, like we got into a big thing about if it was pornography or not. If camming was
I would
pornography.
still say it is pornography because if they were to ban pornography, they would also ban Cayman.
Yeah.
And also, the AVN awards have categories for Cayman, and that is the porn awards of all awards. So there you go.
Yeah.
Boom. Final.
Yeah.
Echo's stupid. I'm just kidding. I love you, Echo.
Because we had a long. It was a good talk. Like I think we just agreed to disagree. Because I remember at one point
Hmm.
he asked. He said, "Well, would you consider a girl taking lewds, not nudes of herself, pornography?" And I even said
Yeah.
like I would consider it softcore pornography. Like there, Like I
Yeah,
know
it's still fun.
the general consensus is like if there's nudity, it's pornography to some degree, and softcore is like no penetration or anything. But I would argue lewd
Hmm.
is softcore pornography because people still find that sexually stimulating, and that's
Yeah.
something they
Well,
like for
to
fun.
me, porn is kind of like the umbrella term. Like sex work is the umbrella term
That's
for
what I
all
said.
things.
That's actually what I said
Yeah.
verbatim. I said it all falls under the umbrella of pornography.
Yeah, exactly. It's an umbrella,
You said
really.
that wasn't the debate. What was the debate then, Echo? It was about them being porn stars. Well, I brought that up, but then I brought up that it would all falls under the pornography umbrella, and you argued against that with camming. That is what happened, and I have the VOD to prove it. Nice try, buddy. But no, it is pornography because it does fall into that, and this is what I told him, and I remember the argument. I wasn't that drunk. I said anything that is sexually stimulating, and something he brought up was, oh, so when you see nudity in an R-rated movie, do you view that as pornography? And I said no, because it's not meant to be sexually stimulating. It's typically meant for a
Yeah,
comedic
you're not.
purpose,
Yeah.
an artistic purpose, anything like that. Um, I do not find it to be pornography, but I do find cams to be pornographic. That is what it
Yeah.
was, Echo. Don't argue with me. Don't argue with me in chat. Don't argue with me. I
Ooh.
have the VOD.
Call in, Echo.
I have the VOD. He will when he gets off work, but I have the VOD.
Oh, I'm ready.
I still have the VOD. It was only a few days ago, and I
Oh.
even argued that that camming was pornography, and that you and I did concede. I said I don't think I would call them cam or porn stars, but I would call cam models pornographers. Is what I said.
Yeah.
Which I was
Yeah,
curious
we're
what you
still.
thought about it.
Yeah, we're still making porn, no matter how you look at it.
I mean, it's a sexually stimulating thing. Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
if you, I guess there's an argument to be made, right? Where if it's an R-rated movie and someone he won't, I won't send you the link. I'll DM you the link right now. Let me go to BRB so people can get this link and join.
Oh. Echo, you gonna let him talk to you like
He's
that?
gonna
You better.
argue with me.
Ooh.
I'm gonna send it. I told him he could come. He's gonna argue
Oh,
with
Echo's
me.
gonna come.
Oh yeah, he's gonna come. I DM'd it to you on Discord. There you go. Okay, here we go. But no, like the argument generally, like I stand my ground that camming is porn. That it
Hmm.
is, and
Yeah.
I think the porn star thing is the only thing I'd change my mind on.
Yeah, well, yeah, I wouldn't. Well, some cam awards they call it like cam stars, so maybe it's like a little half and half. Yeah.
Maybe it's a different term. You know, like you could use cam star and
Yeah.
porn star intermittently. Because I know a big argument we
Yeah.
had was most people. He said most people involved with porn have management behind them and stuff like that. And a big argument I had was some cam people have management behind them
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
studios is a huge thing.
Yeah, but I also argue like some cam models have management behind that because I've seen it personally. I've seen like a manager will come in, they're fully clothed. It's like sometimes it's a woman or something, and while the girls are scantily
Yeah.
clad or topless, you'll see a woman walk in with clothes fully on, like talking to them and stuff, and then they'll go
Yeah,
in with
they're in a
clothes.
cam studio. Yeah, where the cam studio is making a cut, but they have a place to go and cam, and like there's cam studios all over the place. People don't know about them, but they're everywhere.
Hello, Echo Tragedy. Welcome to the
Okay,
stream.
Joe, the original debate was never about whether or not it was pornography. We did get off on that
Ooh.
tangent, and where there was a point where we're like, okay, actually, wait, that's not even the point of the whole debate. You are right about that, and we went back to the pornography thing or to the porn star part, because we were arguing, and we even ended the debate where I'm like, actually, this might just be my framing because of the whole like the fact that I've had many
That is
people that
true.
I've been friends with that were cam girls or that were on like OnlyFans and stuff like that, and they really a lot of them didn't consider themselves porn stars. And I said that might have
Yeah,
been
they're in
my bias.
denial. There's a
Yeah, that
lot
might
of
have
self-hating ones
yeah,
out
because
there.
there's like I even said I'm like maybe that's what it is because I was on the opposite end until
Oh yeah.
I meet all of these girls, and it's kind of like that. Oh my God, I was just thinking about this today because I was like, yeah, Joel is kind of right, like about that because I had the exact same argument, but I think it's the whole thing with like someone who's in the field is telling you something different than what you think, and it's happened so many times. I'm like, you know what? maybe I'm the one that's wrong because if all these people are having this opinion and I'm not really like in that at the time, then why would I have like the more like expert opinion on it? Even though I watched tons
Yeah.
of porn.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
ever since we had that conversation, I was thinking about it different.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I
yeah,
didn't.
because I was like,
Yeah, take that. Fuck you, Joe.
yeah. Well, no, there was a point though. You misframed the fucking movie part because it wasn't just the nudity in movies. I also said if there's sex in movies, would you and that's R rated? Would you consider that pornography? Because that's
No,
actually supposed to be sexually stimulating.
no.
If we were going to use that, because we were using that term, and then I forgot what the argument you gave at that point, but I remember fully. I'm like, you know what? Actually, yeah, you're kind of right about that because it is a different sort of medium.
No,
Yeah,
because
yeah. You're not supposed to pull your dick out.
yeah, even like with movies, like you can get like an emotion. Like 50 Shades of Grey is, yes, it's sexually stimulating, but it's not meant to be a pornographic thing or anything like that. It's meant to be a film that you
Yeah.
watch and all. There's nudity, yes, there's sexual scenes and all, but it's not meant. It's more meant to appeal to the emotions and stuff
Well,
like
there's a
that.
Hmm.
to counter that though is that there's actually a porn category called simulated sex where you don't actually see anyone having sex. Sometimes they're not even having sex; they're pretending to have sex, and it's the exact same thing where you don't see a penis, you don't see a pussy, you don't see insertion.
They're just
It's just
hovering over each other's
yeah,
bodies.
Okay,
and it's
well,
supposed to simulate that. That's what
I'll
that would be the
concede on
counter to
that.
that.
Maybe 50 Shades of Grey is softcore porn, and that's why I tried to use it to get laid and then fell asleep on the
Nah.
couch.
Yeah, see, that's what I was about to say. No, 50 Shades of Grey is like what you watch before you like watch
Yeah.
porn.
Okay. I thought I
Like,
completely
yeah.
misrepresented our debate that we had the other night, but
Oh no no no! I
yeah.
just wanted to. I just wanted to. I'm like, okay, it wasn't about pornography. We were retarded and autistic that night, or somehow I got to pornography for no reason. I'm like, wait a minute, we're not even arguing pornography. We're arguing about if they're porn stars. And at the end of it, I'm like, you know what? I think it is a bias. I think it was my bias
Yeah.
for believing people that were my friends who are in the industry. It'd be the same thing if like a person who's working warehouse package handler is saying like, well, I'm not really a warehouse worker. I work for FedEx. I'm like, but you work in a warehouse.
The
Well, yeah, but
correct.
we don't really call
Well, I
ourselves
gotta
warehouse workers.
say, a lot of OnlyFans girls will put themselves on a pedestal and be like, I don't do porn. I just do OnlyFans. And they look down on like cam girls and porn stars. It's just like the same thing as like some strippers that are like, well, at least I'm not doing porn. And it's like, well, you're still a sex worker.
That's
Like
actually
they
funny
don't
because
want to go.
we did bring up strippers, and that was like my ultimate counter to like, well, you can't say anyone that does anything for sexual gratification is a porn star because strippers literally will dance on men for their
That's
sexual
still a sex
gratification.
worker though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we came up to that. I'm like, okay, but then yeah, I could say like they're all sex workers.
Yeah, but
Hmm.
you remember
Yeah,
my
they're all
argument
sex workers.
was, well, it's not a medium that you consume; it's an act, right? Like that was my argument to that because
Yeah, that's
generally,
an
yeah,
experience.
that's an experience. You wouldn't say a prostitute is a pornographer because if you go and have sex with a prostitute,
Did you record it?
Hey,
Are you distributing it to your friends for
Man, we're
$5
derailing
pops?
from the actual star of the show. Somebody loves you with
Uh,
our.
hey,
Also,
you
yeah,
keep
this
coming
got
out
really
your
gay. I
fucking
thought
mouth.
y'all were about to argue, and y'all just like,
she was about to
I
sit
just
back
like,
like, "Hey, it's the chill stream with somebody loves you," but you know what? If these two
No,
fucking
it
yeah,
just I wanted to come in like, okay, recorrect it. I wasn't even angry. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? I
uh,
didn't say that. And then
uh,
Joe's trying to get me riled up. I'm like, no, what the fuck? I'm not gonna come here all angry.
yeah,
We'll never have a repeat of when me and you yelled at each other.
No, me and Joe's first day meeting, we go fucking
yeah.
ham at each other, and we're both drunk. And the funniest thing that's ever said the entire time is I start yelling. I'm like, if you can't handle drinking, then don't fucking drink and argue with people. As I'm yelling while I'm drunk, and Joe was the first person to ever make me yell online.
Yes.
That's
It was
No,
crazy.
I love
it
that
was
guy.
so
That's my
fucking
boy.
funny.
That's my boy. I love that guy.
Yeah. Now Joe never argues with me. He always defends every point I
Oh,
make.
fuck off.
And he
Oh
yeah.
wow.
No, you do. It's okay, Joe. Like I know we have to put up the front that you don't agree with me. But
Hey,
like
Hmm.
you know what? You win all the meetings behind the scenes. You are like, Echo, I have to do it because people expect me to do it, and I understand
Yeah,
that.
whatever. I've seen the shit you post in Bunny's chat, motherfucker.
Yeah,
Hey,
and I don't deny it.
he's not ashamed.
He's
Yeah,
not
Yeah,
ashamed. I was laughing.
he's proud.
Yeah, I told him the next day and he just laughed. I was like, dude, I read the shit
yeah.
you were putting
I
last
started
night.
laughing so hard. I'm like, wait, what did I say? He goes, I don't really want to say
I
it.
was like, I'm not
I
repeating that.
tell you,
But
because a
he's
good
I
here.
boy.
I said he'd be here. He's here now.
yeah.
It's us. I guess I'm gonna ask this question. I can still hear, but I really gotta fucking piss because I'm halfway through a 12 pack and I really gotta fucking piss.
Hmm.
But I want to say, so Bunny, like, to kind of add to that, I wanted to know, and I'm sure you've had this asked before, but it's a general question. How do people around you, besides Cooter, obviously, how do, like, close friends, how do family, like, does your family know what you do? Do close friends know what you do? How do they feel? Are they supportive? Is this something that you're, you have disagreements about? Things like that when you're camming. Um, and how has it
Well,
affected, like, that personal, friendship or family relationship and all?
I do guys okay. My mama knows. My mama knows. I talk to my mama literally every single morning of my life. She is my best friend. She knows everything I do. Like I'll call my mama when I'm like fucked up on mushrooms and stuff, and she's the first person I want to call at 3 in the morning. Uh, so she's cool with it. My mom supports anything. Even when I wanted to be a stripper, she was like, "You got this." Like she's just very supportive. But when I started stripping back years ago, when I was like 19, I pretty much lost all my friends because of it. Like I'm from a pretty small town, and becoming a stripper was like, oh my god, you're one of those girls. So, all your friends kind of ditch you. And I was like, I'm making so much money, I don't care. So that's
That's
that.
fucking crazy.
All
Well, you see,
right. No, I
I
was
think,
surprised.
yeah, I think I guess for me, because I live in the West Coast, super liberal fucking California. Like, 'cause
Hmm.
I knew girls that were strippers and shit like that, and it's never like, yeah, parents and stuff. I could always see that, but I never really saw like, I was never part of those girlfriend groups, so maybe that did happen, but I never like saw like any kind of negative stigma like that, because like it's always like super
Yeah.
pro sexual stuff over here.
Yeah, like my family didn't care, and that's why I was like, when all my friends started acting like they cared, I was like, that's really gay because my mom doesn't give a shit. So why should y'all? Like,
Yeah,
yeah. Oh, it's
Yeah,
fine.
I think that's admirable, right? Like, I think families should be supportive, unless you're
Oh
doing something
yeah.
criminal. Unless you're doing something criminal, obviously.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what my mom has always told me. If you're not hurting anybody, like I'm gonna support you no matter what you want to do.
Yeah, well, you're bringing
Like,
joy, right? Like, it might be
yeah,
it might be a weird way of bringing joy.
yeah,
But it's bringing joy, and
exactly.
there is a mark because I've always said like every guy who pretends he doesn't watch porn or jerk off or go to a strip club or anything like that, like let's not
Hmm.
pretend. Let's not pretend here for a second.
I had a
Yeah.
friend who, the only person I could genuinely say probably never watched porn and never fucking jerked off. He had an irrational fear of his own penis.
He probably at least tried to suck it once.
No, I remember one time we went, this is like during football. So we went to the locker room and then he went to the restroom and you just hear him scream. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, did he fucking slip and fall or something? Did like he fucking, someone like, shove him into the fucking toilet or something? And he came running out after I guess he finished. And he goes, dude, I fucking saw it. I'm like, you saw what? He goes, I saw my penis. I'm like, dude, that's not, why would you fucking freak the fuck out? It's just your penis. And that's when he told me, I don't exactly remember what it was, but that's something to do with, he just thought like it was kind of weird looking and it hurt one time or something like that. I'm like, okay, dude, you're like, we're friends, but he wasn't like my friend group. He was like a guy I played football with. So he just got into this
Yeah.
detail. I'm just like, okay, at least okay, now I know one person that's I can say never jerked off. And it was like the weirdest
Huh.
fucking thing because he didn't even like his girlfriend touching his penis, and it was like the weirdest fucking thing.
That's hmm.
I just like I remember going through puberty, man. We were talking about this.
Oh
People
yeah.
are weird about things, but we were talking about this earlier. Like going through puberty as a guy. I don't know how it's like as a girl, but as a
Horrible.
guy, like One day
It's a breeze.
yeah, one day you go to school and you're like, fuck the women, fuck the girls, fuck all this. Like I don't care, I'm hanging out with the boys. And the next day, just by happenstance, you walk in, you go, that girl's looking really pretty right now. I really like the way she looks. And that's really how it happens. That's legit how it happens. Like it just
Oh,
it's like a switch flicks and you're like,
yeah.
I really like her. She's really pretty. And then like the guys who switch hasn't flicked, they're like, oh, what the hell's wrong with you? And then the switch flicks for them and they're like, oh, this other girl's
I
pretty.
get it.
Oh, that same girl's pretty.
You see, I never had that experience just because I accidentally watched porn too young. Because
Oh.
I was the smartest kid in my school.
That explains a lot.
And so someone asked me like, no, someone asked me like, do you know what a lesbian is? And I'm like, I don't know. Like I've never heard that word before. I'm like, you know what?
What?
I got you. I'm gonna go Google that when I get home. Holy fuck. That was
so fucking much.
the funniest experience. And so from there on, I kind of already understood a lot. Like, yeah, girls could be really cute, really hot, whatever the fuck. So from then on, I was always like kind of I wouldn't say the weird kid, 'cause I was really quiet too.
Wait a
But
minute. Hold on.
what?
Not to poke holes in your story, Echo, but you said you were the smartest kid in your school, but some other kid told you about lesbians? Like, sounds like
No,
he was
asked
the
me.
smartest kid.
He asked me about it. He asked me. He came and asked me for like info on it. He goes,
Yeah,
and
but
my mom.
he had like intel on lesbians before you.
Yeah, he's
He
like,
was
oh.
on
He
the path of
he
the lesbians before
he
you.
heard it. He heard it from his parents. So I guess it was something like they were
What?
arguing about lesbian. And I'm like, I wish I could ask them what the fuck they were arguing about. Like, well, how does lesbian get brought up in a fucking combo between your parents?
You should
Like,
write his parents a letter right now.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
like, you ruined my life.
Track them down.
You made me a gooner. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Dude, you know how many women's lives you ruined because of me?
You know how many times I've been confronted off of women I've talked to? Fuck you. I could say, like, I remember I was probably 3 or 4 years old. The first time I ever saw two girls kissing, my brain didn't even comprehend it. I wasn't like, oh, like you. It was the Adam Sandler movie Anger Management with the two girls just start making
God.
out. My brain didn't even comprehend. I'm like, what? I don't even know what the hell's going on. I just think it's funny when he bashed car with baseball bat and scream. And Adam Sandler say funny thing. And I'm like, I remember vaguely, I think I was in like 8th grade of middle school. I remember like me and my boys, we'd always talk and we cuss and all like 8th grade boys do. We're like, yeah, we're cool. We say curse words. We say like dick and vagina and fuck and all that. Then I remember one day there was a girl that I like would always like flick like erasers at and shit. And then one day I walked in, I was like, she's very pretty. I would like to get to know her. She rejected me, of course, because I was an asshole to her in middle school.
Yeah, why'd you do that?
Yeah, what the fuck, Joe?
Yeah.
I was like, I can't explain. One minute you're like a girl, and the next minute you're a girl.
That's actually funny, Joe, because that's the exact. So from 3rd grade until like 8th grade, every year I would ask like whatever my crush was out. Like every year it'd be a different girl. And the minute 8th grade, the last girl that shoved me down, I never asked that a girl again until fucking I was an adult. So I'm like, you know what? What's the fucking point of this? I could do this better at home. I don't need a girl. Like it went through super fucking incel mode. And like I literally never really talked to girls in high school after that. Like
So,
the fact I'm even as good as I am now is kind of like astonishing.
so I guess I can ask Bunny. Like Bunny, like what? Like did women early on, like when all that stuff starts happening, and they notice boys doing that thing, are they like, "Ah, boys only want one thing? Is that like something that they catch very early on?
Uh, yeah, I feel like guys were gross for like a time period. Yeah, not like I thought they were gross. Like guys were being gross. Like there was definitely like this probably 4th grade to 8th grade, I would say, is when guys were just like they just acted gross. I guess that's when y'all were going through y'all's thing.
Yeah, roughly. That's roughly puberty ages. Yeah.
That's when guys were being gross.
Yeah, like y'all couldn't control yourselves. Calm down.
The hormones hit really hard, all right. especially when I
guess
found out
so.
I had hormones.
I remember my first girlfriend. I didn't get till I was 16 years old. I didn't have my first kiss till I was 16. And
Hey, that's not bad.
I remember it was a girl I had a crush on for like a year at that point. And I eventually got the nerve to ask her out. And I remember exactly how I asked her out. To this day, I remember. I said, "Me and you good friends?" And she said, "What?" I said, "Me and you are good friends." And she was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "I really like you and want to date."
Oh my god.
I was like,
Are
"I
you
mean, I want to date you." And she was like,
are you autistic?
basically,
This
she
is
was like, "Are you
okay. I was
brain
just wondering.
No, I'm not autistic, but I was like, it was just like, I grew up like when it comes to women, I'm introverted. But anybody else, I'm
Hmm.
extroverted. Like I can have a conversation. But if it's a romantic interest, I'm
So
introverted.
all like your heart's autistic or something,
Yes, my heart is
but like
very
not all
autistic.
of you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just the most
I
important
get
part.
it.
And
Yeah.
I showed her a song by a band I thought she had never heard of. I was like, "Yeah, me and my cousin wrote this song, by the way." I tried to impress her. I was like, "I wrote the song and he played it." And she knew who the band was, but she liked me and I didn't know, so she didn't have the heart to tell me she knew who the band was.
What?
I was like, "Yeah."
That's adorable.
And she's like, "Oh yeah, this is really good. You're a good songwriter." I was like, "Yeah, I'm pretty badass." And then she didn't admit till we'd been dating for a year. She's like, "By the way, when you said that, I know that band, by the way." And she named the band
Who
because I
was
never
it?
said it. The Cockroaches.
Uh,
And I was like, "Oh well." And she's like, "I knew."
that's my band. You should be like, yeah, that's me.
I was like, "Yeah, that's me. I wrote it. I wrote it.
That's
I
my
did the
band.
keyboard and the bass and the drums. I don't want to brag or
Hmm.
Oh my god.
anything."
You would do that too.
Do you remember your first relationship, Bunny? Like, did you have a high school relationship or a middle school relationship? I was wondering, like, did you ask the guy out? How did he ask you out? How'd that go?
I dated the same guy all through high school, and that was a bust. Like he was an asshole. Um, let's see. My very first boyfriend in elementary school, I dated the principal's son, and he would give me money. And now I'm starting to think like
That's the start
my
of it.
whole life, yeah, it was all being predicted from the get go. But yeah, I don't know why he would just like give me money sometimes. Like he would just like give me money in the hallway. Like I think he thought that's what a boyfriend did to a girlfriend. I don't know. I took his money.
oh, I. Oh man, that's funny. I remember. I remember when like would I go like I said I wasn't into girls. People were like, "You're gay." But it's like I remember when I wasn't into girls, but a girl kind of was like she kind of had a crush on me, and she's like,
Hmm.
"I'll pay for you to go to the dance with me." And I was like, "All right." And then I went to the dance with her, and then everyone's like, "They're boyfriend and girlfriend." And then I was like, "I can't talk to this girl ever again because we are not dating."
Yeah.
And I was in elementary school. She went trans later, so
Oh, yeah.
no longer a woman. That's a man now.
That happens.
But yeah, that was. I like to think in my head I was the one thing that changed everything.
Yeah, it was you.
It's
You
me.
did that.
You-
Yep.
Echo's first girlfriend was probably an anime waifu pillow.
No.
Hmm.
Okay, so this is the funniest story I had my freshman year. So there was a girl that walked up. There was like three girls that walked up to me, all right? While I was chilling with like two of my friends that we played football with. And they walked up and I didn't hear a single fucking word they said because there was this really, really cute Asian chick that was there. I had no idea what the fuck happened. And they're like, "So what's the answer?" I'm like, "Yes." So I did dating this really short midget that wasn't there. And like she was a sweet girl, but it's like, okay, I am like not sexually attracted to this girl at all. I didn't have she was like my friend at the time. So it was like really fucking
Hmm.
weird. We dated for 2.5 months, but I didn't have the heart to tell her. And it was like
Oh.
just one day where I'm walking her home, right before I go to football practice. and I was gonna break up with her on Halloween, but I didn't have the heart because she during the day she tells me it's her favorite holiday. I'm like, I
Yeah,
don't
you
want to
can't
like
do
fuck
that.
up her favorite holiday. So then she asked me the next day, so what did you want to tell me yesterday? I'm like, okay, it's not her holiday. I'm like, I think we should break up.
Oh.
Dang.
She hated me for like a good 34 years.
So, a good question for everybody here. What's the worst breakup you've ever been through? The one that hit you the hardest, I should say. The one that hit you the hardest.
Oh, oh, I think you know mine, Joe.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I know yours because we talked. Mine, obviously, people know, but I can repeat for sure. Bunny, we'll let you go
Oh
first.
god.
Ladies first.
Uh, I had a well, I'll just say I had a boyfriend that ended up renting a dumpster and throwing literally everything I owned away. I'm talking like everything. Uh, I might have started dating his brother before I got all of my stuff out of his house, and that could have been why. But I learned my lesson on that one, so I wasn't like mad. I was like, that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
Didn't act fast enough.
Well, from what I've seen, women handle the first, I would say, 2 weeks to a month rougher than men do, and then after that,
Hmm.
men typically handle it rougher. That's when it sets in for them. At least
Dude,
from
I
my
learned that the
personal
hard way.
experience. Because women will be
uh,
really
Yeah.
emotional those first 2 weeks to a month, and then after that, they're like pretty good. Men for that first 2 weeks to a month is what I like to call the denial phase, where we're like,
Oh yeah.
I'm good. I don't need her. Ah, she'll come back. And then it sets in. You're like, she ain't coming back, and I miss her.
I, f- I feel like guys cry more during breakups, or that's like my experience.
I don't think that's wrong because so my worst breakup was obviously the one where I was engaged. Uh,
Hmm.
right before Christmas it happened. I was at work. She called me, and I tried to my initial reaction was I knew what was coming. I had known for about a week or two that it was probably gonna
Hmm.
happen, but I was like, we can fix it if it happens. Like I'll talk to her because we hadn't really had a bad argument up until that point. And she called me and was
Yeah.
like, I remember the line to this day. It was like, if we weren't together, would we be friends? And I was like, yes. We were friends kind of before we even started dating. And it went
oh,
down the
Yeah.
thing where I was like, well, let's just talk about this when I get home. Let's talk about this. And she was kind of like roundabout about it. And then when she's like, I don't know if we should be together anymore. And I remember
Oh.
I was like, well, do you expect me to sit here and beg? Because I'm not going to do that. And she got really
Yeah, that's
upset by
probably
that.
what you wanted.
Yeah, she was like, what? You're not going to try to fix it? I was like, no, I've been trying to fix it. If you want me to sit here and beg you not to leave, I'm not going to do that. Like, I've done that before. I'm not going to do it ever again.
Yeah,
And
don't beg.
I hung up and I was like, it is whatever. And I came home and all the shit was gone. I was like, she'll figure it out. Two,
She's got this.
I was like, she'll figure it out. 2 weeks later, I was like drinking a lot and all. I'm like, I don't think she figured it
Yeah.
out.
Yep. Yeah,
and
that'll happen.
but the good news is with that is it led me to where I'm at now because I think there were enough problems in that relationship that we kind of both glossed over. And a
Yeah.
big one was I wanted to get out of where we were, and my hometown, and she wanted to stay. It led to me moving. There were just things that didn't work in the
Yeah.
relationship, and I think when you look in hindsight at a lot of relationships, you go, "That's why this didn't work, right? That's why this didn't
Oh
happen,"
yeah.
and it's a good thing, you
Yeah,
know.
absolutely.
And but that
Yeah.
first little bit, you're like, I know as a guy, I was like, she'll figure it out. I remember the day when she was like, I left the engagement ring on the table. I'm like, hey, good luck to you. You know, I appreciate it. You know, I'll figure out something to do with it. You know, I might save it or whatever. And then like
That's
two,
crazy. She returned it. That's awesome.
yeah,
Oh,
and then 2 weeks later, I'm like, fuck that bitch. I'm gonna pawn this shit and get a Steam Deck.
yeah,
uh,
This is
that's
really funny.
hilarious.
This is really funny.
uh, yeah. I guess it's my turn.
Yeah, go
I
ahead. Go
think
ahead.
this story hits a lot harder given my mom passing because this caused like a lot of turmoil with my mom as well. We ended up getting over it after a while, but it at the time I was dating my sister's friend while she was engaged. So she had broken off her engagement after we got caught, and we still tried to make it work for another month. Um, and what ended up happening was a week before her birthday, I had just gotten back from like a really bad vacation with my family that like went almost belly up, but we kind of talked it down, so it's kind of like we're on weird terms.
Yeah,
So it was just like there's just like a lot of family drama at the time. So I'm like, you know what, perfect time. I get to hang out with the girl, a girl I had feelings with. And so we're walking, she didn't want to go out for a walk. And she goes, "Oh, I need to tell you something." After like I was like kind of just like really upset about the weekend. I'm like, "Oh, what happened?" Because I don't want to see you ever again. Now I'm like, What?" She like can't. I just can't handle it no more. And it's just like this. The minute those words left her mouth, I have like never cried so much in my life
Oh yeah.
because it was just like I was trying to make it work, even though it was kind of like
oh,
bumpy. And I did so much. Like I did everything I could. We would talk about it for hours. Like she would like vent to me about it for like 4 or 5 hours a day. And then we would meet up and she would talk about it and just so much like me trying to help her through it, not realizing that I wasn't mentally good either. And the minute she started feeling a little bit better, she realized like I need to get you out of my life because I can't progress with you in it. And
yeah,
the one line I remember the most, and she clarified later that that's not what she meant. She was like, it was kind of supposed to be like a joke that, like, oh, like, like worst case scenario, like I would never forget you because you ruined my life. But the way and when it was delivered is she said, well, I will never forget you because you ruined my life.
oh
Ooh.
And
shit.
yeah,
Ooh.
and, and so that first, like the first 3 months, I didn't really do nothing. And it wasn't until like, I think a few months ago, I finally kind of got over it, but that stuck with me for the longest time because there was a point when she was like kind of like getting what's the word? What's a good word for this? But it was getting really close for her on the edge, and
Yeah,
when she said like you ruined my life, and before that she was talking about like she can't help but want to like end it, and so like that lingered with me for so many years because it's weird to hear the person you love and the person that loves you say that you made them want to like
yeah,
game it. And it wasn't until like a few months ago when I'm just like, you know what? Like she clarified it. That's not what she meant. It was other issues as well that was going on. Other people were also contributing to it. It was never me. It was just what happened. And so
yeah,
yeah. But it took so many years for me to get over it just because there was so much that I did with her that just completely like changed my fucking perspective on everything.
yeah. But I also feel like when you really love somebody, you wouldn't say, even if like you're breaking up with them, you're not gonna say something like that
Oh
to
yeah.
Yeah.
them and have them live with that. That yeah,
Yeah,
that's
because
awful. You
yeah,
don't
I
want to
don't
be
think
with her anyway.
I feel like because when we talked about it, she didn't even remember saying it the way she said it. Or maybe it's just because I was like, just going through so much. Maybe I interpreted it that way. But she said, no, like that was a joke. Like I always said I would never forget you, and you said I would. I said, well, no, I can't. And I made a joke. I'm like, it didn't feel like a joke. And like it like haunted me for
Yeah,
so long.
Well,
yeah,
I don't know
that's
how
shitty.
women are, because women typically, in my brain, I could be wrong, but women typically get compliments a lot more than men. Um, Not even to make it like a women man thing, but like women get told, "Oh, you're pretty," or
Yeah, you can't tell them that too much.
But when men get a compliment or they get something like what was said to you, we hold it because that's a deep thing for us. Like if I get told,
Yeah,
I've been told by like random girls, like when I go to a bar, it's like, "Oh, you're a handsome guy," and I'm like, "I'm a handsome guy." But then you hear something like negative, or where it's like, um, something I got told during my breakup was, I don't understand why you can't just be understanding. Like, if you were more understanding, this probably would have worked. I was like, what? That hurts.
Yeah, I don't understand you. Why you say that? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I don't even understand what's going on. Could you please repeat?
Yeah. Yeah.
Could you please repeat that? I didn't understand. I will say, like,
Yeah.
for mine, the worst was having to, like, because I worked with her dad, having to to work with her dad for the
Oh,
next like
shit.
few months. And,
That's great.
and then I would walk into work and see her picture on the wall, and I'd be like, not
Oh,
quite today, but maybe tomorrow. And then I'd be like, not. And then every day I'm like, ah. And then eventually I got so tired, I was like, I'm gonna move to Mobile.
Yeah.
But it balls me up.
That'd be
It
cool.
made me hard. It made me not hard in the good way, but hardened in the bad way. Where
Yeah,
it's
it made
like,
me
you know
hard.
what? Fuck this. And I walked into my boss's office. I said, "Look, I want to transfer. Either you give me a transfer or I quit. It's that simple. I'm gonna sit here and torture
Yeah.
myself every day." And now I'm here. Same job, different branch, but I'm here. I love it here. And
Hell yeah.
like, I always think, like, every relationship leads you somewhere, and I always tell people, like, I'm not religious or spiritual or anything, but everything is going to happen the way it was meant to happen.
Yeah. There,
yeah.
I worked at a restaurant one time, and the old black dishwasher used to say, "It is what it is, shawty,
Yes.
and it is what it gonna be." And that's true.
No, I
It
think
is what it gonna be.
the part that made my breakup worse too is that I was actually in the middle, like I was gonna surprise her with like a handmade gift, and I was like really close to finishing it. So I was gonna tell her about it because she hates surprises, and she dropped that. I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do with this? Like I showed her a picture. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? Where did I put this? Like, did I throw this away? Like, what am I supposed to do? And
Mhm.
I still had it until like probably the end of last year when I'm just like, I can't hold on to this anymore. It just brings me nothing but it brings me like so much pain with it because I never got to finish it. I just couldn't bring myself to finish it. And then it became a
Oh,
symbol of just me never having what we had before. Like
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
women
not finished,
suck.
it's not had. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. I don't need this. This is just
Yeah.
like torturing myself. I do that enough.
Yeah, this is why men are gay sometimes.
Yeah.
Men are gay sometimes.
Wait,
Because women suck.
I gotta ask, when was your guys' first kiss with the guy? Because
First
Wait,
Joe
what?
didn't
my
get his
first
answer.
kiss with a
Yeah.
guy? What the fuck?
Yeah, Joe, when was your first kiss with the guy?
Never?
You're not a real
Huh.
homie, dude.
Why not?
Yeah, Joe.
I've
You never
never
played
I've never
firefighter
looked at any of my
or fire truck?
friends or any guy in a way where I'm like,
Whoa,
yeah,
you
I
never
want to
you don't
kiss
have
you.
to
All
give a kiss.
right,
That's
Joe, I
rude.
got a question. I got a
What?
question. You have to pick one. Get something in your butt or kiss a man on the
Oh, I'm
lips.
gonna kiss a man on the lips any day of the week. There's nothing going in an
Okay.
exit. I'll
Yeah,
use
that's a
All
tongue.
right, I just
I'll
good
had to.
use
choice, good
tongue
choice.
if a guy has a gun to my head and goes, "Hey, guess what? I'm about to fuck you right in the asshole." But you
Because
have to
I'm a
use
really good
tongue.
kisser.
Oh shit.
I'll be like,
Okay.
they call
All right.
me French mademoiselle. Au revoir, enchanté. Have you guys ever
All
heard
right.
of an
Yeah.
Australian kiss?
What?
Have you ever heard of an Australian
Yes,
kiss?
Mm-mm.
It's like a French kiss, but down under.
yeah.
Okay.
Is that your
Don't
favorite
say that.
kiss?
Don't. I don't. I'm just like, just don't say that to women though. Like, don't use that for real.
I'm not gonna use that for real.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I just want to help you. I
Do
don't
you know
want
what
y'all
my
to end up
pickup
like.
lines are? You know what my pickup lines are?
Please tell me.
Hey, what's that you're drinking? Oh,
Oh, is
Wait,
that it?
what?
you're drinking that?
What?
I'm drinking this. How you doing?
Oh,
Joe, you get
does it
laid?
work? Yeah,
Nope.
does that work?
Hey, here's the thing. Both of my exes approached me first.
There you go. See? You just
Okay,
gotta be a
dude,
dapper man.
we need to rework your pickup game.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the segment of the stream where I get told how to fix my pickup game.
That was
Because
actually the entire purpose of the
I
stream. So we
actually
need to fix
thought
it.
Bunny would think this is funny, and I thought about it to live
Okay.
do a Tinder Joe like or not
Oh my
like, but I did not know how that would go over. But I thought it would be funny. But it did.
Dude,
I
the
was
few
like,
times
Okay.
we've done that, it's like the funniest shit. So
yeah,
many people just debating about why that girl's hot and why she's not.
yeah. I thought about that and making fun of my profile. I thought that'd be funny, but
Oh,
maybe. So how do I fix my pickup game then? I go to a bar. This is what happened last time I went to a bar. I went to a bar. I sat and drank like I normally do at bars because I always go just to talk to people. Sometimes I just go because I like the atmosphere. I like the live music. I like to drink, leave, whatever. But I went.
Yeah.
I was drinking. The girl beside me started talking to me. And I talked to her. She's like, how are you? I was like, I'm doing well. And we ended up like talking and all. And then she told me she was my coworker's daughter by pure accident. I was like, well, that will never happen in a million years anyway, because I already went through that once before, and it will never happen again. So then her and her friend spent the whole night trying to get me laid. And I went and asked a girl,
Okay.
hey, can I buy you a drink? And she said no. And I said, see, this is why I don't go and do shit like that. And then we proceeded to sit back down and drink on my own. Not my idea. To be fair, it wasn't like me wanting to go and ask a girl. It was they were like, go ask this girl. You're a handsome guy. I was like, all right. And then I did. And she said, I'm good. I was like, all right. And then went and sat back down and said, see, this is why
That's
I
when
don't
you say you're a fat bitch. I didn't want to buy you a drink anyway.
fuck
Whore.
you, cunt. And then I throw my drink in her face and go, fat.
Yeah.
Cow.
Yeah.
And then I say, Ember Lily, Ember Lily, Ember Lily. And she's like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, then you just come back to your friends online. Everything's okay.
You're like, guys, I totally owned someone today. You're in tears.
Yeah.
I called her Ember
Yeah.
Lily, not to brag, but
Yeah.
But let's see if we can fix my pickup game. Here we go. We got Notorious Love Vixen, Bunny Button, and Echo of Tragedy, Gooner
Did you call
extraordinaire.
her Love Vixen?
I don't know I don't know if I can live up to that title, but I say okay. How many necklaces do you have on while this is happening? Like, how many chains are you wearing?
None. I'm wearing a button-up shirt
There's your
and
problem.
khakis and dress shoes.
You're wearing khakis to a bar?
Hey,
Get out. Joe, khakis to a bar? What are you,
what
a
I wear in
freaking
general.
lawyer?
That's what I wear in general. Hey, if I were a lawyer, I'd make lots of money, so it wouldn't matter.
Okay, Joe, if you're
maybe
Mexican, I would say wear a chain and then wear a shirt with like a big booty chick on it. So that's like the easiest way to pick up at a bar.
Yeah, you need one of those shirts that have like SpongeBob spray painted on it, like holding a bunch of money, and there's like the doughboy on the back. Ladies love those. That's a conversation starter.
Yeah, dude, girls do love that shit.
They're asking.
Oh, you know what girls love, Joe?
Now. They're like, be a wigger right now.
No, you know what girls love? Yeah, they love that, and they love trains. Women love trains. You talk about trains.
Love trains.
Yeah.
This is like autism talk. Like, I like trains.
Well, you see, they have to love trains. If they say, hey, you want to join a train, then you should probably not go with that girl. Unless you want to have fun.
I do gotta say, though, well, never mind. This won't help you because I think I about got sex trafficked, but never mind. This advice won't help. I was going to say, I did give my number one time to this Arabian man in the strip club that just showed me his expensive horses, but then he started texting me all kinds of weird stuff and like addresses, and that ended up being bad.
Oh,
yeah, he was showing me, he had some fancy horses. I hate horses, but he had some fancy horses.
So the reason why they show you horses, or they'll show you camels, they'll always show you like their expensive animals. That's part of their fetish.
Mr. Hand's horse.
Oh, what?
Mr. Hand's horse.
Oh, this guy had beautiful horses, though. I don't think he was doing anything with them. Like, they looked healthy and happy. Like, I don't know.
That's why they're healthy.
Dang it. No, don't say that. No, in my head, that's not happening. So, nice try.
Maybe that specific guy. We'll give that guy a pass. All right, he had really beautiful horses. Yeah,
his horses were really pretty.
And I hate horses. I knew of a girl who was like they were like friends of a friend of a friend that one of my friends was telling me about. And she like when like she got flown out and she got
Mhm.
like maybe like $250,000 to do stuff that she wasn't allowed to talk about.
Oh
And
shit!
like,
Don't do
yeah,
that.
she's like, oh yeah, I went, she was telling her, bragging to her friends, like, yeah, guys flying me out to Arabia, wants to have sex with me, this and that. They're like, okay, well, you got to be safe. Like, you got to make sure your phone's on, got to make sure it's charged. They're doing all the fucking like, make sure you have your Snapchat location on, like this and that. Text us the address when you get there, like all the safety stuff. She comes back, doesn't talk to any of her friends, doesn't explain what happened on the
Oh
trip,
god.
and she used to go horseback riding a lot, didn't
Oh
want
my
to go
god.
around horses. And I'm like, but
I'm
she got the
sorry. That's
money.
the funniest. What a
She
twist.
got the funniest part is that she could have said, like, I mean, realistically speaking, she could have said no, but I mean, she's in a different country, being told you need to
Yeah,
do
the
this for the money.
implication.
Yeah,
Yeah, you wouldn't
but
dare say no.
it was the funniest thing because I'm like, oh shit, did she got bank? And like, yeah, she didn't want to talk to anybody no more. I'm like, wait, why? She goes,
Yeah, she just shakes in the corner now, though.
yeah,
Nays. We don't know what's going on with her. She
Exactly.
ain't say.
she's speaking some weird language. I have no idea what happened. uh,
Poor
Man,
gal.
man, that's
yeah.
some wild shit that goes on in California. Holy fuck.
That happened in
Yeah.
Arabia. Don't blame California, all
I
right?
blame
Californians don't do
California.
that one thing.
I blame
The
Oh,
California.
Californians didn't do that one thing, all right? Wait, okay,
hmm.
first off, the girls who go and do that stuff are girls who come to California because they want to be nice and rich. They're coming from small towns, all right? Don't blame California girls. California girls want to stay in California.
They're unpredictable.
They are unpredictable, but they want to stay in California.
Hmm.
You can't drag a California girl out of Cali unless you marry her and you move. Because then she
I've
feels
only been
obligated
to
to leave.
LA, and LA's just covered in piss. Like the
Oh,
whole city's
it's
just
Like
piss.
a
this is
girl
such
I
a funny
dated
way to
once.
this is such a funny way to phrase it. It's not as bad as it used to be. The there's like places you just know not to go by, just because you kind of
Hmm.
know where like the homeless population goes to. If you ever see one way streets, you don't go down those roads because that's or
Oh.
you don't walk down those roads because usually that's where the homeless people shack up because cars can only go one direction. So most people don't even walk down
Oh.
those streets to begin with. Well, my
Yeah.
one of my first meetup with an online friend was Anime Expo this past month or past 2 months ago. And he was
Mhm.
just like, dude, how the fuck do you guys live here? Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, I went down one street, we took the wrong turn, and like the entire both sides of the sidewalk are filled with like homeless tents. I'm like, you just go to the next street. Like, you don't bother them. You do you want to fucking get stabbed? Like, you just walk the next street.
Yeah, we
He
don't
goes,
have
how do you guys
nothing
live
like
with
that
this?
here.
No, there's it's such a funny thing to think that there's actual legitimate like people who like I used to be part of this, but there was like this whole campaign. Like we used to have this guy that was like the homeless vigilante, and he would go around like killing homeless people with bow and arrows. And like
Legolas.
it was it was so funny because there was this actual like thing where like people were saying like he's a hero that it was like the worst time like to be a homeless person because like
Yeah.
or not even to be a homeless person, to be around homeless people. Because like we had the guy that threw fucking a piece of like an entire bucket of steaming shit on a random woman, and she ended up fucking like losing her eyes. And so like that's when people were getting fed up, and they just started going around like advocating for homeless people to be euthanized. And it's like the weirdest thing
What?
that it's just if you lived in California, you would kind of understand it because like we have like a million homeless people in California. I think like a quarter of a million just in LA. And it's
Well, I'm
that's like
thinking now,
that's
what
more than
if
most cities.
after all you just said, I'm thinking, let me just pitch this to y'all. We just cut off California and we absorb Mexico. I'm willing to take in Mexico.
Yeah, fuck California. We don't need them.
Well,
Communists, damned.
Yeah.
the problem if you cut off California and you take Mexico, Mexico will automatically push to have California back re-added because that's where a lot of Mexicans go because of all the money they get
Mm-hmm.
from the government.
Alright, so we
And if
just
you
pull
take
Canada.
California out, you basically fuck Mexico.
Mm.
So we just pull
You
Canada
just
in
take Cal.
instead.
Yeah, you want Canada?
Hey, yeah,
That's
no.
like California times two.
Well, wait a minute, because Mexicans also love Texas, right? Like,
Yes,
they'll have somewhere else. See, we'll keep them happy.
it's not the same. You can ask any Mexican, it's not the same.
Hmm.
That's why there's a whole like there's this huge thing that Mexicans do not like Tex-Mex. They don't like
You
they
know,
don't like Tex-Mex at all.
I don't think I've ever met a Mexican I didn't like, but I've met a lot of people from California that I don't like. So I'm just
Luckily, none of them were Mexican.
I had
yeah.
I have I say have had because still friends, kind of friends here or there. Um, a friend named Kendall, uh, known from the Fine Brothers React channel and all, but
Oh shit!
she's a big California person, right? And I remember when the Biden Trump thing was happening, the election. I was like, I don't
Mhm.
really feel like I'm gonna vote, and if I do vote, I'm gonna vote third party. And that's what I ended up doing was voting third party. And she was like, "Oh, you need to vote. You need to vote. And you need to vote. You know what you think is great for this country, and we know what the choice for this country is." And I was like, "Whoa. Are you trying to convince me to vote, or are you trying to convince me to vote for Biden?" And she's like, "Both." And I was like, all right. Here's what you're not understanding. I'm not
That is the
going
most
to just
California thing I've
blindly
heard.
vote for someone I don't agree with. And she's like, well, you know, here in Cali and all, and blah 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 blah. And I was like, look. Just because your state is one way and just because my state is one way doesn't mean I'm gonna vote that way. And I ended up voting
Yeah.
third party that thing. And
Good on YouTube.
I remember one time I said the word retard around her, and she was like, "That's a really bad word to say. You shouldn't say that."
That okay? That's the main. Actually, that's something I would get California like nuked off the planet for. It is so fucking
Mhm.
crazy how many white women will hear you say retard and they'll act like you fucking like killed someone. I'm like, okay,
Mhm.
I could have said something way worse than that, but I just said retard to a person who's physically able. All right, not even that bad.
Hey Pez, thank you for the
Yeah.
resub 3 months. Thank you,
Woo.
guys. Now you have to go to Bunny Button's Cam Soda here when she streams next, and you have to donate mini tokens. And if you
Oh, I'm
donate,
not getting on tonight. I decided I'm not. Yeah.
the tweet said,
You
"I
should
I'm
might get
like,
on
you
tonight,"
should
and then
you
it's like,
should
"No,
still go on donate tokens because the tokens will be reserved for the next stream.
that's true.
yeah,
That's true."
that is true.
And
Yeah.
by the way, if you see the name Joe Mr. B on there, not me, by the way, not me.
Funny,
Okay. Yeah.
funny enough, he's not even lying.
Yeah, not me. I guess I can say it now because Bunny should know because I think she'll find it funny. Remember when I was telling you about that stream where I was like, I sat there for about 30, 45 minutes trying to think of a funny name to like troll in
Yeah.
chat, which I'm sure you would have laughed at or anything. I couldn't think of a
Yeah.
funny
Yeah.
name. I was thinking of stuff like Ronnie McMuffin, uh,
Okay.
Johnson Bon Jovi, like
Oh, I fucking hate John Bon Jovi. Don't come in my room with no John
see,
Bon
that would have
Jovi
been funny. I
bullshit.
didn't even notice that would have been even funnier. And I'm
Oh, that's like an ongoing thing in my
that
room. I
that
almost
literally
and
is.
I
That
didn't know. I
yeah.
didn't know that. And it's shit like I was thinking of like Jimmy John Jew Jansen and stuff, and I'm like, fuck, people are gonna see this and think it's me. And I named a bunch of names and shit like that, and everyone's like, no one would have ever thought it was you. I don't know why you sat there for 30 minutes trying to think of a funny name.
Yeah, I would have
No,
never guessed.
no one would have ever thought it was you. And then Slickens goes, hold on, I got this. Goes on to Camp Soda, and 5 seconds it goes, Joe's Mr. B. I was like, fuck off, dude. Fuck you. So I just signed up as Slickens 23.
Okay.
So
Okay.
now I'm Slickens and he's me. So if you ever see the names, just remember it's vice versa.
All right. I'm gonna forget that, and it's gonna make this really funny
Yeah,
yeah.
Slickens is gonna go
because I
down.
will forget.
No, it's actually funny because there was one guy that showed up in your chat one time, and I went and asked Joe if that's him because he started talking about Godzilla out of nowhere. I'm like, okay, Joe, you can't be that
Oh
sliding. You
yeah, I
can't,
think I remember you saying that.
yeah,
Yeah, because you thought it was suspicious that somebody came in talking about Godzilla.
Yeah, and it wasn't me.
yeah,
It actually
and it
was
wasn't
not
him.
me. It was
It was
It
not
was
some
me.
just
other
some other
Godzilla.
dork.
I
It was
actually
another
had an
Godzilla
alibi
villain.
and showed Echo. I was like, this is my alibi for that night. I was not doing that. He's like, oh god.
I'm like, wait, there's another Godzilla fan in Bunny's chat.
I guess so.
the
I
fu-
don't think he came back after that, but it was just like this weird coincidence that the day Joe's talking about making an account as a joke, and then some Godzilla account came in. I'm like, well, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's like, oh, troll. Like,
Nerds
obviously, if
everywhere.
I trolled, I would throw money. Like, I'm that type of guy where it's like, I'm not gonna be that guy who's like, causing problems or anything. But I'm gonna troll, throw some money, like, be funny and all.
Yeah, feel
But
free to troll me anytime.
but I was trying to think of like funny names, and like I'm that guy who like tries to think of like random names.
Mm.
Like one I thought about.
Before I started camming, back in like 2011, 2010, somewhere around there, it was a fun pastime of mine to get on campsites. I would actually get on Live Jasmine. I don't know if y'all, they're not,
Oh,
you
I
know,
think everyone knows
really
Live Chat.
relevant anymore. Yeah, but back in the day, that was like one of the few sites that you could get on, and I would get them to do. I had screenshots of all this, which at the time I didn't know you weren't supposed to take screenshots of them, but I would go into the foreign ones' rooms and I'd tell them to make a fishy face because I learned that they had no idea what that meant and they were just going to do all kinds of silly stuff. But this one old lady, y'all get ready. I said fishy face. She got really excited and she jumped up and ran off screen. And when she came back, she had a bowl full of fish heads and she started kissing them.
Oh my god, what
And I
the
had
fuck?
screenshots of this, and she was like 60 years old. Like she was like an old woman, and she was holding these fish. She had a bowl full of fish heads, like with the eyeballs still like fish heads,
What the
and she started
fuck?
kissing them.
What the fuck? There's like so many
Yeah,
questions to this. First off,
Yeah.
why did she have that ball? Second off, why did she run off screen? Like she was like, oh shit, is this redeem again?
like
Like what the
she was
fuck?
ready. Yeah,
Yeah.
she was like as soon as I said fish, and I would tip. Like I would send it with like a token or two, and that was just like a fun pastime of mine and a friend of mine. We'd have them put shoes on their heads and put shoe on head.
That's pretty
They were
Oh
funny.
all
yeah.
about it.
I had one
Yeah.
that I did on Chatterbait back in the day, and then also on Twitch because it was interswappable. It didn't really matter where you did it, and I would just go into people's Twitch streams and be like, "Hey, how's it going?" They'd be like, "Hey, like, oh, I'm having a good night or whatever." I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm not doing too well right now, but I'm happy I'm here." And they'd be like, "Oh, what's going on?" I'd be like, "Well, I'm going through a divorce because my wife spent my entire 401k on breast implants."
Oh my god. One of my favorite things to go in was say I had an account that was called Disappointed Dad, and I would go in and be like, "Honey, come home. Your room is just like
That's
you
good.
left it. Like
That's
we'll
good.
forgive you.
That's good.
Me and your mom miss you." And they'd be like, "What the fuck?"
That's good. I've done so many trolls. Like one I did obviously with the Adam Sandler thing, but one I did on Twitch for a while, and even on Chatterbait, I'd be like, "Oh, Adam Sandler, it's good to see that you have a Twitch/Chatterbait stream. I've been wondering when you'd finally go live." And they'd be like, "What the fuck? Do I look like Adam Sandler?" And I'd be like, "I really loved you in Jack and Jill. That saved me and my wife's marriage."
Oh my god. Your favorite movie, right? Jack and Jill.
Yeah, my favorite movie, of course. Yeah.
I love Jack and Jill.
Oh, just when I was
Yeah.
starting to
And
respect
that's
you.
one of those movies that people always tell me like, "How high are you when you watch this movie?" But like my thing is, I tear up every time.
You and Leah would get
Like,
along because I think that's the worst Adam Sandler movie, other than the Dunkachino ad at the end. I'm like, the Dunkachino thing's
I
funny, but everything else sucks.
Oh my, I know you're
a
gonna say that one.
thing that the whole time I'm watching Jack and Jill, I think this might be like a reason why I like it because it makes me feel a lot of different emotions. I always think the whole time I'm watching it is like somewhere out there, there's a woman watching this thinking, "Oh my god, I look exactly like Adam Sandler dressed as a woman." Because like he's got the look of like women I've known in real life,
Yeah.
and I always think like those horse faced women are watching this and thinking like, "Damn, that's me.
That's me. Literally
That's
me.
me."
Incels,
Yeah.
incels watch Drive, and they're like, literally me. Horse-faced women watch Jack and Jill and go,
Mm-hmm.
literally me.
Yep.
A
I
big.
feel bad for him, but then it also makes me laugh. Like it's a roller coaster.
I
Oh,
think I think for me, like, I my personal favorite Adam Sandler movie is Anger Management. Like, I always point to that one. It was my first one. It's the one that still makes me laugh. But the one I always go is underrated is That's My Boy, with him and Andy
oh my,
Oh,
Samberg.
that's a good one. Yeah. I like
It's so
Spanglish. That's my
Oh,
go-to Adam Sandler movie. I love Spanglish. That's a beautiful movie.
me and you
I love
disagree.
Mexicans. I'm telling y'all,
Me
this
and
is
you
not even a
fundamentally
joke. I love
disagree.
Mexicans.
Me and you fundamentally disagree on Adam Sandler movies. Then, 'cause you said Jack and Jill and Spanglish, and when I point to the two Adam Sandler movies, I always go are bad. Spanglish
yeah,
is like number one as my
literally.
like.
Yeah,
What?
he's not even joking.
It's
I
boring.
love
It's
Spanglish.
boring. It's
What?
drivel. It's drivel.
Okay, well, I can understand that because I've always loved movies like that kind of like don't have a point. Like, okay, a lot of people didn't like The Wrestler. I really love that movie. I love movies that are just like following along somebody's life and it's just like, I don't know, other people's lives are interesting.
Well, I don't mind that because Elvis was one of my favorite movies of the past like few years. I loved Elvis. I loved everything about it. The
Yeah.
style following Elvis. It's just Spanglish for me in particular is like I look at other Adam Sandler dramatic roles like Rain Over Me, Hustle, Uncut Gems, which is arguably probably the best movie
Yeah,
he's
that's
ever
a,
made. Punch Drunk
yeah, that's a
Love,
great movie.
and I'm like Spanglish is I'm like it's drivel. It's drivel.
I feel like it's a comfort movie for me. It's one of those I can
Maybe.
put on and like I don't even have to look. I've seen it so many times that I don't even have to look at it. I can just watch it with my eyes closed.
That's Forrest Gump for me. That's Forrest Gump. I tell everybody Forrest Gump is the perfect movie because I've never met a single person other than one girl I've dated who did not like Forrest Gump.
Yeah. Yeah, it's alright.
It's I. What are you?
I've got a lot of like, I got a lot.
I literally
Echo
live
knows.
20
I do
minutes.
this on Camelot. I'll tell a lot of my like, I got a lot of hot takes, and I start telling them, and then I piss people off. Like, I hate Metallica.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't hate Metallica, but I don't love them. I like a
I
few of
hate
their
Metallica. I hate the
songs.
Beatles.
I don't like the Beatles either,
I
so I'm with you
I
on.
think
They have one.
Radiohead sounds like they were forced to write music, like good music at gunpoint or something.
I don't disagree with any of these. There's only one Metallica song I
Thank you.
like, and that's one. That's one. One is the only Metallica song I like. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, you're
Um,
allowed to pick. uh, Like,
the
yeah,
Beatles. The
I would
Beatles only
say.
have one song I like, and that's "Here Comes the Sun." That's it. Like, I other than
I
that, I don't
fucking
like
hate
those
the
either.
Beatles.
Like, if I had to choose between the Beatles or the Beach Boys, I'm gonna choose the Beach Boys every single time.
Oh yeah, Beach Boys all day.
Like, but
Okay,
like
okay. I
Forrest
like
Gump.
Joe.
Yeah, Forrest Gump is the one thing I'm like, man, I could watch that movie at any point and quote that movie.
yeah, it's such an easy movie just to jump into randomly. You don't even need to know it's Forrest Gump when it first like starts playing. It's just such a. I guess it really just depends on like what you even think about it because I have had friends that say like, "Oh, I hate that movie." I'm like, "Wait, why?"
My favorite thing about Forrest Gump though is misquoting it to people who love Forrest Gump. Like I love saying like that's my favorite thing to
Like,
do.
Give me
Like
a good misquote. Give me a good one. Give me a good
okay,
one.
what's the line where he says I may be dumb, but I know
I
I
how's
may
may
be
not
stupid,
be
but I know.
smart, but I know what
Oh
love
okay, yeah.
is.
Okay. I may not be smart, but I know what AIDS is, Jimmy. They were like, that's
That's
not what they
funny.
yeah.
said. Or like if you say, Mama said life is like a box of shit. Sometimes it oh wait, no. Hold on. I gotta think. Because this one really pisses people off. Oh, I gotta get right. Sometimes life is like a box of chocolate. Sometimes it's shit, but most of the time it isn't. And they're like, what?
Oh, that's funny. I like that. As a guy who loves a
No.
movie, I love being able to make fun of movies I love. Like
See,
that's a
I
good
like
thing.
Joe.
That's a good thing,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
I've gotten
oh,
in
that's
like
so
full blown
funny.
arguments with people where I'm defending the wrong, like the lines incorrectly just because I love how mad they get.
No, because
I hate
like
That's such a
movie
weird
people.
thing to be. That's such a weird thing to
I
get mad about. Though.
it's funny because I
Oh,
am a
movie
movie
people
guy.
are
I'm a
worse.
movie guy.
Oh, I hate it.
No,
Okay.
like I'm a
Well, you
movie
seem
guy. I
cool
want to
though.
be a director. Like I have a script I've been writing for years and stuff. Like I'm a
Oh, that's
movie guy.
great.
But I don't hold
Cool.
myself in high regard where I think every artsy movie or every movie I love is above joke or criticism or anything like that. Because
Yeah. Well, I like my high school was a performing arts school, so I went to a school with a lot of like really pretentious assholes that called every single movie a film, and they really didn't like when you misquote Joe Dirt. I mean, not Joe Dirt. I was about to say Joe Dirt's the best movie ever, but
Joe Dirt's
yeah, if you
good.
say, "Oh, Oh, I got in arguments about that in school too. They'd be like, "That is one of the most garbage movies ever," and that
Wait,
is
what?
You can.
Joe Dirt is
Love
like
that
the most
movie.
well-rounded movie in the world.
It is not the best Happy Madison movie, but it's really good. It is good. It's not the best Happy Madison movie because that's Adam
I'll
Sandler's
defend that
production
movie to the
company.
death.
Um,
Yeah.
I mean, if I had to pick like a better Happy Madison movie, I'm gonna pick something like Click. Like I'm just gonna pick something like Click.
Oh
What?
my god, Click is so fucking good.
But I love Joe Dirt. Not the second one.
See,
The second one's bad. The second
I
one is
didn't really
awful.
like Click. I didn't really care
Click
for
is
Click.
my favorite fucking anthem. That's more for nostalgia, if anything. I still think it was good when we watched it recently,
Oh yeah,
Joe.
yeah.
But it just like I remember watching that. That's like because me and my siblings, we're all like really close in age, and that was like one of the very few movies that my dad used to put on, and we used to all sit down and just watch it from start to finish.
Yeah,
Because we were like we were super hectic as children. Outside the house, we were super like well polite. People used to come up to my parents, thank them for raising good kids, and then walk about. But inside the house, we were like fucking like on crack.
the
So they
fun,
would put on that movie, and we'd all sit down and watch it.
the funny thing is, I actually did want to talk with Bunny about movies, but I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna work this in, and then it just happened naturally.
I love movies.
Which is
Yeah,
the
Joe,
point.
what's your
The
favorite
point of
porn
this.
movie?
Debbie Does Dallas.
What's-
Oh yeah, you did.
You
say
didn't
what?
think I would have a name? What?
No, you. That's not the first time I've asked that. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, you did say that last time.
Oh shit! Yeah, that was quick.
Yeah. My favorite. Oh, by the way, I have to ask this question because I didn't get to ask it earlier. I was wanted to ask Bunny this question, and I know Echo's answer. I ask everybody, but I have to ask Bunny because she's a woman. Bunny, who is your favorite
Okay.
porn star to flick the bean to before we go back to movies?
Oh, easy,
this is
Missy
what
Martinez.
this is what started the
Wait, hold on.
fucking.
What'd you say,
Wait,
Bunny?
Missy Martinez.
Hold on, Echo. Hold on. I gotta hear her answer. Then go ahead.
I said Missy Martinez. I love Missy Martinez.
There you go. Okay, go ahead, Echo.
No, that's what started the fucking debate because Joe was like, "Oh, your favorite porn star is Bunny." I'm like, what? I'm like, wait, Bunny's a
No,
camp
Leah
girl.
said it. No, that's not how it happened. I said favorite porn star to jack off to, and then Leah said Bunny Button.
No, no, we had you asked me this question. Oh no, that is what started the argument.
Yep.
We had asked it before, and I said the exact.
I do
same thing.
agree
Yep.
that there is a difference between like cam models and porn stars. That is true.
Which
but that's
I
just
did concede.
by like a title,
Yeah.
not by what they're doing, really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know
which
what I'm
I
saying?
did concede to, but I think it all, like I did say, it all falls under pornographer, which I think.
Yeah,
both
yeah,
agree with.
exactly.
Yeah. But like movies, I want to go back to movies, but I had to ask that question. Missy Martinez, by the way, guys, Missy Martinez. I don't know who that is.
Look her up.
Yeah.
I'm
Look
Oh,
her
she's
up.
fun. Yeah, look.
I'm gonna have to do a separate window so I don't show this on stream. Okay, it's not Missy Martinez. Mine is Nikki Huntsman, by the way. I've said that. Nikki Huntsman.
I love Missy Martinez. She loves me. She's the reason I've been published in Hustler so many times.
Base. There you
Because
go.
of Missy.
She's
Yeah.
pretty.
Yeah, okay, yeah. One of my favorite scenes with her, I think, was with Ariella Ferrera. I always forget how to pronounce her name. Ariella Ferrera and
Yeah.
Danny D when they do like the stepmom step on bullshit. It's like
Yeah,
it's so fucking funny, but it's also like she's really hot.
It's like,
yeah,
I
she
I
is.
still
She's
don't
a
know who my
beautiful
favorite.
manatee.
I still don't know who my favorite porn star is, but the last time I was on Joe asked me, I'm like, okay, can I do it like by category? Like, can I do it like by
he
race?
did. He did.
It was like because people didn't expect me to know like the different. I guess they did expect me to know porn stars, but they didn't expect me to like categorize them by race.
I don't
Yeah.
expect any otherwise. I was just like, oh, we're gonna go this in depth, okay?
Yeah. Actually, it would have to be Asa Akira. She's probably always been my number one for the longest time. I even got a freaking when she I don't know how many years ago this was, but I ended up getting this is how I found out I liked anal. But I ended up getting one of the flashlight girl flashlights. And I was just
Mhm.
looking through them because one of my friends mentioned. I'm like, no fucking way people buy this. And I saw her. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get one now. I'm like, okay, now I get why people buy these. And I saw like,
Yeah.
let's see an anal. I'm like, what? They have an anal one? So I tried it. I'm like, holy fuck. I think I am.
Yeah.
I think this confirmed if I am gay, this is probably why. If this is possible. Well, just the having anal.
Anything's possible.
Yeah.
Except for me taking it up the butt will never happen.
Well, Joe, if you're paralyzed,
If I'm paralyzed, I've already told people if I ever get paralyzed or I'm a vegetable, just fucking
Like
kill
cram
me.
shit up there.
Just kill me.
Oh
No,
yeah.
what if you're momentarily paralyzed?
If I'm momentarily paralyzed,
What if that could be the only thing that brings you back from
kill me.
paralysis?
Kill me. Kill me.
What? You
Look,
wouldn't even feel it though.
I'm telling you right now, if I were paralyzed, I would say, hey, whoever is there, I have a
Okay, we got to get to the bottom of this. Is it because like you're afraid that you might like it? Is that what it
No,
is?
it's more so I'm afraid of something going up inside the butthole.
And like snapping off
No,
or
I'm
something?
afraid of something going in the butthole, as in I don't want anything in my butthole.
Yeah, but like if you're paralyzed, then you wouldn't even feel it. Okay, let's say like you're paralyzed and a genie comes and this genie's like, I'll give you back feeling if you let me put it in your ass, and you will get feeling back the moment, the millisecond it leaves your anus, and you wouldn't have felt any of it. You wouldn't take him up
I
on that.
mean,
Do
he
you
might
want?
feel the after effects.
Do you want to know what I would tell that genie? I'd be like, genie, there,
Yes, sir.
there is a Smith and Wesson SD9VE sitting on my desk.
This is
that
crazy.
loaded.
Joe, you are an unreasonable man. I thought you were reasonable, and you're just being very unreasonable right now, and I can't reason with you. I can't understand
You can't
you.
reason with me because I don't want something in my asshole.
Yeah, like
Oh.
this is crazy. Like that's just the craziest thing I've ever heard. Like
Wait, Bunny,
say
do
this
you?
to a paralyzed man. I dare you.
Paralyzed
Bunny.
man. You have a choice between Smith and Wesson SD9VE loaded with 9mm hollow point or getting it in the asshole. You decide. You decide.
Well, I mean, does he have a family to support? He might do it for his family. You never
He's
know.
paralyzed. How has he
Yeah.
been supporting
Good.
his family lately?
Don't
Because
you love
he,
your wife?
yeah,
I'm not
because he does.
married. I'm not
Joe,
married.
Joe, he
Well,
does
in this
homestead. That's
scenario.
how. I mean, he has an amazing voice. You just didn't think about
Yeah,
that.
you have a beautiful wife. She loves you more than anything,
I
and
have a
And she needs
she'll
her
be the
boobs
one
up,
giving
so
it to you.
yeah,
Yeah.
she needs the implants. You
I
need
have
to get
a
her the
okay,
implants.
okay. So let's just say I'll give you the best hypothetical possible so that you can get me
Okay.
like it's Lauren Cohen, Maggie from The Walking Dead, my celebrity crush.
What?
I'm
Wait,
saying no, I'm saying it's Lauren
What?
Cohen.
He
It's
comes
Lauren
in with a raging strap on.
No. It's Lauren Cohen, my celebrity crush from The Walking Dead. She plays Maggie from The Walking Dead. She's my wife, right? Like a woman I find very beautiful and all. Married to her, right? Have kids. Living a good life, have a good job, all that, right? I get paralyzed. Someone comes to me and says, "Hey, we will unparalyze you if you take it in the butt." Right? This is the hypothetical we're going for, like the most pure bliss, like ideal, like dream hypothetical. I would
So
say
anal is pure bliss to you?
this is what I would say. I would say I have a 12 gauge filled with buckshot in there.
Oh my god, you're stupid.
And what you
Oh my
can
God.
do is if the first shot doesn't get me in the head, the second shot definitely will.
See, just unreasonable. Just an unreasonable man.
It's funny because I wouldn't do anal either. I'm not a receiver.
Oh my
Under
God.
no sense. Under no circumstance. We've talked about this
Y'all
before.
are
No,
not
under
built
no
to
circumstances.
survive.
What? How is
Funny.
this? That is
Wait,
actual
wait.
survival.
Come on.
Funny, would you do
No.
anal?
If it came down to survival, I'll take two, please. Like what? I'm built to survive. I will make it happen. I'll make it work, and I'll make it
Okay,
fit.
but what if it's like one of those like gotchas? What if the actual right decision was to say no, so you actually like stand up for yourself?
What? That's crazy. What
So now
kind
you
of
got
god are
so
you
now you
praying to?
anal and you die. Like
What?
yeah, it's
I
like
don't
almost
know.
it's
I
like
died
almost
trying something. Trying something new. Taking two at the same time, or whatever I said.
What? Like no. Like if someone comes up to me and says, "Hey, you know what? I'm just gonna stick it in real quick. You're unparalyzed," or if they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna stick it in. You're gonna make like you'll be a millionaire after this. All you gotta do is take it one time." I'm telling them like,
Oh
kill
hell
me.
yeah!
Just shoot me.
Okay,
Just
Joe,
kill
but
Oh
what
my
if the guy
god,
had
y'all
a
are crazy.
Joe,
Y'all
what
are
if
so crazy.
Joe, what if the guy had like a micro penis?
a micro penis?
Yeah.
I would
You
still
know,
say
it's like
no.
sticking the tip of a pinky in there. What?
Okay, that's
Is it a dominance thing?
No, I don't want anything in my
Joe,
butthole.
you can be a power bottom, you know that, right? You can get on
Yeah,
top
like
and
you
do
don't
that.
want to be dominated.
Joe, you can do the Amazon. You can do the Amazon.
Wait, hold on. No. It's not a dominated thing because I don't mind in sex when I'm with a woman and it's like sometimes you have to be the dominating one. Sometimes she is
But
the
if you're with a
dominating one.
man, you don't want him to dominate you.
No, I'm not. I don't want to be with a man in general. Like,
Okay,
Okay.
okay, so let's say a girl, she ties you up on the bed, and she's about
Mm-hmm.
to dominate you. And as she turns around, she has like a double dual-sided dildo that's about
Like
to enter
it's
your asshole. Like
huge
that's
and
part of the
black.
domination. Yeah, it's huge,
Yeah.
black. It has spikes on it.
You're gonna tell her no?
What the
Oh, you
fuck? Why
wouldn't
is
do.
this like the worst possible dildo I could take? For one, no, no,
Well,
and for two,
first off, Joe, it's ribbed for your pleasure.
I don't care if
It's
it's.
graded.
I don't care. Look, listen.
It's
All
gonna
right,
shrink.
you're telling the guy. You're telling the guy right now, who's like doesn't want anything in his ass. He's like, compared to
Mm-hmm.
probably most people, he's like, he could be kinky. He'll go here or there, but it's like, no, like in general, like I'm not a big like going way
But
out there
have you ever even tried anything by yourself?
by my shoving something up my butthole.
You don't have to shove
Yeah.
anything up your asshole. You can literally just play with. You can just give your a ring of rose.
I've never given my fucking Molly Ringwald a fucking touch around. By the way, fuck you, Bunny, because I've fallen for that a few times. So fuck you.
Oh,
Uh,
yay.
no, Joe, the
Oh,
worst
I
time for
haven't.
that, because she always tells people, don't look, if you ever see the picture censored, don't look at it. Well, her account got freaking like flagged as like what's it called, as like unsensitive content, and it censored every one of her pictures. And then after I don't know if she appealed it or they just removed it randomly. And then all of the pictures and videos got unappealed, including the Molly Ringwald. So one day I'm scrolling up because I was looking for a picture Bunny mentioned, and it flashed on my screen 4 fucking times.
I,
Good
I'm the
times.
guy who, if I see spoiler, like typically I regret
Mhm.
it because like
You want to click it, you're going to.
I'm like, oh, it just says spoiler, like. You know, like it's not even like what could be behind it. It's like, oh, spoiler, I'll click it. And then I see Molly Ringwald, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm never gonna watch Breakfast Club or 16 Candles the same way ever again. Fuck me.
I
I'm
think
fuck.
that that picture is modern art, actually. I think that
That's
if
like
we wanted to get into it,
that's like
it's
claiming Goatsy is
honest.
modern art.
Maybe it is.
I mean,
You
it's a
know,
meme at this point.
it's its
Weren't we
own
supposed to talk
renaissance
about
in my book.
movies?
This
Oh
is
yeah.
movies.
this is
What about
one.
movies?
This is the most fun I've had on stream in a bit. To be fair, uh, Molly Ringwald, butthole penetration, fucking relationships falling apart, sex
hmm
toys, like adult movie awards, and Forrest Gump. I don't even know what's going on
Yep.
anymore. Life is like a box of shit.
Life is like a box of shit.
So
It's
movies.
chocolate that sometimes looks like shit.
I want to rewind a little bit to movies because I don't know how long Bunny's got. I'm always here for the long
I'm
haul.
chilling.
But movies. Bunny, what are some of your favorite movies? Because I love talking about movies. Like I said, I'm a movie guy. Not pretentious, except the Borderlands movie. That movie sucks. Time LG is wrong. That movie is absolute garbage. You're wrong.
I ain't seen that movie. I don't really
Don't watch it.
know anything about that.
Don't watch it.
Yeah.
I'm the worst person to talk about movies with.
My favorite movie is it's an old movie. It's called Harvey. It
Oh
is
wait!
about a
With
man
the
who,
imaginary bunny.
yeah, it's my favorite movie in the whole world.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been my favorite movie my whole life. Like, my name's Bunny, but Bunny was actually my nickname my whole entire life.
Yeah.
Like, I've been obsessed with rabbits my whole life. So that was my favorite movie.
Jimmy Stewart.
I love Django.
Ooh.
Do
Django's
what?
really good.
Sorry, I didn't mean
Yeah, I
to
love
interrupt. I
Django.
didn't mean to interrupt you both times. So I'm saying Jimmy Stewart Harvey movie. That's a good movie. That's a good movie. Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah,
James Stewart.
yep.
Good movie.
It's a beautiful movie. It
The
doesn't matter
movies
how
that
many
like
times I see
train
that
for Joe.
movie.
And you said Django.
Do what? Yeah, I love Django. That's what I've seen that movie about. I can probably quote the whole entire movie.
The
I've seen it so many
original or
times.
Django Unchained?
I'm talking Django
Oh,
Unchained.
okay. I thought you were talking about the 60s
Yeah.
Django because I like both movies.
No, yeah. I mean, I've seen that one, but like Django Unchained.
Oh,
Perfect movie.
I love that.
Perfect.
I can't quote much of that movie because we're on Twitch.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you should, yeah. You can't, you ought not to. But I mean, you can. But
I'll take 3 of your finest blank gals. That's my third. That's my third favorite Tarantino movie. I love Django, but it's not my
it's
favorite.
great.
It's not my favorite.
I love Quentin Tarantino. Yeah,
I'm a big Tarantino guy.
that is probably. Yeah. Let's see. Love Joe Dirt. Like I said,
It's a good movie.
I'll ride Joe Dirt until death.
Homo where you make it.
Yeah.
You like to see homos naked?
Hey.
That's cool, man. If you like to see it, dude, Joe Dirt's inclusive.
Yeah.
So, nah, that's cool if you like to see homos naked.
Ain't none of my business.
That's Farmer Fran from The Water Boy.
I say that's my. Just anytime somebody says something stupid, that's my go-to.
Yeah, I like how that's Farmer Fran. He came back from The Water Boy. I love The Water Boy, Baba Boucher.
Oh god, I love that movie so much.
Dude, that's the one I always sleep on when I talk about Adam Sandler movies. I never bring up The Water Boy, and every time I watch it, I'm like, that movie's so fucking funny. That movie's
It's one of
Yeah.
the few movies because like whenever my friends talk a movie, that's like the one movie I never speak up about because there was one time I spoke up about it. I'm like, dude, that's such a fucking funny movie, and all my friend gave me like a weird look. They're like, "Are you okay? Like you're joking, right?" I'm like, No," and so I never talk about movies anymore. 'Cause it was like really embarrassing because I they didn't even berate me about it. They just sat in silence
Yeah.
like, damn, I can't believe you just said that.
Fucking stupid idiot.
I like Mickey
We all
and
hate
she
you.
like me too. So we gonna get married and be together. And she showed me her boobies and I like them too.
Yeah.
That
Oh
was
my
my
God.
reaction the first time I ever
I
saw
love that.
tits and like not online, but like when a girl like showed me her tits, I'm like, I like boobies. She showed me her boobies and I like them too.
Oh my God.
I love the
Cooter's
Water
awake.
Boy. One day we will get the Cooter interview. It will happen long down the road, but one day we're gonna get
Oh
the
my
Cooter
God.
interview.
Y'all don't want it.
I
I'm
want it.
telling you.
It's the
I
perfect.
love
I'm
scooters.
I bet it would be
telling
the
you.
perfect amount of chaos. I would love it.
It'd be like with the boys, right?
He's. I wouldn't do it live. That's all I'll say.
I'll have to
It's
record
If you
okay.
it.
want to keep your channel,
It,
I wouldn't do it live.
no,
I'll
it's
record it.
okay. Joel's channel's the one channel we can all say slurs on, right, Joe?
Everybody in AWT has said slurs on my channel at this point. I mean, before me
Yeah.
and Bunny started, I said
I mean, he makes he speed runs some of them.
He'd fit in.
I want to go.
Joe would be screaming, but everyone else would love it.
I'd be screaming because it's on my channel, but any other channel. Oh, what was that AWT episode where we had to censor it multiple times? Because
Oh, yes, yes. So we just fucking it was like half there's maybe like 40 different censorships in it. That was really bad.
right before the stream started, I said something.
No, Joe, every time I come on your stream, I have to remember, okay, I can't say certain words. I can't say certain words because usually I get off of the phone with one of my friends, and the way I talk with my friends is the way Twitch doesn't want me to talk. And that's the only reason I've ever said any slurs on your stream. Because I just got off the phone with my friends, hey, what's up? And like, oh fuck, wait,
What's
my
up,
bad, Joe.
my baguette?
I never say that word.
All right, I want to
It's
go
the
back to
shooting.
movies real quick. My favorite movies. I'll name some of mine. I have a top 5 favorite
Yeah.
movies. Some of them are kind of pretentious, but not really.
Well,
My
can you name the movies
Okay.
by race though? Like your favorite movies
Yeah.
by race?
Start with your favorite race.
Yeah, start with your favorite Mexican movie. What's your
So
favorite
my
Mexican
favorite
movie?
race would be the Horde. Big fan of
Okay.
the Horde.
Yeah, I like that.
And then the Alliance is pretty cool, I guess. After that, Orcs are
Okay.
pretty cool. Half Elves are pretty cool.
Okay.
Oh my
You're
God.
losing me, Joe.
She's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you're talking a bunch of dork shit now.
Wow, I'm getting fucking roasted for
Mhm.
subverting expectations.
Yes, Joel, where's your script at? Stick to the script.
All right, all right. Okay, so my favorite movie of all time is Once Upon a Time in the West, directed by Sergio Leone. It was the same guy who
Okay.
did The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I'm a big Western guy, so it's my favorite movie.
Okay.
It's right when Westerns started getting gritty and they stopped doing like family-friendly Westerns. Um,
Yeah.
it's Charles Bronson, Henry Fonda, bunch of older actors and stuff, and it is really good. I think it's suspenseful. It is long, it is drawn out, but I think it's a fantastic western. Second favorite movie is Rio
Yeah.
Bravo with John Wayne, Dean Martin, Ricky Nelson.
Okay.
I love John
You'd
Wayne.
go along with my grandpa real good.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I love Rio Bravo. I think it's the opposite of what Once Upon a Time in the West is. It's a fun family, more family friendly Western.
Mm-hmm.
In particular, I love Dean Martin in that movie as the guy who became a drunk because he got heartbroken, and I think he's the most interesting character. He sings some good songs. My third favorite movie of all
Okay.
time is National Lampoon's Vacation with Chevy Chase, the original, not Christmas Vacation, but
Okay.
the original, where they go to Wally
Yeah.
World. Um,
Yep.
John Candy is in that movie. It's a cousin Eddie. It's a lot of fun.
Love
Uh,
John Kane.
I love John Candy. My fourth favorite movie of all time is Once Upon a Time in America, or not in America. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the Quentin Tarantino movie, his newest
I
movie,
love that movie.
with
That was great.
yeah, with DiCaprio and Pitt. Um,
Yeah.
I think it's Tarantino's best movie in my opinion.
I really, really, that one I considered swapping Django out for that
I'll
one
take that
after I saw it. But
because Django's my third because I love Inglorious Bastards, but
yeah.
um, Hollywood is, in my opinion, a movie that it's a love letter to that time in Hollywood. It's a love letter to the Sharon Tate people. They're like the family of Sharon
Yeah.
Tate and her. But it's also super cathartic because I mean that scene where Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt beat the shit out of the Manson murderers is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in a movie theater.
Yeah.
I
It
was
was great.
laughing so fucking hard when he pulled that flamethrower out. I was crying. I was crying laughing.
Yeah, that is one of those movies that, like, I think about this a lot when I watch movies. Like, if a movie's so good that I wish I could rewatch it again for the first time,
Yes.
so I could
Yeah.
feel that again. That's one of those. Yeah.
Yes, it is so funny, but it's also the one of the best bromances ever in film history.
Yeah.
Um,
That was a great movie.
and then my fifth favorite movie of all time is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles with Steve Martin and John
Oh,
Candy.
okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
I tear up at the end every time. I tear up. It's really funny. It's a really fucking funny movie, and I tear up at the end
That
every
is a
time.
great
It hits me
movie.
right in the heart every time. Top five. That's my top five. I can name movies for hours that I love, but I won't like
Dude, I
bullets.
can't even name three, and I already named three.
I could definitely name more.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We're vibing.
Let's see. I think movies that I rewatch a lot. Oh, I love like stupid girl movies. Like, give me dumb girl movies. Like Romeo and Michelle's high school reunion all day. I watch that movie like
I've never
once
seen that.
every 2 months, probably. Yeah, I love stupid girl movies.
Wedding
It's one
Singer.
of my favorite categories.
I think Wedding Singer
Yeah,
is
it's a great.
what I say is my definitive rom com. Not because it's Adam Sandler, but I think it is the definitive rom com where guys are gonna get something out of it, girls are gonna get something out of it.
Yeah.
That's the only movie
Also,
ever to
I
get me
grew up.
laid.
Yeah, it's good easy for that. I grew up watching a lot of Alfred Hitchcock movies. My
Ooh,
favorite was Dial M for Murder.
that's
That
good
was
choice. I thought you were gonna
yeah, that's
say
my favorite.
I thought you were gonna say Psycho because that's the easy one. Um,
No,
I would say
which
Mulholland
I do
Drive.
love Psycho, but yeah, that's a great one. But there was I think there was something about the actress in Dial M for Murder that I thought she was so pretty when I
Oh,
was little. I was like, she is like the ideal, like what a lady should look like and dress like, and yeah, I loved
Rear
her
Window is
character in that
also
movie.
Rear Window is also very good.
Yeah, that's a great one.
I
Yeah, that
just
one's
hate.
great. That one will stick with you.
I
I
love
just
how
hate. I keep. Oh no, go ahead.
I was about to say I
Mine's
love
fully
how
second. My bad.
I want to say this and then go ahead,
RJ.
Echo. I love how they remade Rear Window with the Tom Hanks movie The Burbs from the 80s.
Yeah.
And I do love The
Yep.
Burbs as well, which is basically Rear Window but in a more modern setting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Echo
Yeah,
though.
that was a good movie.
No, what I was gonna say is the more I think about movies, I can't stop thinking about football movies because I grew up with football and I played football like almost my entire life until I
Yeah.
graduated. So like every time I think of like really good movies that I rewatched so many times, like some of them soured to me, like Remember the Titan,
Oh yeah,
just
yeah,
because
no.
like a lot of that movie was like not accurate and like they
Huh.
fabricated so much stuff to just make it more heartwarming.
It's just too
And
Oh,
so it
that was
kind of
still a
schmaltzy.
great movie
It's
though.
yeah, it just
it's
what
too
we're gonna say, Joe.
schmaltzy. I was about to say it's too schmaltzy for me. It's a little too schmaltzy for me.
Yeah, it's just I guess the whole thing with like me playing football is like always that like the idea that like everyone is in it together, especially my year for football. We were the only
Yeah.
year from freshman to senior year that actually had like a strong bond with each other. We would always hang out with everyone. We'd all have like an entire line of tables to hang out with, and we all just hang out together. We all talk. We some of us weren't even friends, but we just hang out and talk about football. We talk about what classes. I used to help
Yeah.
some of the guys with homework, and like when we used to watch movies like that, it's like holy shit! Like people like it's not just us. Yeah, yeah. The other guys, the other years aren't as close as we were, but like
Yeah, you're like, we're
we
gay, but
still,
they're gay too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I
No,
get it.
but so that movie soured me. So I think I would have to say my favorite movie of all time is Rudy,
Rudy's not bad.
because I in high school was Rudy for my senior year. My dad had
So
a
you
talk.
were the smartest kid in school and you were Rudy? Hell
No,
yeah.
But he didn't know
so
what lesbians were.
Yeah, you didn't know
this
what
is
lesbians
third
were though.
grade,
That kid had you
third
beat.
grade. All right, name a third grader that knows what a
Mm,
lesbian is. All right,
I
maybe
definitely knew
now,
what a
but back
lesbian
then
was.
it's totally
Yeah.
different. I also went to a Mexican school. All right.
Mm.
I'm the
Uh,
smartest kid, but girls kissing girls? What is that? What is that?
Yeah, what is that?
I knew it. I didn't know there was a word for it. All right.
Wow.
All right. Especially because a lot of kids at school spoke Spanish, so literally like getting asked questions like that was like something like, okay, well maybe it's a big
Yeah, there
word I
was a
just don't know.
language barrier. I get it.
No, but my senior year was like kind of like at least for football, I was kind of like bad at first because my dad used to be the president of the football club. He was a volunteer. He was a president for it, and I would go in and just try to help out. And he used to always tell the coaches like, "Do not play my son because he's my son. Play my son because he earned it." And like the coaches kind of like my dad used to tell him like, "Mike, if you tell him to do something, he will do it. He will do whatever you guys tell him to do. He will do whatever in his power to do what you guys tell him to do." And the day before I got a shot, all the coaches laughed because I didn't have like I wasn't the fastest, I wasn't the strongest, I wasn't the biggest. So it was always like
You
a
were the smartest.
I was the smartest.
Okay.
By the way, football
So
team, lesbians are.
I got the fuck off. But um literally the first chance they gave me to be on something, I ended up getting the ball. I was on kickoff. They kicked off to the receiving team. I run up to the guy, see that the ball's kind of not being held correctly, as if people are trying to tackle him. I run up, I
Mhm.
scoop the ball out of his hands, and I run in for a score. And they fucking read out my brother's name, who wasn't even on the field. He was up in the stand. They didn't pay attention to me so much that they accidentally messed up the names on the fucking roster. So I swore I have no idea that they read out the wrong name. They correct it while in this. My brother runs up to the stands and tells me, "Oh no, that's my brother. That's my brother." So then they read out the right name, and I just from there on, like I had like probably like the best senior year for football, and it was just crazy that I used to always watch Rudy and just think like, yeah, I kind of feel like that. Like I don't think I'll ever get the shot that he got, and I just happened to have a coach on the team that was with me since my freshman year. And he even pulled me to the side, but no one wants me to get to this position. They told me to pick a faster person. They told me to pick a stronger person. I'm giving you a shot because there's something in you, and I want to see if you're gonna realize it. And then fucking next game ended up doing it.
So what you're saying is you identify with the Rudy movie,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I really liked about it. It's like he literally had no shot, and they lied to him about it, and then everyone had to stand up for him to get it. And my coach
Mhm.
literally had to stand up to all the other coaches because none of them wanted me to be on the team.
Bunny, is
They had
there
like
is there a movie you identify with?
Showgirls. That was the
Yeah,
movie
I
that
figured.
That makes
When
sense.
that movie, when I saw that movie when I was little, I told my mama I want to do that when I grow up. She was like, "We'll talk about that later." But yeah, when I told her I wanted to be a stripper, she was like, "I knew it. I knew this day was coming." Like,
I guess that makes sense. I thought she was gonna say something like "Still Magnolias" or something like that. Nope.
mm-mm.
Showgirls. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Showgirls is one of my favorite movies. That's in my top five. I will watch that movie over and over and over again.
You know a movie I identified with, and I still kind of identify with to this day? The Big Lebowski. I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of the dude
Is
where
it because
like
the music?
it's the music. I have that soundtrack on vinyl. I have a bunch of vinyl records.
Yeah.
But it's also like the dude is someone I've always kind of been where I'm like pretty chill. I'll make jokes and stuff. The dude does lose his temper. Everybody thinks the dude doesn't lose his cool. He does lose his temper a few times in that movie. And I'm that type of person,
Hmm.
but like generally I'm like chill with life. Like I don't take too much seriously. And he's like, man, I just want my rug. Somebody peed on my rug, and I want to fix my rug, man. And then he gets like
Yep.
involved in a bunch of shit. That's how I feel sometimes with the commentary shit, where I'll get involved in something and not even mean to get involved. I'm like, man, I was just here hanging out. Like the dude is someone I've always identified with. And I love how that whole movie is like a movie about nothing if you think about it. Because everything
Yeah.
resolves itself without the dude doing anything.
Yep.
That'd
Yeah,
be
I
nice.
do love movies like that.
My favorite line from that movie is he's like, well, sometimes the bar bites, or sometimes you bite the bar, and other times the bar bites you, and then he just walks away, and I'm like, that's about the realest statement anybody could ever say.
Yep.
Good. No, Walter, you're not a moron. You're just an asshole, or whatever it is.
It's a great movie.
Or
What's the
fucking
movie you guys watched that you guys didn't expect to like?
I got two. I got two. Elvis. Elvis is something I brought up earlier. I saw the
Yeah.
trailers, thought it was going to be awful. Not, I was not nearly as big of an Elvis fan before that movie. I liked a few of his songs. Elvis made me dive deeper not only into his music but his movies. Elvis was something that I fell in love with. It's still a movie I hold in high regard. I've seen multiple times. There is
Yeah.
controversial history behind Elvis Presley and Priscilla and all that, and I don't deny that. But
My my family is obsessed with Elvis. I mean, like my uncle has his whole entire den in his house is dedicated to Elvis from like floor to ceiling. It's almost terrifying.
yeah, I can do. I could easily do a top five favorite Elvis songs alone, just from like you know. That movie made me love Elvis. I loved every minute of it. By the way, top five favorite Elvis songs: number one, "If I Could Dream"; number two, "Burning Love"; number three, "Coming Home"; number four, "Hound Dog"; and number five, "Suspicious Minds."
Okay. Yeah. Good
Okay.
ones. Yeah. I respect all of those.
Yeah.
But the second movie that I did not expect to like as much as I did, um, quite simply, is Howard Stern's Private Parts. It's recent,
Oh,
but
okay. I'm stupid. I've asked you this question before. I'm like, damn, I've heard these answers before.
yeah, yeah. Howard Stern's Private Parts, and that's a recent one. That's a recent one. I just saw it within the past
Okay.
month. I really like old Howard Stern. I listen to old Howard Stern a lot. When I saw Private Parts, I did not expect to love it as much as I did. But the thing that about Private Parts that worked for me was not like the typical Howard Stern, like I got a nude woman massaging me or I'm being controversial. It's that Private Parts is a love story about him and his first wife well before they got divorced. It's a love story
Yeah.
about him and his first wife, and he's showing how much he loves his first wife. Because it was made back in the
Hmm.
'90s. They got divorced in I think the early 2010s, but back then, like it was a love story of him and his family, and I think that shows the more human side of Howard Stern that's never been shown. And
Yeah.
all of Howard Stern's co-hosts were great actors, and they had like obviously other actors playing other parts, but I thought it was lovely. I thought it was lovely.
Yeah. Lovely. I have to check that out.
Yeah, private parts. Private parts. It's got the right amount of raunch, the right amount of heartfelt, the right amount of Howard
Yeah.
Stern.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that.
And they use the Eddie
Hmm.
Arnold song "Cattle Call," which is a personal favorite country song of mine. So, what about you, Bunny?
Trying to think. Movie that I didn't think I'd like that I did. This one's tough.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I think I can name two, and one of the funny ones. So
What?
the first one is Pan's Labyrinth because
Oh, such a good movie.
I was like maybe like 9 when it came out, and my mom used to always like play it in the front while she was like cleaning, and my dad would just kind of sit down and watch it because she was playing the movie. And one of the days, like
Mhm.
I just like that, I'm like, what the heck? That's such a weird creature. It has like eyes on its hands. So then, with the next time she started it, I sat down and watched the whole thing. Like, holy crap! Like, I didn't think I was gonna like this movie. I thought it was a scary movie, and at the time, I didn't really like any kind of like weird gore kind of stuff that wasn't like Freddy, Jason, or Chucky. So I'm like, oh, what the heck? That's like way too weird. So I sat down, watched it because I just wanted to see why the guy had eyes on his hand. I'm like, holy crap, that's a really good movie. And my second movie is so fucking stupid because I should have never even watched this. I just happened to sit down, my nephew was watching it. The Paw Patrol movie that came out last year.
Oh
It is
yeah,
Oh hell yeah!
actually it is actually really fucking good. I
man.
thought it was just like, oh my, okay, it's some like weird kids movie, whatever. It's well animated. The story, like even though it is a little cheesy and some of the moments in the movie are kind of weird, like cheesy
Yeah,
weird,
it's for
it's
toddlers.
it's actually really fucking well written. Especially the ending. The ending's actually like really good.
Okay,
Yeah, I actually watched it like maybe 3 or 4 times.
Paw Patrol.
I gotta take a sip of beer
I
after
can.
that.
It's really good though. This isn't the first time I brought this up to you, Joe. All right, you need
That's
to watch
true.
that
I'm
movie.
I'm learning. I need to watch it. You think I'm gonna go out
You
of my
need,
way to watch the Paw
yes,
Patrol movie?
you don't
Yeah,
have to
you need
buy
to
the
watch it.
movie.
It's a must see.
It's a dude. You need to add it to your letterbox. Yeah, of
I
course
need
you gotta
to
watch
add it in
it.
my letterbox.
Hmm. I don't know. I feel like I'm not a hater when it comes to movies. I can watch really shitty movies and still find stuff I like about it where I'm like,
Jack and Jill.
that was cool. And also,
Jack and Jill's
yeah,
funny though.
like this is the thing. I think I really like I have a thing for bad movies. Like I like movies that people normally don't like. And I don't know why. I think the worse the movie is, the more I'm like, that was a dope movie.
She
Yeah.
watched Venom in theaters. I'm like, that's really good. That's a good movie.
Yeah, that was a freaking life changing. Yeah.
Look, I'm not opposed to liking my bad movies, but I have my like line, and I have a very fine line. So there are movies. I'm an Adam Sandler guy. Obviously, he's made some movies that I know are bad, but I like. There's some bad Jack Black movies that I know are bad, but I like. Not Nacho Libre.
Yeah.
That movie's a masterpiece. That movie's a masterpiece.
Dude, I hate people bring that up sometimes because they're like, oh, that my favorite luchadora, Nacho Libre. I'm like, okay, dude, shut the
Yes,
fuck up.
dude, that movie's so good.
Oh, God.
Was that offensive to your people?
It's not offensive. It's just every time I think I'm like, oh, Rey Mysterio, and they're like Nacho Libre. I'm like, okay. I was thinking like a serious answer. I'm stupid for
Mm-mm.
thinking
That is a
seriously.
serious answer.
Yeah,
No.
that's
They
pretty
should have
good.
said Ramses. By the way, that's the only movie I can actually quote the entirety of that movie. I saw that movie so many times drunk in high school with my buddies that we know that movie verbatim. We can quote that entire
Yeah.
movie from start to finish. A fun fact, that's I don't know if Bunny knows this. I know Echo knows this. Keemstar during the Keemstar show days one time when we were in the Keemstar show Discord, we were watching Nacho Libre. He came into the call
Hmm.
and was like, "What are you guys doing?" We're like, "Oh, we're watching Nacho Libre." He's like, "What is that?" We're like, "Oh, it's the Jack Black movie where he's a wrestler." He's like, "Oh yeah, I know that one." Hey guys, I'm doing a show. Can you please call into the show? We're like, yeah, yeah, we'll call in. And then nobody called in.
That's great.
Small PP and Flatley can attest that story's real. That's a true story.
It's funny sometimes because sometimes Joel tells stories about the Keemstar Show days, and I remember thinking like, maybe it's like a little exaggerated. and then we're going through the old streams looking for like a specific moment, and some of the stuff Joe talks about pops up in the streams, and it's like the weirdest fucking like, oh shit, Joel's actually not fucking just like hamming up the stories. He's telling them as they
Yeah.
happen.
Uh, honestly, Keemstar Show days, that was a good time.
They were. That's where I
Good
met
time
Small
on
PP
Discord.
and Flatley, and we had good
Yeah.
times back then.
Yeah.
That's where I found Bunny. So yeah.
Yep.
That's where I met Small PP and Flatley, and I remember in those days that's when I saw Adam Sandler live in concert.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, it was a good vacation. I still say it's the best vacation I ever took because we went to Sonoya, Georgia, where they filmed a bunch of the Walking Dead stuff, and then we saw Adam Sandler live,
Yeah.
and it was really funny. He's actually about to upload a new comedy special that's based off his material from the live show that I saw, so I'm excited.
Oh, that's fucking
Hey,
dope.
that's awesome.
Yeah, and I still have I have the picture saved the selfie he did after he did the one in Duluth, Georgia, where I was in the audience.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
so big Adam Sandler fan. I know he makes some bad movies, but I'm always happy when he releases.
Hey,
a
that
good
don't
one.
matter.
No,
Yeah.
what I was gonna say, since we named our favorite movies main movies that we didn't know we're gonna like, but we end up liking, what do you guys think about the B movie?
The B movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the B movie.
It's funnier as an adult, but it's not as funny as I think people make it out to be.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that movie.
The fact that
Like-
Ken is the villain because his woman cheats on him with a bee is fucking crazy to me. He's the most sane
It is-
character in that movie to me. He's like, what the
It is
fuck?
one of those. It's one of those movies you just have to realize wasn't made to be like an actual movie. It just feels like they just threw shit at the wall, and the faster you
No.
realize it, the less upset you get. Because I remember when the
What?
first time I watched that movie, and just being like super upset, like why the fuck did we even go to see this movie? It just wasted like 2 hours of my life. And then like a
What?
few years later, I rewatched it. I'm like, okay, wait, I went in to go see a movie. I should have went in to see a bunch of stupid shit happening. Because the second time I watched it was just too fucking funny.
I would
Like,
say it is DreamWorks's. I wouldn't even say it's in their top 5 because I'm thinking of movies I like better,
Oh my
but it's
God.
one of their better movies. Because if I have to point at DreamWorks movies that are better, like Shrek 2 is infinitely better than B movie.
Shrek 2 is
Like
really
Shrek 2 is like goated. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish is really fucking good.
I still need to see that.
It's
Yeah.
so good.
I agree, it was good.
Death is like one of the coolest villains in any movie ever because he's not even really a villain, and he has like a cool whistle, and he's like threatening. I'm like, man, if that thing approached me, I'd be scared. Kung Fu Panda 2 is really fucking good. The second one, that movie made me tear
Didn't
up
see it.
when he at the
I
end.
love.
Oh, that ending makes me tear up when he's like, him and his dad, he's like, I don't even know who I am all throughout the movie, and then he comes back and his dad's like, oh, I was worried about you. And he's like, yeah, Dad, I realized something about myself. And he's like, and his dad's like worried. He's like, oh, he figured out who his real parents are. And he's like, you're my dad and I'm your son. I'm like, oh god, he just
That was a
adopted
good moment.
dad. I'm tearing up.
No,
I'm
you
like,
know what cartoon movie fucked me up? And I don't cry much. Like, it takes, like, literally losing a pet. That's about the only thing I'll cry.
Same.
Like, my dad died and I did not shed a tear. But the movie, I cried my eyes out.
That's
I don't know,
good.
it might have been like the time of my life when I saw Home. I cannot watch that
I've
movie
never seen it.
with the little alien.
Oh, I know what movie it is, but I've never seen it.
Oh, that movie fucked me up. I couldn't watch it for a while. I was like, I don't know what happened while watching that movie, but I broke down.
Does the beginning of Up make you tear up?
No.
No, it doesn't
It's
really
sad.
make me tear up either, but it's good opening.
Yeah, I mean it's
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
an
it was
easy.
sweet.
Yeah, it's an easy, well told story that's actually like pretty good. But I don't think
Yeah.
there's
I
like
could
enough
also laugh
investment.
at it too, though. Like, it
Yeah.
depends on how you look at it.
That
Dude, when you
opening
change
is
the
so
music, you
depressing,
change the
though.
fucking music of it. It's like actually hilarious. I've seen people like put like funny music in between, and then like the song stops when she's dead, and then it plays back again. I'm like, this is so bad. Why the fuck did they do
Yeah,
this?
that
It's too
opening,
funny.
the way they did that opening could have just been a short film, and it's like super depressing. It's like,
Yeah, they could have
Yeah.
literally made like a good 10-minute film out of it, like a
I
little short. It would have been actually pretty good.
so I don't tear up a lot. I can name like maybe on a hand of things that ever made me tear up, and it's
Yeah.
like the game Yakuza 0 made me tear up. I don't even
Oh,
know why that game made me tear up, but it did. Kung Fu Panda 2, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Marley and Me because I love animals. Marley and Me always makes me
Yeah.
tear up. I'm like
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine putting down
Yeah,
the
that's
real world.
another one that's on my I can't watch again. I watched it once, will never watch it again.
I always like every time I've seen it, I've teared up because I have two dogs. I have two Chihuahuas, and I'm like,
Yeah.
it's coming for me one day.
I got a chihuahua. My little chihuahua's deaf. He's kind of a little demon, but I love him.
I got I got two rescues, two girls, Rosie and Sophie,
No, I
and
love animals.
Rosie has slept in the bed with me every night since I got her because originally I was like she was super scared. She was skin and bones, bruises on her, nervous when
No.
I got her. So I was like, I'll let her sleep in the bed with me a few days, but it's not gonna be a permanent thing. And now I can't even sleep in the bed
Oh,
without her. If she's not in the bed with me, I'm like,
yep.
Rosie, it's time to lay down. Here she is.
Yep.
There she is. Hey, sweet pea.
Oh,
Hey, sweetheart. And Sophie,
hey,
she's dumb
baby.
and she likes to be on her own, but she's a sweetheart too. She was a rescue too.
Yeah, I got a dumb dog. I got one of those. I swear, when she just stares off. There ain't nothing in
mm.
her head.
See, Rosie is we can't say the Gmaw word, and you know what that word is?
Mhm.
The GRANDMA, because Rosie does not
Mhm.
like women, but she loves my mom. That's the
Oh.
only one she loves. She hates women,
Oh,
but she loves my mom. And if we say
that's
that
sweet.
Gmaw word, she starts freaking out. And Gmaw is now 200 miles away
Oh no.
because Gmaw would give
Oh.
her um, food from the stove and food from the skillet and spoil her every time she would
Makes
come
sense.
visit.
Oh. I love that.
So we can't say that, can we? Don't breathe in my face. That's disgusting.
Oh, you love
You're banned. You're banned from this household. Um,
it.
the other one will backtalk me. So the other one, Sophie, I'll come in. She'll bark. Echo's heard her bark before. He's
Yeah.
heard her in the background. I'll be like, this ain't a democracy. This is a dictatorship. I'm Benito Mussolini. I'll be like, go lay down. And when I say go lay down, she'll and I'll be like, don't
Oh, she's
backtalk me.
telling you. That's so
It's
cute.
like I got two teenagers in this house.
Yep. My little bossy butt, the one that ran the house, he passed away in June.
Mm.
I saw
It's
about
been,
Rue. I saw about Rue. I felt bad.
yeah. That was my baby
Mm-hmm.
and my one and only.
Yeah, I remember watching like some of like the older streams he used to do, and like he had his like cute little chair in the background. I'm like, the first time I seen it, I'm like, oh shoot, she had like a nice chair in the back for herself. And you just see
Nope.
like 10 minutes later, Rue just jumps straight in the chair. I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense.
Yeah, it was not for me. That was for Rue.
Uh,
I remember
Yep.
I saw the post about Uncle Rue, and I had three simultaneous thoughts at once. I went, "Oh, poor Uncle Rue." Like, but at peace. Like Uncle Rue's at
Yeah.
peace. My second was I feel bad for
Yeah.
Bunny. Like I know that's hard. And the third was fuck you, Bunny, because now I'm depressed.
Yeah. I was really depressed. That was definitely the hardest thing I've ever gone through,
But you
for
know what?
sure.
You know what made me feel? What perked me up personally? I'm not gonna speak for you, but you know what perked me up when you put that post
What?
out a little bit later. When you're like, I've got this one now, like fully giving me attention. This
Yeah.
one's perked up, and I was like, oh,
I know it was I really think that Rue was like attached to me. Like Uncle Rue was I he was always right by my side to where the other animals, like our other babies, didn't really they showed Cooter all the attention
mm-hmm,
because Rue was always on me to where he kind of wouldn't let them near me. And I hate to say it, but like when Rue passed, Teeter started coming to me more when he never did before. Teeter never showed any interest in me. And then he was like, okay, wait a minute. She's available.
Yeah, I felt
Mama's
like
on the market.
yeah, I felt like that was a nice moment where it's like, like
It
you
was.
lose a dog, and I'm dreading the day. I
Yeah.
dread that day more than anything when I lose one of these dogs. I
Yeah.
love Rosie. Contrary to what people think when I go like I'm gonna throw my dog out the window or anything, I love my fucking dogs.
Yeah.
I've told every girl I've ever dated, if you ever make me choose between my dogs and you, I'm gonna choose my dogs because one day you
Yeah, you're
might not
gone.
love me, one day you might be angry with me, but every day I walk through that
Yep.
door, I see two little chihuahuas running at me, happy I'm home. Every single day.
Yep.
Nothing has ever changed.
Yep. I nothing ever beats that.
And Rosie, last night, like a big thing me and Rosie have to deal with is or not me and Rosie, that I have to deal with her is at night she doesn't want to fucking lay down in the bed. She wants to keep swapping positions and keep moving while I'm trying to fall asleep. And then in the morning, she's dead asleep. We're in the most comfortable position, and I have to get up for work. I'm like super comfortable.
Oh.
I woke up the other morning and she had her head on the pillow and her body underneath the blanket like me.
Mhm.
And I opened my eyes and I saw her and she was just breathing. And I went, Rosie, I gotta go to work. And she went, like she huffed at me. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get out of bed. And I got out of bed, she didn't move. And I just heard her snoring. And then as soon as I went, all right, I'm going to work, I heard the rustling of the blanket. And I saw a
Yeah.
chihuahua head poke up. And I was like, oh, she's mad.
Oh. Sweet baby. She didn't want you to leave.
Dogs,
Dogs are the best.
yes, yes. Hopefully this Christmas I want to do a stream where I don't think it's gonna go very far, but I hope it gets a little bit. I want to raise money and donate it to my local animal shelter.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's awesome. You should do that.
Yeah,
That's
cause
a great idea. I love that.
I love animals more than I love people. The worst
Me
job I ever
too.
did doing my job I do currently is when I had to go to the animal hospital. That was miserable.
Oh, I bet. I couldn't handle that.
I walked
I
up to
could
a
not do
guy.
it.
He had his German Shepherd and he was petting her. And I went, "Oh, you have a lovely dog. She's really nice." He goes, "Yeah, I have to put her down today." And I was like, "Well, not only do I feel like a piece of shit, but
Oh
Oh,
god, that's so fucking bad.
it's like darkly funny. Like
Yeah.
I admit it's darkly funny because I walked up to him while doing my job while I was waiting for the receptionist to finish with the people so she could sign the work order. And the guy was like, "It's a really lovely dog you have right there. Like she's really pretty and she's really well behaved and all." He's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have to I'm here to put her down today." I'm like, "Thanks for
Yeah.
ruining my day, jackass."
yeah. As I
Yeah.
was saying, he really shouldn't have put all that on you. He should have just said thank you and like kept his trauma to himself.
Yeah, I
But
was like,
It's
"Thanks, jackass." Now I feel like a
yeah, you
dickhole and
piece
I
of
feel
shit.
bad for the dog.
yeah, it's so
Yeah,
it's the reason why it's funny though is because you actually try to do genuinely something nice and they're like, yeah, it's gonna die in a bit. And you're like, oh,
that's when you
well, fuck
snap out of
me.
me. Say, well, maybe you should have done better and make him feel like shit. Flip it on him. This is your
No,
fault.
no. We so
That's horrible. Yeah.
we used to have two pit bulls that were from they were from the same parents but two different litters, a few years apart. We called the first one's name was Coco, and the second
Oh.
one happened to be named Chanel. So we had Coco Chanel, and when the first one passed away, it was like pretty upsetting because we had her like since my little brother was like a baby. Like we had pictures of the dog and the baby, like the dog used to protect my little brother, like regardless of anything. And so if there was like other dogs, they would like push it around so it wouldn't like knock my little brother over. I like always loved my little brother. And when she passed, we used to have to keep them separated because he got in a fight one time, and they ended up getting my other little brother's arm when he was trying to like break them up. So we ended up like, hey, we got to keep them separate because we can't have any of the kids getting bit trying to break it up because they're like two fucking like pit bulls. And so she passed, and the other one like runs out to get her, when she realized that we open all the doors because we don't have to worry about it anymore. And so she runs around, starts barking, and then realizes, oh, she's not here. And the dog got really depressed. And so my little sister used to always feed my youngest sister used to always feed Coco. So she ended up like babying Chanel a lot. And there was a point we had to put Chanel down, and it was probably like one of the saddest things I've ever had to witness because it was my brother's dog, my older brother's dog, and my sister was all. We have pictures of her like holding the dog, like the dog, and then falling asleep on the floor in the middle of the fucking room.
No.
And so like my sister was like super attached to it, and my brother and her were in the room when they put the dog down, and like it was like my sister did not let go of her, and they had to like tear my sister off of it because she didn't expect it to happen so fast. Like, yeah, I want to be in the room. She thought it would like take a few minutes or at least like have enough time to talk. And she's holding the dog while my brother's carrying her, and you just feel the dog go like limp immediately. And my sister just broke out with like the most like I like she's done this only twice. The last time was my mom passed, but I cannot hear that girl crying. It's like the most heartbreaking thing. Like it's so
Oh.
sad. That's why I'm like, you know what? If I'm having pets, you guys are not getting attached to them because I can handle heartbreak with the pet. Um, but I can't handle like everyone else because I just think about it like, fuck it, this is sad. It's actually like we're losing a part of our family. Where like
Yeah.
when I lost my nocturnal a few years ago, actually a few weeks before my girlfriend dumped me, um, that like for the first month it didn't really hit me because I'm like, okay, well the cats just ran away, she'll be back. And my dad used to always tell me that she has seizures when she gets under stress. That cat's done. Like there's no way that it lives past that. And we had seen her too. I had seen her and she was kind of just okay being out in the fucking neighborhood. So I'm like, okay, well she's fine. And then we had coyotes around our neighborhood and we kind of had to accept that yeah, she was done. And for like a whole month
Oh.
after that, especially with this happened with my ex, I just like fuck dude, like I'm right here crying in my bed, and like the person that would always cheer me up and come and like lick up my tears was my cat, and they're not even here no more. And
Oh,
so
I
after
know,
that,
isn't that the worst? That's how I
yeah,
felt about Rue. I was like, Rue was the one that he got so upset when he would see me cry, and then when I was crying about him, it just hit me like Rue's supposed to be here.
yeah.
It was the worst feeling ever.
Man, this got depressing. I'm gonna tell a funny
Yeah,
I
dog story.
know. Somebody, let's talk about
All right,
Joe's butthole
I'm
again.
gonna tell a
yeah,
funny dog story, and then we can talk about my butthole all you guys want. I'm gonna tell a funny dog
dude,
story.
funny pet
So
stories.
I
Here we
originally
go.
had three. At one point, I had three dogs when me and my ex were together. So I'll tell this story.
Okay.
So I went to the flea market to look for video games for the collection because one of my things that I collect is video games, old, new, whatever. It's a hobby I've had for years since I was in high school, freshman year of high school. Just collecting old
Yeah.
consoles, old games, and then vinyl records, same thing. And I took my ex with me, and we're at the flea market. I'm looking around, buying a few games here and there, buying her some stuff that she's like, oh, this will be good for the house and all, like when I move in. When I move in is what she would say. And she did eventually move in, so it worked out. But we're like looking around,
Yeah.
and she pulls up to this cage of pure mutts. They're just mutts. Puppies taken way too early from the mom, but she's at this cage,
Oh.
and she like is sitting there like, oh, look at the baby, look at the cute puppies. And I'm kind of like trying to walk away, like, look over here. They got corn on the cob, grilled, fresh for sale. Like, do you want some corn? And she's not budging. So I walk back, and she's talking to the person. And
Yeah.
they're like talking about, like, how much is it? Oh, it's this price, like $25 or something like that. And then she gives me that look. Echo knows receiving the look, and I'm sure Bunny knows the look that you give. It's
Mm-hmm.
the I know
Yeah.
you're gonna say no, but I'm still gonna be mad look.
Yeah,
Hmm.
And she was like, Can we get one? And my response was no. I said no. She's like, why not? Why can't we get one? It wouldn't hurt. It would be good. And I was like, well, for
Yeah.
starters, we don't live together. You still live with your parents. And I live on my own. I have 2 chihuahuas, and I work 10 to 12 hours a day. I can't take care of a puppy, and I don't know how the chihuahuas are going to take to a puppy from the initial phase.
Yeah.
I can't be there to say they're not going to attack the puppy when I'm not at home, and I'm not there to bottle feed it or anything.
Yeah.
And she looks at me and goes, "I'll take care of it." And I said, "Your
Yeah.
mom and dad are going to let you take care of this. Your mom and dad." And I knew immediately, like, this is probably a bad idea. She's like, "Yeah, I'll take care of it. And if they argue, I'll just say that I told you to get it." And I was like, "Are you sure? Because if I do this, I don't want to get in trouble. I'll buy it, but I don't want to get in trouble." Yeah,
She
it's a good
set you
idea.
up.
It's a good idea. I was like, "All right." $25 exchange. She pulls this one that basically looks like a skunk. It ended up being a pit lab mix, but we couldn't tell what it was. Originally, she thought it was a boy. It ended up being a girl. She named it Skunk, thinking it was a boy, and then it ended up being a girl because it had an oversized, hoo-ha, and she just kept the name Skunk. So we go to her parents' house afterwards. She's cradling this puppy, in love with it and all. I drive over to her parents' house and all. Basically to be like, "All right, well, here's the puppy." And the moment she walks in, she goes, "Guess what Joe got me? Look what he got me."
Oh my god.
And I was
Of
like,
course.
"Oh." And she's like, "I got a puppy. He got me a puppy."
See, she knew what she was doing because she knew to bring you in and say it. And if she said that it was your idea and you're also there, they're not going to act as mad
Her
as if you weren't there.
her
And she told them
dad,
it was
her
her.
dad, who got me the job that I have to this day, like the job I still have to this day, just a different branch. He gave me a look.
Yeah.
I think it was the only time I ever saw that genuinely nice, honest Christian man, one of the nicest people I've ever met, one of the greatest men I've ever met in my life, give
Mm-hmm.
me the dirtiest look I've ever seen of pure, like,
Yeah.
"What did you do?"
Yeah.
And I was like, and her mom was always more outspoken than him. Her mom was like, uh, "Why is there a dog here?" And I was like, "She told me she'd take care of it and that you guys would be okay, and I just got it." And her dad looked at me and just said, "You think?" And I remember I looked at him, I said, "I just want you to know, if I have to choose between you guys being mad at me and her being mad at me, I'm going to choose you guys every single time."
That's
And
hilarious. Yeah, she set you up.
her dad and her mom were like, "Well, we've been thinking about getting a dog, and we need to go get it milk because it's not ready to be taken away from the mom, and I guess
Oh.
we can take care of it for a little bit until you can take it at your house." Well, flash forward maybe 8 or 9 months. She's going to move in with me, and all that. We're engaged by this point, but nobody really knows because, I hadn't asked her dad yet, but we're secretly engaged and all. She's moving in with me, and her mom and her dad are upset. Not at me, actually. They were actually not upset with me. They were upset with her because she kind of spurred it on them. And they
Yeah.
understood it wasn't my fault. I was just like, "Hey, she wants to move in with me. I'm not going to tell her no. But I've told her to work things out with you guys," because they were in a big fight. They weren't mad at me, which was shocking. And her mom walks up to me, tears in her eyes. She's like, "No, I know that you might want to take Skunk with you because I know that's yours and hers dog, but the dog has really become a member of the family, and I was just wondering if maybe, you would consider leaving the dog with us because it sleeps in the bed with us every night, and it sits in the recliner with us, and we really love the dog."
Oh.
And I was like, kind of goading her mom on. For the first time ever, I had a leg up on her mom, so I was like, "I'll think about it. I'll think about it." And her dad walked up to me and was like, "Hey, man, I'd really appreciate, like, I know she talked to you and all. I'm not using names for a reason, but she's like, I know she talked to you, and she really does love the dog, and, um, your girlfriend's sister really loves the dog, and I even love the dog, and we were just, trying to go to you, if not, it's fair." And I was like, I don't know. And then I went to talk to them afterwards about everything. And her mom was sitting there crying, and I was like, "Look, I'm already kind of taking your daughter from you. I'm not gonna take your dog from you too." I was like,
Yeah.
"The dog's yours. If she gets mad at me, she gets mad at me. You guys have paid vet bills. You guys have loved this dog. This dog sleeps with y'all. I'm not gonna take your dog from y'all." And
Yeah.
I told her, and
Yeah.
she was like, "That I was hoping you would say that. I was hoping you would let them keep the dog because that dog really loves them." And then I got fucked over anyway because they got the daughter and the dog. So fuck me, right? I spent $25
Yeah.
and got nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, she kind of screwed you.
Oh my god. Dude, it was the whole plan. They're like, okay, we're gonna get this guy to get you a dog, and it'll be over. You just
But I
have to
will
last
say,
Man.
2 years.
the one thing I can add to that story is the funniest part of that story is the few times we would bring the dog over. Pit lab mix, big dog, double, triple in size of my Chihuahuas. My Chihuahuas bullied the
Yeah.
shit out of that fucking dog.
Hell yeah, they do.
My
Chihuahuas
Chihuahua,
ain't scared of nothing.
my Chihuahua, that dog would cower to my Chihuahuas, and I would sit there and laugh.
Yeah.
And my ex would be like, "Why are they so mean to Skunk?" I'm like, "Rosie and Sophie don't play no shit." I
Mm-hmm.
said, "Have you seen those two
Yep.
fight? I have to break those two apart. The only one that they don't
Yep.
like Rosie nipped at my ex one time. I would warn every girl I've dated because I've had Rosie longer than any relationship I've been in, before any relationship. And I would warn
Yeah.
them, Rosie doesn't like women. She will get comfortable with you in her own time. It might take however long. And when she does, even when
Yeah.
she's comfortable, do not get in her face. She will nip at you.
Yeah.
She has a history of that. And I don't want to have to punish her. Both of my exes
Yeah.
would get up in her face. She'd nip. And then I'd go,
Yep.
they'd be like, they'd like, I remember one had tears down her eyes because she was shocked, not because she was hurt. Because I was like, "Are you hurt?" She's like, "No, it didn't hurt. I'm just like it hurts my feelings and all." And I was like, "Well, I'm about to be an asshole because I had told you not to do that and you did that, and now I have to go punish my dog because she has to know that's not okay. But I warned you that was gonna happen,
Yeah.
so I'm more pissed at you than I am the dog because I told you not to do
Yeah.
that."
Yeah, you stupid human. You should have rubbed her nose in shit or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, yeah. Needless to say,
yeah.
Rosie is a good dog. Just don't get up in her
Yes.
face unless you're me. I'm gonna get up in her face right
That's
now.
right.
Watch this. Rosie! Rosie! What are you gonna do? Huh? I'm in your face. What are you doing? Yeah, absolutely nothing. Who's the boss? She'll lick my nose when I said that. Okay, who's
Love
my best friend?
chihuahuas.
Now,
That
who's my
means
best
shit.
friend? Yeah. Who's my best friend? Who's my best friend? Who's my best friend?
Oh.
Who's my baby girl? Who's my baby girl?
Oh.
All right, sweet pea. Now you're banned from the chat because you've been an asshole.
No, freaking. I actually have a funny story about getting nocturnal because I got it for my friend. I got her for my friend. Um, what ended up happening is there were my friend had and his girlfriend were living with his mom in Indiana, and they just happened to have a cat that got lost over the winter, and they thought it died because they had a blizzard out there. Well, 3 months later, the cat comes back pregnant, and they have no idea who the dad is. So as they're about to move back to California, they have to stay longer there because they need to make sure the cat can give birth without being under stress. And so now they're traveling across country, delivering kittens to people. And there's one cat they did not expect to give away. So my friend shows me all the cats, all the kittens that aren't claimed. I see one that looks like, okay, this one has like an attitude and looks crazy as fuck. I want that.
Yeah.
And my friend tells me this a year later. He's like, I'm not gonna lie, I gave you the cat because I didn't think we could sell it, and also we thought it was kind of retarded. And my mom thought it was like a really ugly cat, so we're like, fuck, we're not gonna be able to have someone. We're gonna have to keep it until we can like pawn it off on someone.
Oh.
That cat, when I first had it, the first fucking month I had to be like the stupidest cat I have ever met. She
Yeah.
walked into the wall repeatedly so many damn times. And like, where, like, there's nowhere for you to walk. Why are you walking straight into the wall? Like,
You
head
think
first
maybe
into the
she couldn't
wall.
see too good?
No, she could. She used to maneuver around because me and my but at this point, me and my buddy, uh, we moved in together with like a bunch of other people. So like she used to jump back and forth between the beds, and she would like literally maneuver around all the stuff we had laying around. Like she would maneuver around our consoles, our fucking TVs, and jump bed
Yeah.
to bed. So
Huh.
there was literally no reason why she would just repeatedly walk into the fucking wall. Like she used to do it. My
Yeah.
friend used to say, "Hey, I think there's something wrong with the cat." I'm like, "I think she does stupid."
Hmm.
And I don't know what it was, but she used to get behind her. We used to have like little drawers that we could put our TVs on,
Hmm.
and she would crawl underneath the drawers because she was a runt of the litter, and get stuck inside the drawers because she would climb into them and she couldn't get back out. So I don't know what it was, but just out of nowhere, she becomes like the smartest cat and the most malicious cat I've ever met. I'm eating food on my fucking like I'm on my laptop playing a game with my buddy, and she sees I'm eating like chicken nuggets, and I look at her, I'm like, do not touch my chicken nugget. All right. She doesn't go up and grab one. She doesn't grab one to eat it. She doesn't like try to get one and like miss and then run away. She walks
Yeah.
over, gets her paw, and slaps it 10 times and takes off as fast as she can the other way. And I'm like, you didn't try to get it. You did the one thing I told you not to do. Do not touch my nugget, and you came and hit it. But there's no reason to do that. And so many times when I was on my laptop, I tell her, hey, don't step on my keyboard while I'm playing. Like she would like be walking over and she'd like kind of like looking at the keyboard. And I move her, like I pick her up, move her on the other side, do not walk across my keyboard.
Hmm.
So when I
She
turned
needed
around,
you to know that you were her bitch.
yeah, literally. So I turn around to my buddy because my buddy comes in the room. Hey, what's up? All I feel is her stepping on my keys, and I'm like, what the? And he's like, whoa, what the fuck? I'm like, I go to freaking grab her, and I go so fast that I miss her, and I slam my hand on my keyboard, and I fucking knock a bunch of keys off. So just out of nowhere, like she just became like this malicious asshole that was also like a ninja. And she would just like sneak under places. She just knew how to. She got out of the room so many times, despite the fact the entire room was like covered. She got outside the window when the window had a screen in front of it and bars behind it. Because we ended up putting bars because she would get out, and she would still figure out a way to get out, and then wait at the door because she's, oh fuck, I got out and I can't get back in. And she would wait at the door, and someone had to open the door for her to the house, and then open the door to our room. And it was like just
Yeah,
like
she
the
don't sound retarded to me.
she yeah, I don't know what the fuck it was. I think she was playing stupid until she could like fuck with us. And
Yeah, just
that
collecting intel.
so when that house ended up going belly up because only me and my friend were paying bills, I moved back to my parents and my mom hated the cat. She hated the cat for like the longest time until she learned to love it. She's like, I'm not calling your cat by its name. I'm calling it, I'm just gonna call it cat. And then she started calling it Bojingles because she had a little bell on her thing and she would always hear the cat running around. So the cat answered to two fucking names, Bojingles and Nocturnal. And I always
Yeah.
hated that because I'm like, her name's Nocturnal. Like, yeah, Bojingles listens to me. I'm like, that's not the cat's name. The cat's name is Nocturnal. Because she has like a nice
Yeah, that's
black
what I
Siamese.
call Cooter's dick. I call it Mr. Bojangles. So that's funny.
We're looping back
uh,
around to dicks and assholes now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
no, but this last part's so funny that once she came into my house, she became malicious to everyone else except for me. And it
Yeah.
got to the point because when we used to be at the other house, she would not sleep on my bed. We used to have a little we used to have a little I got her a little bed for her to lay in. Bitch did not use that. She used the box it came in. So she ended up because she didn't we didn't have it I didn't have any boxes in my room. That she ended up just like she would sleep like next to my bed, and then one day she hopped on my bed because I was playing a game and she was watching me play a game. And then when I was going to sleep, she got on top of my chest to feel if I was comfortable. Said, "No, I need more room," because I would sleep with like when I go to sleep, I would sleep with my arms crossed over my chest like a fucking mummy for some reason. So she
That's
ends up wiggling between my legs, and I had to always leave my legs open in like a O because that was her place to sleep. And anytime I didn't, she would
Oh.
claw at my legs to like move them apart.
see,
And
And she
that
owned you.
that first week she was not there, it felt weird sleeping without. without her between my legs because I'm like, fuck, dude. Like, I
Rosie
actually
sleeps on
got
my
used to sleeping
chest.
this way.
Rosie sleeps against my chest. She has since day one. Like she always sleeps right up against my chest. Uh, I
That's
was
Yeah,
so
I was
sweet.
told by
not
the vet that it's a heartbeat thing where she could feel my heartbeat.
Yeah.
So, uh,
Oh,
but then also
that's
Rosie
so
sucks
sweet.
because Rosie it can be annoying, especially when I'm trying to have sex and she's coming up sniffing my nose in the middle of things.
Just wants to make sure you're okay.
I'm perfectly fine, Rosie. I'm in the best moment of my life, and you're over here fucking
but
sniffing
you're
my
moaning in
nose.
pain.
Yeah, she's just like checking out. She's just gonna make sure everything's good.
I will,
They're
She's like,
like
oh
little
no.
referees.
I will
She's like,
never
oh no,
forget. I will never
she's a
forget.
cowboy broke in and started killing him.
I will never forget that first time I dated a girl and we were at the house and I'm like, oh, things are going great. It was going great. And then I just hear a fucking sneeze and a huff. And then I see a dog next to my face. I'm like, what are you doing? And I'm like, go away. Go away. Go away. And
Don't look at me.
she's just staring at me. I'm like, I'm in my most vulnerable position. Leave me alone. Leave me
Yeah, that's
alone.
when they want to make a lot of eye contact when that's happening. Yeah, you gotta like shoo them out.
I'm like, go away. Another thing that would happen, not on that level, but like when me and the ex were sleeping in the bed together, Rosie would obviously sleep between us, but it wasn't really a problem because it was like both of us kind of like the way like the dog would lay between us. It was kind
Yeah.
of chest to chest is what would happen is it would be my chest to her chest, so we'd just lay and the dog would be in the middle, and I'd wake up in the middle of the night and have no blanket on me, and I would see the dog underneath the blanket, the ex having the blanket, and no blanket over me. So
Mhm.
I would tap my ex and be like, hey, can I get some of the blanket? You pulled it off of me. And I would hear the dog huff because the blanket would move a little bit. She'd be
Mhm.
like, like mad. And then my ex would be like, I didn't take the blanket, but here you go, shorts.
The dog did it. Yeah, it was her.
It's always the dog.
And so I'd put the
Yep.
blanket back over me, fall back asleep, and then wake up and the blanket would be off of me, and I'd tap it like, you took the blanket again. I didn't take the blanket. It was Rosie.
Yep. It is always the dog.
So there would be some nights where I would just go sleep on the couch with like the blankets on the couch. I'd be like, I'm just gonna go sleep here, and then the other dog would hop up in the bed with me. I'm like, all right, well, it's all fine. And then I'd get
Yeah.
yelled at the next morning, like, why did you go to sleep on the couch? You were in bed the night before. I'm like, stop stealing the blanket while you sleep, moron.
You stupid idiot. Dumbass dickbag.
Lots of funny stories. There's definitely the story where I tried to use 50 Shades of Grey to get laid, and then I was like, well, we can watch any movie you want, any movie. And she's like, well, I've always wanted to see 50 Shades of Grey. And I was like, oh, this is my chance. This is my chance right
Yeah.
here. I'm in the
to get
mood.
picked.
Yeah, absolutely. So we put 50
To get
Shades of
pegged?
Grey on, and I get 30 minutes in and then fall asleep on the couch. And then
Ah,
Oh
damn.
and then she wakes me up and I see the credits rolling and I'm like, I'm awake. I didn't fall asleep. That was a good movie. I really liked it. I really enjoyed it. And then like I sat up, woke up for like a second. And I was like, so how'd you enjoy the movie? What'd you think? You want to try some of that? And she's like, actually, I'm kind of tired and want to go to bed. And I was like,
Yeah.
fuck, fuck. I
But
should
there
have
was a window during that movie where she would have let you spit in her butt.
spit in her butt.
Yeah, you
Girls
could
will
have
let
done
you do that.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Burn, what's up, buddy? But I remember I was just like, fuck, god damn it. So I
Yeah,
went.
Joe, she would have let you be the pillow princess for once, alright? You fucked up.
Yep.
Literally,
Yeah.
I remember I was awake for like 2 hours after that because I had fallen asleep and she fell asleep, and I remember just looking up at the ceiling, going, "You fucked it up. Your one chance, and you fucked it up. It wasn't even your one
I
chance
did
because you lived
not.
together."
I didn't see that movie. That's one I did not see.
I've seen
But
like
I
five
do.
minutes of it.
I do have a story that goes with that movie though.
Go ahead, go ahead.
When my grandma died, we were cleaning out her house, and in her computer desk there was a little velvet bag, and inside that velvet bag was a 50 Shades of Grey bullet vibrator. And
Ah,
I just really never wanted to see that movie after that.
That makes
that's
sense.
insane.
Yeah,
I
Oh my
I
god.
felt bad at
a
first
lot
when
of
you're like,
baggage.
I felt bad at first when you're like, when my grandma died right after the 50
Oh
Shades of
no,
Grey
she's a
thing,
piece of shit.
and I
Oh, she's
laughed a little bit, and you're like, yeah, vibrator. I'm like,
yeah.
how am I not supposed to have a reaction to this story?
Oh yeah, that woman was insane though. Like it's okay.
It's
Like it
okay.
wasn't a sad day. Yeah.
Uh, oh my god.
I remember the one time I tried to get laid from a movie. It did not happen. And then the one time it was pure accidental was The Wedding Singer. And I just remember the girl I was dating at the time. After we watched The Wedding Singer, she had never seen it. She had never seen like most of the Adam Sandler movies, and we watched it. And she was like teary-eyed and clapping and laughing during the movie. And she got really emotional at the end. And so we went back to my place for a little bit, and she was like, you know, if you want to be Robbie Hart, I'll be Julia Hart. I was like, is this about to happen over an Adam Sandler movie? Because I'm 100% down. 100%.
Yeah. Sometimes life just gives it to you.
But then when it's 50 Shades of Grey, I fall asleep halfway through the movie.
You gotta
Yeah.
pick and choose. You
Yeah.
should sleep.
I realized how much of an old man I was because one time I was like tried to be romantic. I moved a bunch of the furniture, laid like a little pallet on the ground with blankets and pillows, all that stuff, be comfortable so we could just sit back and watch the TV and watch movies. And I was like, we're gonna watch a bunch of movies and be romantic and all. I gotten her flowers and chocolates that day, and we were cuddling. And then I remember the first thing that happened was I got elbowed away because she's like, "You're snoring in my ear." I was like, "What happened?" And she's like, "We already finished Avengers: Infinity War." I was like, "Oh, my bad. Do you want to watch Endgame?"
You see, I can never get girls chocolates because I always end up eating them before I give it to them. And it's happened every single time I've tried. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll get a box for myself and get a box for them. Well, I finished my box and I'm like, do
Mm,
they really need this though? Like I got them this other stuff too.
yeah, she,
And then
like
I
she
just
really should be watching her weight. You start reasoning
I'm like
it.
I'm like, you know what? She's gonna feel really insecure if she has
Hmm.
this later on. And she's like, oh, I shouldn't have ate that. So you know what? I think
Yeah.
I'll take one for the team. You know, I work out enough.
Yeah,
I
it's
work out
kind of
every
for
day.
her. Yeah,
Yeah.
that you eating it's for her own good.
And also, if I do eat it myself, I'll be happier, which will actually be a positive for her.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So, you
And
know,
she could choke, not to mention that.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, both of them choke
Hmm.
anyway. So, you know, I might as well give them one less reason to choke.
Hmm. Yep.
One less, but not the good reason. Because there is a good reason to choke.
Yeah, depends.
I remember one time I walked in the door after working all day. It was like late at night. I had worked a long shift and I came home and I opened the door and she goes, "Hey." I was like, "Hey, I'm home." She's like, "I'm mad." And I immediately said, "Are you mad?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm upset." And "Well, I said, "Oh shit, hold on." I said, "I'm not even trying to like tell me when I get back. I forgot to go to the store and pick something up." I said, I'm sorry, I'll be right back." I said, "I'll be right back." So I immediately got back in my work truck, turned around, went to the store, bought her Ferrero Rocher chocolates that she liked, thinking I was in trouble, and got her like because she did like cross stitching stuff. I got her a cross stitching thing and everything, and like I bought her like her favorite drink and all, and I immediately came back and went in. I forgot to get this and gave her all those gifts. And she's like, "Oh, thank you so much." She's like, "I'm just mad because me and Mama got in an argument." And I went, "I literally thought I was in fucking trouble and went out of my way to make sure I would be in less trouble just to figure out I'm not even in trouble."
Hey, but you made her happy.
She's like, "Thank you so much." And she sat in cross stitch that night. And I was sitting there in like the recliner And I remember I was like, so, other than you and your mom arguing, are you having a good day? She's like, yeah. I already have this cross stitching set though, and I went, fuck.
Oh, that fucking bitch. No, take it all back. She don't deserve none of it.
Oh, that
That's rude as hell.
that was super funny though. Like, there's just funny moments you have, like funny moments you have in a relationship that you just can't replicate outside of it, right?
Yeah. Good times.
I remember so many moments, and I'm like, that's good. And then now as a single man, I'm like, I get to go home and do whatever I want. Like one day I came home and was like, I just want to eat microwave foods, and so I ate a bunch of microwave foods. I went, that was good. Now I want to watch a bunch of movies. I just watched a bunch of movies. I was like, if I were in a relationship right now, I'd be worrying about bills and all this other stuff and providing for another person and making sure they're content. Right now,
Nah, you gotta find the right one. You can do all that fun stuff with somebody if you find like
exactly.
a cool one. Like Cooter is my best friend. Anytime I think I want to do something, like I think I want to do it with Cooter. So you gotta find like that one.
So, do you I guess I'm asking you, but it would be anybody in a relationship, right? Because we all have relation. Two of the three of us right now are in relationships.
Mhm.
Um, so I
Great.
would say on your end, and then I'll ask Echo, like, do you do things sometimes that Cooter doesn't want to do, and does he sometimes do things you don't want to do? But it's out of that feeling of like, that friendship, that kindredship, or do you just generally like doing everything together regardless?
I feel like we just like doing everything together anyway. Like we were inseparable even before we started dating, and then yeah, we like all the same. So he's like another version of me. Like we make the same jokes all the time at the exact. Like we were watching something today that was it was just so stupid, and then it changed the scene, and this woman was wearing a suit, and we both go, "Oh, what is she, a tornado lawyer now?" Like at the exact same time, and it was just like the dumbest fucking joke that why would we both make that at the same time? But for some reason, we both our brains did the same thing, and I'm like, we're just the same. We're just the same people sitting beside each other all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a big thing, right? Is like I've always said, like with the girls I've dated, it's like there are things they like to do that I don't like doing, and there are things I like to do that they don't like doing. Maybe you just need that person who just loves being around you in general. Because no relationship's perfect. You're gonna
Yeah.
argue. There are gonna be times where you need like alone time and stuff.
Oh
Um,
yeah, I want to beat his face in like at least 30% of the time. But like I love him, and I haven't killed him yet, so that's good.
like I've thought about that before, right? Like I've thought about that before. So like a big thing for me is like one of my exes really like this is gonna sound so shitty, but I don't care. Her family lived 5 minutes around the corner, so she would want to visit her family constantly. Anytime they invited
Yeah,
us to dinner, it was let's go out to dinner with my family. And they'd be nice where I get home from work and be like, I don't want to go over to your family's house regardless of how close they are. I'm tired. I just want to hang out and watch a
yeah,
movie with you or hang out and just like they say men don't want to hear about a woman's day, but sometimes you just want to come home and hear about her day. You just want to hear about
Yeah.
yeah,
things, and you just want to sit there and relax. Like one of my favorite things is I'd be like, "Hey, do you want to massage my back? Because I've been crawling under houses all day, and just tell me about what's been going on with you."
yeah,
Like stuff like that. But then like there were things I liked. Like I like to go looking for old video games on the weekends at like yard sales or thrift stores and stuff. And I could tell she wasn't
Yeah.
really into it. She was just like, eh. Like I'd be explaining why, like, oh, this game is like, this is a good price because this is like a $30 game, and I'm getting it for 5, and this is what this is. She'd be like, yeah, and you could tell she didn't want to be there.
Yeah.
yeah.
And I'm like,
No, there's definitely some stuff that like Cooter's into that I'm not, but like I get so he's if he's excited about something, I get excited just to hear him talk about it because he's excited, and I'm
Yeah.
like, fuck yeah, well, I don't even know what you're talking about, but yeah, let's do it.
I think that's a good thing. I've been thinking more about relationships lately of what I would. So it's like we were talking about earlier. where you learn from every bad relationship you've had or every relationship
Yeah.
that hasn't worked. Because not all are bad, not all, some just don't
Yeah.
work out. It's like, uh, one of the first lessons I learned was I'm never gonna yell in an argument ever again. I'm never gonna have multiple arguments. I'm never
Yeah.
gonna sit there and pick fights over things ever again. Because that's what me and my first ex did. Was we argued almost every day. We got to a
Yeah.
point where we argued every day, and we'd both yell at each other and all. And I was like, I'll never yell. The second
Oh
one,
yeah.
I was like, one, I'm never gonna date someone who's never not moved out of her parents' house ever. And the second part of that is I'll never date a coworker's. Or even though he wasn't a coworker beforehand, I will never mix work and dating ever again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
literally. That's like
That's
one thing
horrible
I
idea.
that's one thing I always tell like a lot of the younger guys at work. Because like we only have like a handful of girls we work with. So I always have to tell the guys like, hey, there's two things you need to know. One, she's targeted by everyone. Right? So if you really want to get into this, you're probably gonna piss someone off. Not worth having like bullshit at work. Two, just know if you ever fuck this up and you ever try to talk to other girls, it will be a fucking issue. It's better not to fucking put your dick where you make your money.
Yep.
Right? You can go fuck.
Yeah.
There's a McDonald's right around the corner. Those girls get flirted with others. Go over there. They don't bring that shit to work because if I have to hear someone crying about it, I'm not gonna fucking want to deal with it. Right?
Yep.
I don't mind people, crying about boyfriends, their girlfriends outside of work, but I don't want to hear about it at work because the minute I find out about it, I don't want to have a negative view on another employee. That if I like, I don't want to have a negative view
Yep.
because it just causes a bunch of issues. Which is why
Yeah.
I don't fuck girls at work.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I think there's a big thing, right, with like looping a little bit, but it's like you learn from things, and it's like I told that story earlier where like I went to the bar and met the coworker's daughter, and I was like, that's not fucking happening. That will never happen in a million years. I was like, even drunk me can tell you
Yeah.
that's not happening. It will never fucking happen in a million years.
How about high Joe?
How about what?
Hi Joe, like Joe's hi. Like what would you say?
I had no idea what you said, partially because I've had a few drinks, but also because
Okay, like hi Joe. Like if Joe was high, like what would hi Joe say?
Hi Joe would be like because Hi Joe lately has been when he hits the Delta 8 pen because that's the most I could deal with. Hi Joe like sits back and goes, "That's a really good song. I like that."
Yeah.
That's a really funny joke. That was very clever.
Yeah.
I got yelled at. Remember when we did the content warning stream and
Oh
Ant and
yeah.
Sliggins were both like, "Don't get high and then stream this because you don't say anything other than like a word here or there."
Oh yeah, that's just so fucking funny. They got super pissed.
And I was, because I was just like, "Hey, man, I'm just vibing." And drunk me is like this, like, I'm not even drunk. Like, I've drank a good bit, but like, I vibe, man. I'm here to vibe.
Yeah.
The problem with drinking is when I'm in a relationship, I'll drink a little bit and then go, "That woman's looking very pretty right now. My significant other is looking very gorgeous. I should go in there and see how far I can get."
Yeah.
Which is notorious for me. But I like when she goes, "I'm not in the mood." I'll just be like, "Fine, I'll go off on my own."
Yeah. You'd be like, it's because my dick's ugly. You gotta make her feel bad.
I know it's not as big
You
as the
think my
last guy, but no, just
yeah. You think it's ugly, don't you?
Yeah, just because I think it's ugly doesn't mean anything. I will never
uh,
forget. I will never forget that night where I came in drunk and I went in there to the living room because I never used the living room TV or anything. I had my game room and all where I would hang out and stuff, play games, watch movies on my own. And if we watch movies, it was typically in bed in the bedroom, but rarely we'd watch movies in the living room. She would mostly use the living room to watch like YouTube movies and stuff like that. And one time I walked out in the living room after I had drank a few, and I was like, "You're looking very sexy tonight." And she said, "Are you in the mood?" I was like, "Maybe." She said, "I'm in the mood too." And I was like, "We're winning tonight, boys."
I think the funny thing with me, it's like usually when I get drunk, I get like not less horny, but that's like not my main thing when I'm drunk. I just like
Yeah.
staring girls' eyes. I'm like, wow, I've never looked at you like this before. And I just say like the like the most romantic shit. And I remember one of my girlfriends, because I mean, I'm pretty romantic sober too, but she was like, "You've never looked at me that way again. Like, what happened? What changed?" I'm like, "Oh, I was like fucking wasted that night. Like, I'm like, I
Wow,
was just
smooth.
totally wasted."
So,
I'm like,
I
I
thought
don't know.
you were a Taco Bell menu.
Dude, I'm like, I don't know what it was. It's just, you look different when I was. I'm just like, wow, like I don't really look at you the way I should look at you. She goes, "Well, what changed?" I'm like, "I sobered up."
that no, but that
Oh,
happens. Like when you're
She did. I won't lie. She did get mad about that, but she's like, okay, well, to be fair, you always do a lot of nice stuff for me, so it's not like you're not like that when you're sober. It just that really hurt. I'm like, okay, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just being blunt. Like, what changed? Like,
I
yeah, I
think
didn't think about that because I was so. And I'm sober. I'm thinking about a million different.
yeah,
I think that would freak me out.
really.
Like, don't look at me too much. Don't. Why are you? I'd be like, why are you? You want to fight? Like, I take that as a threat. Don't make too much eye contact.
Like I don't necessarily disagree where Echo is coming from because I was talking about this earlier with some of the guys from AWT. I said I don't really like the phrase like a drunk man's words is a sober man's thoughts because that's not always the case. Um
Yeah, I say crazy shit.
like sometimes you're edgy, but in the case of like sometimes when you're with a woman that you're in love with, like that's really what it is when you get drunk is sometimes like as a man when you're sober you're thinking about a million things or you're trying to be like that stone cold not trying to break that mold. At least that's what it is for me. It's like I'm the rock. Like I want to be the rock in the
Mm,
relationship. At least that's what it's
Yeah,
been for my
yeah,
past two. So it's like I'm the
yeah,
rock,
Dwayne the
you
Rock
know.
Johnson. Yeah,
yeah. That's what I was thinking.
yeah,
Dwayne the
yeah,
crotch rot Johnson, right? I'm Dwayne the
you're like,
Okay.
okay, okay, babe, you can only land this amount of punches, but I have to also land a certain amount of punches, so we end up even, right?
And it's like
Mhm.
I want to be that security, and then when I drink, I'm like, this is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. And I remember
Yeah,
there were many nights where it wasn't even like a sexual thing, where I would just like go up to her, I'd be like, you know, you're like the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She's like, ah, you're just drinking. I'm like, no, I mean this. Like, I don't feel like I say it enough, but this is how I feel. And
Oh,
it was like a big moment. It's like, look, like I remember one time I told it like one of the girls I dated. Like I was sitting on the couch with her. I was like, "Look, I feel like I don't say this enough, and that's just because I try to be like strong for you. But like, I feel like I want you to know I think you're beautiful and I think you're wonderful. And what you think." I remember I said this, and it sounds gay saying it out loud, but I remember I said this, and I meant every word at the time. I was like, "Anytime you think you do something that's imperfect or any flaw that you might think you have, I think those are minor perfections."
oh,
yeah.
y'all would make me sick, but like, that's sweet.
And then
That's some Nicholas Sparks shit.
I immediately went, "What'd you cook for dinner?"
Yeah, yeah. You gotta like get it back on the road.
Yeah, because I could be romantic, but I'm like, I don't want to get too sappy, you know.
Yeah,
And then it's like
it's too much.
they like
Freaks me out.
some women like that though. Like the women I've dated, they like
Yeah,
when it
they
gets like
do.
that. And then some women are
It
like,
is true.
and then some women are like, all right, can you go back to being an
Yeah.
asshole?
Yeah, don't come at me with that. Like what like y'all sound real sweet when y'all drink, but like me and Cooter when we drink, we are the meanest people in the world to each other. Like we like stupid fucking bitch left and right. Yeah.
I I think I
But like
worked
it's
on the
funny though. Like it's in a
yeah,
funny way, but like we also go very far with
yeah.
it.
I think well, because before I used to be like a really bad drunk, and so I
Mhm.
scaled it back. I'm like, no, I cannot be acting like that drunk because if I do that with one person, I'm 5'7", right? Freaking, there's a lot of like
Yeah.
6'6" guys.
Yeah.
Even if I win that fight, which might not even happen, I'm fucking going home with the fucking shit I'm gonna have to deal with in the morning, and I don't want to fucking deal with that in the morning. All right, I just want to go out, have fun. I drunk Echo is the funnest guy to go out with because I don't care about picking up girls. I don't care about that. I go out and I'll dance for like 8 or 9 hours if we go out to
Woo.
the club, like nonstop,
Yes.
and I'll regret it in the morning because my fucking feet hurt. But I just have fun. And my cousin even told me like, dude, honestly, I don't care about going out with girls. I don't care about this. I love going out with you because I don't have to worry about whether or not you're having a good time because you're going out having a good time. We can all just vibe and not have to deal with bullshit.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I
And
like
so
to just lie when I'm drunk. I just do that for fun. Like I convinced a whole group of people at a party one time that I had a cashmere cat that I got imported from Italy. And I was just making up a lot of details to this story. But the funny thing is, I went to another party like a couple months later, and I was telling a guy about that. Like I was joking about it. He was like, "Wait a minute." He was like, "Was there a guy there named like Bradley or whatever?" I was like, "Yeah." He was like, "That dude told me about a that he met a cat that was cashmere," and I was like, "No fucking way." So this one guy that was in that group that was listening to me just like talk out of my ass about my cat, he actually went and told people that he met a cashmere cat. I was like, this guy's a fucking idiot. Like I caught one.
Oh my god.
That's crazy because when I'm drunk, I know like I'll be like, all right, there's some things I'm not gonna talk about obviously because they might be personal and all, but I'll tell more stories or be genuinely tell more like like I'll be like, man, this is that, and be truthful and all. Like I'm not generally someone who can lie while drunk, but I'm not gonna sit there and tell
Hmm.
like every single truth. Like I've always
Yeah.
said, like I have enough self restraint where if someone's gonna press me on something I don't want to talk about or something that's a little too personal, I'll be like, nah, I'm not gonna talk about that. Nah.
Yeah.
But when I drink, I might be like, yeah, this one time in high school, I definitely 100% me and my buddies beat each other up in the ROTC bathroom and stuff just to be funny, and then got in trouble for that.
That's funny.
Or like, I'll tell the story of how like me and my buddy one time almost got in a fist fight over a girl we weren't even attracted to. It was our buddy who was having like problems with her, and we had taken different sides, and me and my buddy almost got in a fist fight. And then we were like, wait, why are we mad at each other? Why are we arguing? Who cares about their shit? And that's when I lived with him at the time. He was a roommate, and we were like one night they were staying over and hanging out. And they were having problems, and I took one side, he took the other, and we were just arguing over that. While they were like they had been arguing and all, and I remember he said something like, dude, you're getting on my last fucking nerve right now. Like, you need to, like, back off. And I was like, dude, if you try to do something, I'm gonna punch you. He's like, well, if you think you could punch me and I won't punch you, I'll knock your teeth out. And I was like, dude, I'm gonna knock your teeth so far down your throat that your asshole is gonna be gumming your food for the rest of your life or some shit like that. And then, like, we sat there and looked at each other for a moment, then went, wait, why are we arguing? Why are we mad? This doesn't even involve us. Why are we taking sides? And so we immediately went out there and said, you guys stop giving your negative energy or you can go the fuck home.
Yeah, I was trying to bro out in here.
And then we proceeded to watch movies together and drink and laugh and have a great time while they were arguing.
That's great. You made a friend.
Yeah, that's my buddy. That's my buddy that will be the best man at my wedding. And when him and his current
Oh,
fiance get married, he said I'm gonna be the best man at his wedding.
oh,
So
that's sweet.
there's also the time when I lived with him that that couple also came to visit again, and we're having arguments. And I went to walk outside to take a walk and take a smoke, and I went to like just generally like clear my mind of things because I was going through a few things at the time. And they locked the door on me while he was sleeping. They just locked the door. And so I was out. I didn't have a key or anything to get in because I left my key inside. So I was walking for like an hour or so, like I would typically do, take my walks, like kind of be on my own, listening to music. I went back to open the door, and I was like, door's locked. Uh-oh. So I banged on the window. Nothing. Banged on his window. Nothing. Banged on the door. Nothing. I went, it is dead middle of December. It is freezing out here, and I'm locked outside. So what I did was I hopped in my buddy's car, went in the back seat, covered myself with my jacket and a few like clothes and stuff that were in the back, and I just like wrapped myself up in it, and I was like, I'll deal with it in the morning. I could deal with this with no heat
Oh
or
my god.
anything. And I'm laying in the sleep, like back, trying to go to sleep, like mad, angry. And my buddy woke up in the middle of the night, and he went to like go check on things. He knocked on the door that I was staying in, Didn't hear anything. Opened to make sure I had like gotten back in and everything. Saw that I wasn't in my bed and went, "Oh, he's not here. Where is he? It's like 3 in the morning." And he walked out and saw them on the couch, like underneath the blanket together, like laying together. And
Yeah.
he went out and like he grabbed his flashlight, put his like shoes on, put a jacket on and everything, went outside, turned the flashlight on, was looking around for me. He said he looked around for me for about 15 minutes, couldn't see anything, was like walking up and down. And then he just decided to go look in the car just to make sure and saw me curled up underneath like clothes in my jacket, trying to sleep. And I remember what happened was I saw a light flash and I woke up and I went, "Whoa!" like that, like somebody was about to like kill me or rape me or something. And he said my face was the perfect reaction of pure fear. And he like moved the flashlight and he's like, "Dude, it's me." And he opened the door. And I was like, "Dude, how long have I been out here?" He's like, "It's 3 in the morning." I was like, "I've been out here for like 5 hours." He said, "What happened?" I said, "Dude, I went to take a walk and the door was locked." And he's like, "I didn't lock the door." He's like, "I knew you would lock the door when you came back in." I was like, "All I remember is they were arguing when I left." And it turns out what they did was they had argued and then had sex on that couch and then locked the door not knowing I was out there. And then when I banged on the window, they had woken up, didn't think twice about it, and went back to sleep. So he was pissed. he
I
was
bet.
he was like, oh, he woke them up. He turned his TV up as loud as possible and started playing loud music, and they woke up and they immediately came and bitched at us like, "People are trying to sleep. What are you doing?" He's like, "This is our place. How the fuck are you gonna yell at us for playing loud music at 4 in the morning? You guys locked him out and didn't even think twice, and then when he banged on the door, you guys didn't give a second thought to it." And they were like,
Dang.
"You guys are just bad hosts." He said, "Then fucking leave. Leave."
Yeah. Dang. Yeah, I've been mad too.
Yeah, so that was a wild story.
Oh,
I was like 19 at the time, too.
no, so I wanted to ask this question because I just thought about it right now. Is there a funny nickname or pet name you give your significant others? Or just in general, have you ever given a funny nickname to a significant other?
Stinky.
What?
Stinky.
Like below the waist or above the waist?
Just Stinky, because I would call her Stinky. One
Oh.
one time, we went jogging and exercising, and we were both sweating, and I was like, "Boy, you are stinky," and that it just stuck.
Oh, that's
That's like
sweet.
the tamest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, and she would call me loser.
Oh,
It was Stinky and Loser.
that's good. That's love.
Oh, that's the last way to know what I'm about to say.
What about you
So,
guys?
so the nickname I use right now, and she fucking hates it because she forgets what it means. It sounds sweet, and then she remembers what it means. But you're a fucking asshole for that. So I call her pendejacita, which is Spanish for a little retard.
Oh, it does sound like
It does.
kind
It
of
sounds,
sweet.
especially if you say it properly. Like it actually sounds really nice, like pendejacita,
Yeah,
but like, oh shit, you're my little retard.
that's still
So
kind of sweet.
yeah, I'm like, look, anyone else could be a retard, but you're mine. You're my retard.
Yeah.
She goes, that doesn't help, but thank you.
Hmm.
I'm like, okay, I'm like, you call me a dumbass all the time, right? It's just a little bit of payback. And at least I'm saying it in a different language.
What about you, Bunny?
I'm trying to think. I don't think I have one. I don't think I've been called anything weird or I've called anyone anything weird.
It's just the typical like babe, hun, stuff like that.
Well, besides the
No, I
Mr.
don't even do that.
Bojangles.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mr. Bojangles.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But
But I don't really like pet names too much
Yeah,
either.
that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm weird about like I don't like PDA. I don't like being touched too much in general. Yeah, there's a right amount of stuff. Too
Yeah.
much, I don't like it.
I, that's fair. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that from a woman though, because typically, like the women I date, they're all for like stuff like that.
Yeah, Cooter tells me I'm weird all the time, and I'm like, I maybe this is why. Like, I don't know. Other relationships didn't work out because I mean,
I
definitely that was like I've dated a couple guys that were like, oh, they were too like handsy all the time, wanting to hold hands, and like I don't like that.
you see, that's actually funny because that's like the most antithesis to like Hispanic culture. Because Mexican men love to do everything for their women. They like to hold hands. They like to hold them by the waist. Just up close and personal as much as possible.
Yeah, yeah, I've dated some Cuban men, and they're
Mm,
definitely kind of like
yeah,
very hands on.
They
yeah,
call
because
me
it's
Cuban Pete. That's all I think of when I hear that.
it has a lot to do with like there's like a certain level of like I guess not necessarily ownership, but it's like to
I was
show
about to
like
say
other
possessiveness. Yeah,
possessiveness. Yeah, where like it's
yeah,
not just to show you that they know that you're theirs, it's to show other guys like, hey, look, this is my girl. You don't look at her, you don't come by her. I'm holding her to show you she's mine.
yeah. That's fine
And
and
like,
stuff. I'm like, don't
yeah,
touch me though.
you like
I gotta
you're like,
say,
can you like imagine
you
it?
know what mine is? Mine is the pistol in the holster and the girl next to me, and it's like, it's like, hey man, you want to try something? Like, let's be honest. But like, I don't know. I've had women who are like, both. I say both because I've only had two adult relationships and then my high school girlfriend and all. But like both of my relationships, the girl were like the first girl was definitely super needy, like to the point where it became unbearable, where I needed my private time and I couldn't even get it. The second one
Ugh.
was a little more like in between, where sometimes like we'd go into public and she'd want to hold hands. Other times we just walk together. Um, and sometimes she just like to be surprised, like maybe I'd go and put my hand in hers, and she's like, "Ooh, that was nice."
Yeah,
Um, I've never like dated someone who's been like, I'm not in on all that, so I don't like I couldn't understand what that's like, but they're different
yeah.
people for
I
different
don't like
things.
kissing either. I don't
What?
like kissing. Yeah,
Really?
What?
that's the
Wait, what
thing.
the
Yeah,
heck?
I don't like it. I don't like it. I'll do it. I don't like it. I always, it's sticky. I don't want, keep your spit to yourself. I don't want. I'm like a little bit of like a germaphobe.
Yeah.
I got OCD about me. That's diagnosed. So
Okay, that makes
yeah,
sense.
I'm
I'm like
like,
the
yeah, keep to yourself.
I'm like the opposite. I like one of my favorite things was when she like the few times like she would be up in the mornings before me or like when I was up. And she would give me a kiss before I went to work. I was like, man, I'm gonna have a good day today.
See, like a little, like a peck, like that's fine. But like, don't be all up in my mouth. I don't want to be in your mouth. Don't be in my mouth. Like you can put your genitals in my mouth, but don't get your mouth in my mouth.
I,
Like I don't know. I'm a very particular person.
you know what? I don't necessarily disagree with that because I've never been a tongue kisser. It's never been my thing.
Yeah.
It's a
Oh, especially yes, tongue out of the. I don't like it.
it's a
Like I don't like it.
rarity. It has to be in a heat of the moment thing for me where it's like, yeah,
Yeah,
let's do this.
exactly.
And
Yeah,
then
I can like bite the bullet if it's like that, but any other time, just yeah, don't put your
You
fucking
see,
tongue in my mouth.
I used to not like kissing until I found out I was a good kisser. I'm like, okay, I gotta monopolize this because I thought that's all I had to offer.
So you are like the smartest person. You're Rudy. You're the best kisser. Like Echo.
I'm not even
You're
joking,
but
man.
he doesn't know
you're
what a
starting to sound
lesbian
like,
is, but doesn't know what a lesbian
but
Fuck
is.
off.
yeah.
Fuck off.
Damn.
Yo, you can't even say
I
shit. You
was
don't even
saying,
know if you like anal or not, all right? You're the last person to talk about anything. All right? Your
It's kind of
butthole's right
funny.
there. All
Look,
right? Your
I can
butthole's
tell
Yeah,
you
right
you
right
there.
now, I
got.
don't have to experience it to know I don't like it. Okay.
Wait, how did you know if you like
Mm,
fucking like
Look,
drinking soda or that you
when
like
I
drinking
wipe
beer?
my
You had to
ass, my
try it.
butthole puckers up. That's all you need to know.
Well, because you never
what?
tried playing with it. That's totally different.
What?
Yeah, you got to fiddle around in there.
I'm not.
Yeah.
No, no.
Or around it at least. You can't just say, "Oh, I wipe my ass. I don't like that." Well, you don't like wiping your ass then. That's like a little
See, I don't
concerning.
like anal, but I don't. I know that I don't like anal because I've tried,
Yeah, same.
and like I don't like
This
that.
is
Get that out
like
of there.
this is like two people trying to bully me into. You know what? Just put a finger up your ass. Come on, man.
Peer
Put a
pressure.
finger in
Dude, he's
there.
gonna wake up the next morning like, I did not like it. I did not. He's just a bunch of tweets everywhere. Just, I did not like that. I did not like that.
I feel like if it happened, it would cut to me like in a corner sucking my thumb in the fetal position.
All
See,
your
but you
girls are
would
gonna like
learn that
it.
about yourself. Yeah,
Okay,
you'd
Joe,
People
learn
had
that.
to learn to bring me to that
Joe,
point.
Joe, you'll either
Hmm,
be crying in a corner or you're gonna be like the biggest anal slut you ever known. All right.
You know
yeah,
what
you
this
might love it. I have the feeling you're afraid that you're gonna love it.
You know what the sad part is? This is exactly the conversation that happened on AWT, and my opinion still hasn't fucking changed.
Oh yeah, it has.
um,
Dude, don't. I think that's a sign, Joe. Though it's like if it's happened more than once, it means it should probably happen.
okay, well, I'm okay. So here's the thing, right? I am not going to take anything in my butthole, in my asshole, in my fucking poop spot. Okay, it's the
Hmm.
same as like, okay, Echo. Have you ever sounded? Have you ever put anything in your pisslet?
No,
Oh, what?
but
Come on.
the reason why is because it's very, very sensitive to the point it actually is painful.
I've gotten a guy to put batteries in there before,
What? No!
like a couple AAA batteries. He did like one or two double A's
Yeah, you
once,
could.
but that wasn't as impressive as how many. He could fit a couple triple A's in there.
Oh no, I'm tense.
Butter knife,
Oh no, I'm
yeah.
tense. I'm tense.
Butter knife is a go-to.
No, I'm tense with the
Yeah,
ridges and all. Ah.
You see,
yeah.
I could never do anything like that just because it's extremely sensitive to touch.
I used to have one regular that, let me tell you,
Actually, no,
that
another
his.
part. No, go. Actually, go
Yeah,
on. I want to
let
hear
her
this.
go.
All I
Oh,
heard is
Look.
regular.
let's just say this guy's ding dong was mangled. I got him to put it in a lawnmower one time.
Ah!
Like just the thing. Yeah, I posted it on Twitter. I actually think I might have had to delete it because I think it was like one of those like I got a warning, and if I deleted it, it shortened it or something. I'm pretty sure I deleted it though because it was pretty. People were commenting like what, and I was like I just needed other people to see it because
My
I saw it.
my toes are curled. My I will tell you this: if I ever could have had a boner, I now have a tail. Okay, that's how
This
bad this
guy,
is.
if I had to describe what it looked like a really sad duck. Like it was just kind of limp and just like
No.
flattened, and also like kind of like had the texture of a chewed up eraser. It was bad. That was really bad. But yeah, good guy, big wallet, nice guy.
Nice guy. Guy, wherever you are,
Yeah.
please get help.
Or don't.
Well, he
I don't care.
eventually stopped coming around, and I have had a lot of like clients that are into some really like when they finally get to experience their fetish, it might be the last thing they experience, kind of stuff,
Oh.
and like, they will disappear, and then you kind of do just wonder forever, like what happened to them.
I guess now to go back to the interview portion because we've derailed so much from me trying to. I love how at the beginning I'm like, I'm gonna ask some really good questions to pick Bunny's brain, and now we're like, yeah, mangled
On my
dicks
dick.
and shit.
This is my favorite
Fascinating.
topic.
It is.
Yeah.
Fetishes. What is everyone's fetish or kinks?
Mm, I like having my feet worshipped. I like foot stuff, but not from the foot enjoyers side. I like my
Perspective.
feet being enjoyed.
Yeah.
Okay, so like you like, what does that mean? Like you like having feet tickled or?
I'm
Massaged or
definitely yeah, I actually do like my feet being tickled, which is a weird thing. I like my feet being slapped if we're
Oh,
getting into
did the
that.
feet
Oh,
slapping?
yeah, you can slap the shit out of my feet. Oh my god. Like the soles, like the sensitive part, like just really
Always,
just go
every
to
time you
town.
mention that, it always makes me laugh. It just like imagine during sleep you just start slapping a girl's feet.
Oh yeah.
uh,
Don't
I
even ask me how I discovered I like that,
I
but
oh, no, I'm gonna ask now. I'm gonna ask. Don't say it to her. I'm gonna ask.
juggalos. I'm just kidding. A lot of my stories do involve juggalos, but not this time. I don't even know. I don't know how I discuss. I think I stepped on a cigarette one time and I liked it, and that's kind of what started it. I was like, oh, okay.
You guys make me seem
Uh,
so tame. Like I'm like I can point out when I really like this, and then it's like, yeah, I stepped on a cigarette and I like feet stuff.
Yeah. But I don't like other people's feet at all. Feet gross me. Like, they gross me out. So,
Please don't tell me you're one of those that likes to get their feet licked.
oh, yeah. Suck. But see, I'm very dominant. I like being, like, I'm not dominant with Cooter. He won't let me, but, like, when I fuck around with other, I'm very dominant. I'm not a submissive at all. So I like having my feet licked. Sucked on. Yeah.
I have never
To be
dated a
fair,
girl
Joe,
who's dominant.
that's to be fair, Joe, that's probably the most pain thing Bunny said all night, getting her feet licked.
I've heard mangled dick
Yeah.
and a bunch of stuff. You know what? I'm just enjoying the conversation. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I was not expecting the conversation. I was expecting Bunny to be here for maybe an hour and a half, and it's like, all right, And now we're like this far in, and we're all chilling. I'm like, man, I'm here for the vibes. I don't know how this happened on
I'm
here of all
I've
places.
I've smoked like 4 bongs. I'm just like laying back in my I'm here. I'm not moving.
Dude, this is like I wasn't expecting it to go this long or be this like
We're
I
having a slumber party.
yeah, absolutely. I want to do this again for sure. I want to do this again for sure. This has been
The next
fun.
one could be about butt plug and mingle dick.
I'm gonna have a lot of free time coming up, so
You're welcome on my streams anytime you want, Bunny. You're welcome anytime you want.
Yeah, Joe will even kick off everyone else.
Get out of here, Bunny's here. Get out, get out, get out. Except Flatley, you can stay.
You're like, get out if you guys want to be safe, right?
But
They're like, what do you mean? All right, I got 2 words for you: lawnmower, dick. Get out.
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, y'all
I
if
was
y'all like
all right.
the Dom stories, I got a lot.
I'll be honest before I go into my fetish thing and we go a little more into everything. But like, I was nervous
Yeah.
about this. I was nervous about the stream because but the reason wasn't because it was like you. It's like I like this was something where I was like, it's set up. I want to make sure that it like I run it great, and then I'm not gonna lie, the technical difficulties at the beginning kind of put me at ease. It's like, all right, we've already fucked up the worst that we possibly can. So, and then
I
in
tried to tell him, Echo, the technical
Oh,
difficulties
it's
is
the
my
comedy
fault.
with Bunny. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really not.
she
It's
heard
not
me
your fault.
like she heard me screaming like, "Fuck! What the fuck, OBS? What the hell, OBS?" I was like, if I didn't say like a slur before we even started streaming, this definitely shows. But I was nervous all day, but I was also excited because I'm like, man, I want to have fun with this. I don't want to do what everybody else has done. And my big thing was, I don't want to do what Badwick and Bunny are doing. This is like the opposite of what I want to do. I wanted to be like picking her brain, which I got what I wanted to out of that, and also it's still going on, obviously. But I also wanted
Yeah,
to be chill.
you went past the part of no return.
Yeah, and I'm also like, man, I just want to chill and hang out, and I'm glad I got that out of this. Is like something that I was very
Yeah.
happy about. Is I've enjoyed this, and I can't wait to upload the VOD with me screaming at the beginning. Fuck you, OBS.
Uh,
The funny thing about Bunny on any show is like I like to call her like the universal puzzle piece because she literally fits like in any like aspect. And it's funny because sometimes you see Bunny on a show and it's like, holy shit, Bunny's kind of crazy. And then you see her on another show and like, oh my god, this girl's like really, really funny. And then
Yeah.
you go back to a different show and like, holy shit, this girl like talks like nonstop. Like it's just super fun to see her. Like she's like a different person on each appearance she makes.
Well,
that's just fine.
yeah, I think it's perfect because we have therapist Joe. Bunny Button.
No. Do you want to tell us, Bunny, the
I
story of
told
how
her
you made?
vaguely what
Oh,
happened. I was like,
dude.
I rebuilt the bridge between Burn or not Burn. I don't know why I said Burn. That guy's a loser. Between Echo and and Leah by pure accident.
No. So we're on Joel's screen, and I come in. She has me muted. I don't know she has me muted. So every time I start talking, she cuts me off. I'm like, wait, this bitch has me muted. Fuck her. I put her at 10%, so that it's not loud enough that it'll stop me from talking. But if she starts talking, I'm going to start talking so that it makes it worse. Like I'm like, fuck that. I'm not gonna get the satisfaction. So every now and then she sees me light up, and she goes, Joe, what does Echo say? Like, what is he talking about? So Joe has to play middleman after specifically saying, I'm not playing middleman anymore. I'm not doing that anymore. All day, he's like, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. I'm not being middleman. I hated doing it for Sliggins and Burn. I'm not doing that. That's never happened again. So then he's going back and forth. I'm like, oh, what did Leia say? And he goes, oh, well, Leia said this, and this. Oh, what did Echo say? Oh, Echo said this, and this. So then out of nowhere, we start making fun of the way Joe says God damn it. Because he has like an extra emphasis on the D.
I just say, God damn it! Like what?
Yeah, damn it. God damn it.
It's God damn
Well,
it.
you gotta put a little like oomph in it. I get it.
Yeah. It was just funny because we can't hear each other and we're making fun of the same thing. And then Joe points it out. And I'm like, okay, that's pretty
That's
funny.
sweet.
And at
Yeah, it's kind of romantic.
one point Joe puts his foot down and was like, okay, no, I can't do this. You would mute him. This is my stream. We're doing it my way. If you want to be on my stream, you will not mute anybody. So she unmutes me. I'm like, I guess I'll fucking unmute her. And then we just start talking about porn stars. And then we just
Porn was it was no, it wasn't porn
See,
stars. It was because that was a later one. It was watching porn with your
watching
significant
porn.
other.
Yeah,
If
porn just really helps people come together.
And then it turned
literally.
into a therapy session where they like talked out their differences, and I was
That's
mediating.
sweet.
I was giving my perspective, but I was letting them talk a lot of it. I would just give my perspective
That's
here and
really
there.
beautiful.
And then they're like, "Yeah, we're good," and I was like, "Oh my god, it's almost as if you two had just fucking talked to each other. Things sort of figured themselves out. Holy shit!"
Yeah, which is why we said if this ever happens again, the first thing we do is get Joe for the mediator. Because I don't know, like even if I'm not super mad at her and she's like beyond mad at me, if we talk it out, we can figure out what the fuck's wrong. I even said like even if it ends with us not talking again, I'd rather it get like a clean slate and know what's wrong, so we can make that decision. I just make the decision because she doesn't want to talk to me because she doesn't want to like give me a win on it. And then I don't want to talk to her. So like, fuck that. She don't want to talk to me. I'm not talking to her either. Fuck that. So we're like, fuck that. We're putting up all that stupid bullshit, all that petty bullshit. And we even got down to the point where like, yeah, like I even said, like realistically speaking, only a handful of people can like push my button and will actually can hurt me. And
Wait, hold on.
what?
Do you say buttons?
Bunny Button. There we
Oh my, did I
go.
say
But wait,
button?
do you say buttons though? Like it's got
Button?
D's.
Did I
Yeah.
say
Buttons.
button?
No. No, I said like buttons. He's one of them people that says it like it's D's.
Oh,
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I say buttons.
Yeah, I got a problem.
I think it's just because like a lot of fucking Spanish words
I'm just
don't.
kidding.
Okay, no,
I
okay,
just
I was
can't. I always
explaining.
just notice when people say it with D's. Oh, it's just a.
Well,
Yeah.
I always
Also,
point out when people say it with
that's
also,
D's.
I try to have a lazy tongue, so I don't lift as much. So sometimes the words don't come out the way it's supposed to.
No, there's
Just
a
because
lot of people. You're not alone, Echo. There's a lot of people who
yeah.
say buttons, and I always notice.
Yeah,
There's a lot of people.
that's like people who say pen and pen. They say the word the exact same way. I'm like, it's pen and pin.
Or like milk and
Yeah, a
mouth.
pen.
Yeah, it's
A
a
pen.
pen. You grab a pen
Pen.
and write with a pen,
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
it's a pen.
and then you use a bobby pin to do things, but you write
hmm
with a pen.
Yeah, pen.
Yeah, pen and pen.
That's how you know I'm from the South. I'm not gonna pretend to have an exaggerated accent unless I'm using it with customers to make them feel like
You should hear Joe talk to customers in his southern accent. It's the funniest fucking shit.
they
Because
buy
he's
it
like
every
talking
time too.
normal.
All I
He's
do is
talking normal, and he goes, "Oh, guys, hold up," and he just starts talking to customers in like the most southern accent. He's like goes full Ember Lily on the customer.
yeah. You want to hear it? So when I talk to customers, because there's a lot of rednecks, so I talk like this, right? Like there's a little bit of southern twang, but I tell people it's a Florida accent. That's where I'm from. There's southern twang there. It's not as deep as yours, but it's too
Yeah.
northern to be southern because everybody here thinks I'm from somewhere else if I talk normally. But if someone from up north or anywhere else hears me, they're like, "Oh yeah, you're from the south." So
Yeah.
this is me, normal me. I'll be like, an example is I'll say, I reckon, I'll say, I reckon, these are not termite swarmers, these are ant swarmers. But when I talk to like someone out in the sticks, I'll be like, well, I reckon that these aren't termite swarmers, these are ant swarmers.
And he'll do it like he'll
Hmm.
like it's just funny because he switches like he's talking shit to us like, "Oh, it's like it's your day, Echo, you suck, you know, Fern, shut the fuck up, I don't want to hear you going on." And then you go, "Oh, give me a second," and he just goes full southern. I'm like, "Oh yeah, you have a nice day there." I'm like,
You
"What
have
the
a nice
fuck?"
day. It's a pleasure meeting you. I'll keep you in my prayers.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does
you
do.
just gotta sound like a good old boy. I get
Yeah,
it.
they like it though, especially the older women, the
Yeah.
single older women. Like they love it. Like you go in, you're like, "How are you doing?" I don't know if Echo was there that day. I walked into one woman's house and I took my hat off when I walked in because she said, "Come in." So I opened the door and I took my hat off. I said, "How are you doing today, ma'am?" And she's like, "Oh, look at this polite young boy taking his hat off when he walks indoors." I was like,
That's
yes.
key.
I was like, yes, ma'am. My mama taught me to be polite. Take my
Yeah,
hat off when I walk
Yeah.
indoors.
No, Tommy good.
And I was like, I
no.
take off my boots, but I have to keep those on, just for safety reasons.
You're such a fucking little actor.
Yeah, and I'll be like, well, it was nice talking to you, ma'am. I really appreciate it. Then I'll walk outside and be like, Echo of Tragedy is a pedophile.
Yeah, literally, he
Question though,
will.
how come when you do your southern accent, your voice gets higher though?
Just because my
Who are you mimicking?
I'm not mimicking anybody. It's just it's a little
Oh.
easier if I pitch it up an
So,
octave because
so the way,
Oh.
so the
it's
way
I was
Joe
thinking
talks
maybe
right,
you're trying to mimic somebody.
no, it's
no,
just
so
a
the
little
way,
An
easier
actor.
because if I
the way
try to
Joe
do it
talks,
like this, it doesn't sound nearly. It's like, oh yeah, I'm doing it like they. It sounds, really weird. Even you hear
Yeah,
it, it
that wasn't
sounds
good.
weird. So if I
Yeah, that
just
wasn't
pitch it up
good.
a little bit, and it's like, well, ma'am, I understand. Honestly, I get where
Yeah,
you're
that
coming
does. Yeah,
from.
there's
yeah, I
there's a
see it.
second reasoning. So when Joe talks normal, that's him without the butt plug. But when he puts the butt plug in, it knocks it up a
That
notch.
is
Oh,
not true. I do not put butt
okay.
plugs in my butt. Also, we were supposed to talk about fetishes.
Yeah, he goes,
Oh
"Man, if
yeah.
you want a tip, right here, here's my Zelle," and it activates my butt plug.
I do not use butt plugs, okay? Look,
Yeah.
I do not use butt plugs. That is
What
slander,
I mean, Joe, you
libel.
don't do sex work, so I could totally believe you.
Yeah, I don't do sex work. I've had sex with 2 women
Yeah.
in my entire life. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that was a lot of work.
That's a lot. That's a lot. No, I'm kidding.
I know.
No.
Two's a good round number.
I was listening to you and Babwick talk about your body counts. I was like, holy fuck!
I
I
know
feel like,
Badway's like raunchy. I was like, damn, Badway.
yeah, yours was lower than his, and I was like, damn, even
Yeah,
Bunny's is like outstanding to mine.
I'm a
Badwick's
good
is
girl.
like. I remember I listened to that. I was like, two, two,
Ain't bad.
two.
That's a good thing.
It just Joe doesn't count the men though.
Look, but
Yeah,
okay.
well,
So
why would you?
I date women to marry. Okay, I think that's the difference. Is I like some people go out. I've never had like one night stands or anything like that.
Yeah,
I just date
good.
to marry. Like that's how I feel. It's like if I'm gonna
Yeah,
date you, I see a chance of me marrying you. I've been out on dates
yeah,
with girls, but that's not dating. That's not
yeah, yeah. You ain't been committed to more than two.
Yeah, I gotta. If I'm gonna date you, I have to see like a potential chance of me waking up to you, like flaws and all.
Yeah,
Like
I get that.
snoring, like maybe drooling
Yeah.
out the side of your mouth.
Yeah. How much do you
You
fart in
like
your
that?
sleep?
How
I
much?
get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's just me. Like that's how like I've always looked at it. You know, I guess because my grandma brought me up with like the Andy Griffith Show and I Love Lucy and all. In my brain, I was
Were
like,
you raised by your grandma?
for a good portion of my life, yes.
Me too, Joe. Looky there.
She grew me up on old timey music. She grew me up on the Andy
Yeah.
Griffith Show, Gomer Pyle
Yeah.
USMC, I Love
Yeah.
Lucy, Leave It to Beaver, stuff like that.
That's why we got so much in common.
There you go.
It's grandmas.
It's actually funny that I get so I'm a grandma's boy growing up. Love my mom's mom to death. My grandma from my mom's side, love her to death,
That
right?
was yep. That was me. My mom's mom.
So yeah, so she used to like my grandma like I'm my grandma's favorite grandchild. Like there's no like contest. So when we used to live with my mom's from my mom's side, my grandpa, she would always wake up and the first thing she would do is always like as she's cooking when I would wake up to go to walk over to her to kiss her good morning. She would always dance with me right when she woke up. And the reason why is because I was teething. So she used to get some tequila and put a little bit in my gum so that it wouldn't be numb.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where everyone said that I picked up dancing from. It's from my grandma. She would like rub too much in my gum. Because she would like pour it kind of in her hand and then she would like put it in my mouth and then rub it in after. Because she didn't want to like
Yeah.
dip her fingers in it. She was okay, wait, I'll put it in my hand and then kind of throw it in your mouth and then rub it around. So she would like
Yeah.
basically give me like a shot. And I
Yeah.
used to always dance with her every single day. I'm like, what the fuck? I hate dancing. And the first time I got really, really drunk out of the club, the first thing I did was go out to the club, to the dance floor, and just start dancing for like hours. And I went with a girl, and she got really upset because we weren't even dating, right? But she got really upset because I kept telling like, oh, I don't want to dance, I don't want to dance. So she went and sat down, and I was just so drunk. I'm like, I need to fucking move. Like fucking White Chicks, all right, with fucking
The
Terry Crews
Wayans
when
brothers.
yeah, when he's like fucking like
Yeah.
moving around, that's the way I was. And she was, sure you don't want to dance? I'm like, no, what the fuck, I don't dance. So the minute she sat down, I'm like, you know what? Hold my beer. And I go out and I just started fucking just like dancing all the fucking around the entire building. It was just like I had so much fucking fun. And I'm like, oh shit,
Oh.
wait, I used to dance with my grandma. And once I moved out of her house, I never danced anymore. Even with my mom, like I might dance with my mom. Like she was like really drunk and at parties. I would dance with her, but that was really it. I didn't like dancing until I started
Yeah.
drinking.
Oh.
My grandma is the reason why I have not worn a T-shirt since middle school. Like she would dress me up, button ups, khakis, or jeans and dress shoes. That's what I still wear to this day. And she would always say,
Yeah.
she say, Joe, you always gotta look your best. You always gotta look your best.
Yep.
She
Gotta look
said,
snazzy.
if a woman can love you at your best, she can love you at your worst. And you always need to love you. You always need to look your best because you need to show a lady what the best of you can be. But you always need to tell her what the worst of you can be.
Oh.
And
House grandma sounds sweet.
she passed away well early on. But I remember a lot of the things she told me, even as an adult.
Oh.
Very early on in my life, she raised me. I would say for the first 10, 11 years of my life. And
That's so sweet.
I remember the last time I hadn't seen her grave for years, but a few years ago, I was 20, I think. I got to see her grave for the first time in years. I kind of just laid next to it, and I was like, I got to
Oh.
give you the life update of what's going on.
That's
Yeah.
nice.
And I just sat and talked,
Oh.
and I was like, this is a life update. And at the time, I was dating a girl. I'm like, I'm dating this girl, and I like her, and all. I was like,
Oh.
and I got this job going on, and things are going this way, and I just want to give you an update because it's hard for me to come all the way out here to see you. And this was right after my granddad died, her husband, who was a Filipino man. His name was
Oh.
Manuelito. He was basically my step granddad because he wasn't blood, but I never knew that because he was my mom's stepdad from well beforehand, so he was always my granddad.
Yeah.
And this was he was from the Philippines, and he loved movies. He's the one who kickstarted my love of movies. He loved movies. He loved Coca-Cola, That's where I get my love of Coca-Cola from. And he ate every meal he ate with his fingers, unless he went
Oh.
unless he went in public because he knew that his wife would get on to him. He would use silverware there, but it was so foreign to him he'd have a hard time. So when he got home,
Oh.
he would eat with his fingers, and he had a rice cooker, and he always ate rice. It was something that was so comforting to him from home, but he loved American culture. This is a Vietnam veteran. Um, he was in Vietnam. He got shot a few times in Vietnam. He had a stroke where he couldn't
Oh.
even raise like the right hand of his side all the way up. It could go up to his hip and then not. The man loved movies, Coca-Cola, and he loved my grandma and he loved his grandkids. And I was always his favorite, same as my grandma, because
Oh.
I would sit and watch movies. And even after my grandma died, I visited him a few times, and he would always get super excited to see me. He's like, "I haven't seen you in forever. You're looking old."
Oh,
And
I love that.
he got buried. The only thing we ever regretted was his family wanted him buried in a veterans cemetery instead of next to my grandma,
Yeah.
which is what he wanted. But his family being
Oh,
Filipinos,
yeah.
they were like, so they're not buried together. But in his last few
Oh.
years of life, he had finally gotten over my grandma and was meeting women, and then he passed away.
Oh. That's sweet.
Oh, at least
It's
can you give
sad.
up?
Yeah, Manuelito, Manuelito, or but everybody called him Manny.
Yeah.
They'd be like, "Hey,
My
Manny."
grandma was batshit crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she abused the hell out of me. But she was funny. But she was nuts. But I also, she might have been a little psychic. I don't know.
A psychic?
Yeah, she used to have, like, she would have dreams about stuff and she would know stuff. She was real weird. She was into all kinds of weird, like, mountain magic, all
Not
kinds of
ghosts
weird
or
shit.
anything like that, which are not real, of course.
Yeah, no ghosts, nothing like that. But, like, oh, she was real into, like, she did pendulum readings. And I think her mama did pendulum readings. And, like, she was just real into, like, specifically mountain magic is what it's called. Yeah, just weird old Appalachian magic. And she was just weird. I don't know.
Appalachians are pretty
She's the
interesting.
reason why I'm not into anything. I never went through the phase where girls were like into tarot cards and into, witchy shit, because I was like, I've had enough of that in my life.
I guess, yeah, I guess a lot of, no, I wouldn't say all girls, but a lot of girls do go into that. I know girls I've dated have done that.
Yeah.
I remember,
Yeah, a lot of my girlfriends went through that, and I was like, y'all will grow out of it because it's silly. But my grandma did know some stuff. Like, she would have dreams about, like, if she had a dream about you swimming, she knew you were pregnant. And she even knew, like, some members of the family were pregnant and, like, they ended up getting an abortion. And she would be like, you were pregnant. Like, she would just know shit. She told my mom she was pregnant before she found out she was pregnant with every single one of her kids. It was really weird. And she'd dream that they were swimming, and she'd just know.
I don't know how to explain that, but whatever it is, it's not real.
If I didn't experience her telling people left and right when they were pregnant, I wouldn't. I don't believe things easily.
Dude, turn your
Echo.
stream down. What are you doing, Echo?
Echo's
What is this? Your
echoing.
first
It's
time
so,
on fucking
no,
a
you know
stream?
what's so funny? My fucking
What?
headphone just died because I had it off to the side, so I didn't know it's like I heard like what the fuck's going on? So I heard
Yeah,
battery
And
listen to
low.
my
Bunny
witchy
talking
ass
about
So,
grandma.
abortions again. Like, what the hell?
dude, you just
Yeah.
need to know about abortion. Fine,
Yep.
you're pregnant,
My
so
thing is I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. I dated a girl
Me
who
either.
did. We would watch Ghost Adventures, and she'd be like, "How do you not believe this is real?" I'm like, "Well, for one, Zach Baggins is a con artist charlatan who exploited his friend's dead daughter, and two of his friends who died in a murder suicide. He exploited their deaths as well. So he's a con artist and a charlatan and a liar. But
Yeah.
also number two, How do you have 27 seasons of a fucking ghost hunting show trying to capture ghosts on camera, and you still haven't captured a ghost on camera?
Exactly.
Catching.
Exactly. I don't believe in ghosts and shit like that. I don't think that's how the afterlife works at all. I
No.
don't.
How do you think it
Yeah.
works? How do you think it works?
I've watched a lot of like near death experience stuff, and I think it's a lot like that. Like I think it's a whole nother place. You're not gonna come back here unless you're like, you know, reincarnated or some shit. I don't believe that. I don't know. And this is all stuff I've recently like changed my views on. Like I feel like I don't even believe in hell anymore. Uh, I've gone through stuff since my dog died.
I think
Yeah,
I
I'm not
think
even kidding. Like,
I think for me being
yeah.
pushed out of Christianity from numerous reasons, I'm always partial to God because I grew up in that, but I don't know.
Mm-mm.
I always call myself an agnostic. I don't believe nor disbelieve. Like I'm
Yeah.
open. I'm open. I want a good explanation,
Yeah.
something to believe in. But right
No, I
now,
respect that.
I just don't have anything. Like I, if I had my ideal afterlife, I don't even think it would. People say like maybe reincarnation is the closest thing, but I don't like the idea of if you're a bad person you get reincarnated into a weed or a bug or
No, I
something
don't
like
think
that.
it's like that at all.
I
And like, oh, go ahead.
I was about to say to end my thought, like I prefer the idea of your human essence goes into another human, and you forget
Yeah.
that previous life, because it wouldn't help if you were a human with the knowledge of a previous life, but your human
Yeah,
essence is
exactly.
able to live through another human. I think that is more
Yeah.
comforting to me than anything else because I feel like I remember things that I don't necessarily remember sometimes that I wasn't there for. I remember a photo that
Yeah.
was taken of my mom and dad getting married, and I've seen the photo. I know the photo, but I feel like I know what happens exactly after, and I've never asked my mom about it. But I feel like right after that photo was taken, the guy who took the photo got into the limousine that they were in and spoke with them
Yeah.
for a few minutes about things. And I vividly remember this, but it might not be real. But at the same time,
And
I
it
feel like
might
I
be.
vividly remember this, and I've always want to ask
Yeah.
my mom, like, did this person ever die? But the problem with that is my mom and dad got married because my mom was pregnant with me. So I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. You might have been there. You might have been. I don't know that. Like I've changed literally everything I believe. Probably. I mean, like I still believe in God, and I still believe I believe in Jesus, and I believe a lot of the stuff in the Bible. But I feel like a lot of the stuff in the Bible definitely ain't been translated over the way it probably should be. But I also think like with all the stuff that I've watched recently about like near death experiences, there's a lot of stuff that's like everybody experiences the same. There's always like commonalities in all these stories, but especially like a lot of them say that your soul being put down on earth is kind of like a disco ball. Like your majority of your soul is the disco ball, and you're sending down just a beam of light to earth to experience it. And then that got me thinking like, okay, well, when they say in the Bible like you're made in the image of God, is it really talking about his image because he doesn't have an image, or is it talking about the way he sent a part of his soul down as Jesus to experience earth? And I was like, everything I know is different now. I don't know.
This is crazy because we can get into biblical talk, like obviously as people are raised that way. Like I've always said like a lot of things that Christians nowadays, without getting too into it, but I do want to throw this out there. Christians take the Bible at face value, but what the majority of the Bible is parables. They're
Yeah,
stories. Even Christ spoke
exactly.
in parables. Like the story of Christ is typically one of the only things not taken in parable because Jesus of
Yeah,
Nazareth was a real man. And if you believe that he's the
exactly.
son of God or not is completely up to religion and all. But something I've always argued against people who are anti-Jesus, anti-God, and they're like, "Oh, the Bible teaches this and teaches that." I'm like, the Bible, in reality, is one of the most beautiful stories ever written, if you think about it. It's a
Yeah,
beautiful story, regardless of
it
if you believe or
is.
not. It's beautiful because this is a man who
Yeah.
came down and taught people humility, humbleness. He
Mhm.
taught people respect. He taught people to love one another. He taught people, you know, all sorts of different things. And then the culmination of all that, even like whether if you believe it or not, is that something out there, be it God, whatever, be it even this man himself, chose to
Yeah.
die because he believed in everyone else so much. He said, "I will take the burden of everybody else on myself
Yeah, I know.
because I
Makes you
believe in
feel
everybody
something.
else."
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
um Twisting it in a certain, like, twisting it to be hateful to other people, I've always said is wrong, but having your own
Oh yeah.
interpretation of the Bible is never necessarily a bad thing. I don't think Revelations
Yeah.
is a prophecy of the end times. I think it's more so a parable for how Christian people will be persecuted.
That makes sense.
I've always said that.
Yeah, I can see that.
People are obsessed with Christ coming back or the apocalypse and stuff like that, but I don't think like, you expect me to believe that the roughly 70% of the Bible that is parable, this thing that is obviously completely, like, very fantastical in the way it's presented, is not meant to be parable but real. But, like,
Yeah.
all these other things, it's weird. It's weird, but I find the Bible a very
Yeah.
fascinating and loving thing that has been taken
Yeah.
and turned into something that it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe in like the devil or hell or any of that. Yeah, I don't none of that makes sense to me. It just it none of it makes sense to me.
I mean, a big thing that people
I ain't fine.
always say about the Bible is they speak about how Lucifer betrayed God and fell from the heavens and went to
Yeah.
hell and entered the Garden of Eden and all that. But a lot of that isn't even in the Bible. And when people do
Yeah.
point about it, like, it's very, like, it's very loose. It's like the fallen angel Lucifer or whatever. And that's all
Mhm.
they say. It's very loose. Where that story comes from is a poem called Paradise Lost, which
Well,
is
that's one.
it very good, very this the thing about that poem is it is very loving. It's a very good tale, but also the ending is very hopeful, and it makes for a great
Yeah.
story as well. Um, a lot of what is taken in what Christians now believe is from a poem that was written based off of the Bible. And when you ask people about that, you
Yeah.
go, "Well, point to the scripture of that." They can't. And that's why I say,
Yeah.
like, a lot of Christians don't fundamentally understand what they're reading.
Yeah.
Now we're getting philosophical.
Yeah.
We went from butthole plugs to philosophical
I know
bullshit.
this is the way God wanted it, and I'm
Exactly.
rolling with it.
Exactly. Only on my streams. Only on my streams. Hey, Badwick, fuck you, buddy, because guess what? We go from butthole talk to Bible talk. We're holding Sunday
Yeah,
school right now.
talking Bible with a whore. That's the way Jesus would have
That's how
preferred it.
Jesus did it.
Mary
Yeah.
Magdalene. Mary
Yeah.
Magdalene.
Yeah. Which she probably wasn't a whore, but it is fun to think she may have been.
Yeah, that's what people generally consider Mary Magdalene to be. I mean, people still think that Mary was a virgin despite the fact that Jesus had brothers after he was born and all. Like, Catholics believe that
Yeah.
Mary was still a virgin, but he had brothers, and
No.
it's written in the Bible he had brothers.
Yeah. She was split wide open.
By
Amen.
Joseph, by Joseph.
Yep. Amen. Brother Ben. I love talking about the Bible. I could talk about the Bible all day. It's just interesting.
It is. It is. There's a lot of interesting stuff in the Bible, and there's a lot of really great
Yeah.
stories. I think
It
Wendigoon.
gets weird.
It does. It does. I think Wendigoon does a good job of being like, I believe this, but I understand not everybody does, so I just want to get the facts
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. And I really like Wendigoon's videos. I call him based Bible school creepy guy,
Yeah.
and he's an Appalachian man. So
Yeah. Yeah. One of my own.
I do like his Paradise Lost and Paradise Regained videos because the way he speaks of it makes those poems very beautiful.
Yeah.
when he talks about how the angel Michael pulls Adam and he's like, "Hey, you can never return to the Garden of Eden because you ate from the apple. That was a sin. You are a sinner now. You can never return to paradise, and you've lost that. But one day there will be someone who comes along to fix that for you. A descendant of yours will come across to take that burden away from everybody." And it's really beautiful. It's really beautiful when you think about
Yeah.
it. It's like, and then also like Eve, like in that poem when Eve is like, like, I don't know what we're gonna do, but I will always be by your side. It's also very romantic in the way that Eve is, and
Yeah.
I don't know. The Bible is beautiful, but I do not believe a man built an ark and took two of every animal and sailed across for like 40 days and 40 nights. Like that doesn't make
Oh,
any
Joe,
sense.
if you built an ark, what would be the first thing you did? Get two of every animal.
I would get two dogs and go fuck everything else.
Yeah.
I'd get two dogs and then get a very attractive lady, aka Lauren Cohen from The Walking Dead, and be like, everybody else is fucked.
How old is she now?
She's in
She
her 30. I don't care. She's
she's
still
not in
30.
her 30s. She's not in her
The
30s.
Walking Dead sucked.
It did.
It was good for the first three
After
Yeah.
certain point.
seasons. It was good for the first three
Oh
seasons.
no, I thought it was terrible.
You can't argue that
My
first season
stepdad
isn't
used to
good.
watch it.
That first season is
Oh,
fantastic.
I definitely watched the first season and I did not enjoy it.
Joe,
What?
she's 56.
Yeah.
She's 56?
No, she's 46.
I didn't
42?
like how mean everybody was to Tracy Chapman in that show.
Tracy Chapman, who'd she play?
But she didn't. Well, now I feel like it's gonna sound bad when I explain what I was saying. The black woman in the show looked like Tracy Chapman. That's all I
Oh.
really remember from the show.
Oh, everybody was pretty nice to her except for Shane, because Shane and Merle, but Merle was an actual racist.
I
Shane,
don't really remember the show besides her
I'll put it to
and
you
me
this
making
way:
Tracy Chapman jokes.
in episode two, Merle and Rick both say the N word, and they said it on live cable, and they'll never do that ever again.
That's true. That's
Hard,
a valid point.
hard R N word too.
Damn.
Yeah, Joe shows it off every now and then.
But
Like,
no,
guys, look at this, look at this.
so the reason I like that first season of The Walking Dead isn't for that. It's because the first season of The Walking Dead does not follow the comics. It was Frank Darabont's original vision. It was directed and created by the guy who did The Shawshank Redemption, The Green Mile, The Mist,
Mm-hmm.
and it's very character based. It's less about the zombies and more about the characters, which they ended up going back on and then went forward with anyway after they fucked a lot of the characters up. But it's also like it's got that like very down to earth feel. Like
Yeah,
I will always think of like one of the greatest moments in TV is when Rick is looking at that walker, that half like it's just ripped in half walker crawling across the ground, and he's like, "I'm sorry this happened to you. I'm sorry. You know, this isn't something I would want to happen." It's like a real moment of humanity where he like hasn't quite lost his humanity yet. And to me, it's just good TV. It's good TV. It's good drama, good actors, and then they fuck everything up after season 3. After they left that prison, that was when everything fucked up.
yeah, because those next
Hmm.
two seasons are really bad. Well, I remember still watching. I'm like, why am I still watching this? I'm
The
like, I
farm,
need to see how this ends.
the farm season's not bad in hindsight. When I rewatch it, it actually has very good drama. The problem is the budget cuts, where most of it takes place on the farm. But it has some of the best character drama of the whole show. And then season 3 is when they go to the prison, and it's like the perfect mix. And then they fuck it up after that.
Hmm.
Like after they left that prison, that show got bad.
What was that city they went to? Terminal or
Terminus,
what was
yeah, that's when it.
Terminus?
That was probably
That
the
was
last
that was
great moment of the show, is when they ended up in
yeah.
Terminus, and then it just got bad from there.
It's they
I
end up
gotta
in
pee. Y'all
Terminus.
keep nerding.
Yeah, they end up in Terminus, and it's like, holy shit! Wait, this is like a cannibal place, and then they do nothing with it.
No, Terminus gets decimated in like 2 episodes, but it does
Yeah,
have.
but it's such a huge buildup, and it could have been like a weird part where like they start killing people, and could have caused like a bunch of like different things to happen, and maybe like caused like a lot of redynamicing with the show because the show was getting kind of stale. and
Yeah.
they didn't really do that.
Yeah, after the governor's death, that's when the show and they had to leave the prison, and that's I think halfway through season 4. That's when the
Yeah,
show started going really downhill. But the Terminus stuff was kind of like, all right, you know what, like this is interesting, and it does have Rick's best line of the whole show when if you watch the uncensored version on like the DVDs, like when they're in the box cars. And he's like, they haven't even realized, and they're like, realize what? And he's like, they're fucking with the wrong people. It's like, oh, and then it's just like Carol saves everybody. It's like, oh,
yeah, that I didn't like that.
yeah,
I never liked that they made her like the badass of the show in certain scenarios because sometimes it was like really nice to see her like actually step up and fucking like do her own thing. But then it came to the point where it became like a cop out for like every situation that went bad. That her and Daryl would come in and like save her.
yeah. I don't want to
And I almost
talk
feel like
too.
none of the characters. Well, I was gonna say the last thing. It came to the point where it's like the characters can't do nothing by themselves when they're stuck in like a really bad situation.
Yeah, I don't want to talk too much Walking Dead because Bunny said that show sucks and probably hasn't watched much of it.
Oh no, I was listening to y'all. I was having more fun listening to y'all talk about it than I ever
Yeah,
did
which
watching the
actually
show.
reminds me, Joe. This reminds me when we were watching Naruto together the other day.
I no, we were not watching your lolicon shows together. Absolutely
No,
not.
shut the fuck up. Naruto is one of the best.
What?
I don't watch anime.
Me either. I hate anime, and I look at everyone who enjoys it suspiciously.
Based. I don't watch anime
Dude,
Yeah.
either.
I really, really love Naruto and Dragon Ball.
How are you such good friends with Echo then? Because this man's like, yeah, like anime. I jerk off to
I'm
anime.
special.
Echo is a special case. He's, he
I
is
don't
what
make
it
it my
is.
personality.
Yeah.
Ignore my VTuber.
Ignoring the fact that
Yeah.
he's a
That's all I say.
YouTuber.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most of the time, I'm in disembodied mode.
So, Bunny, also fetishes that we never got to other than feet. But,
Oh yeah. Feet.
I was gonna bring up TV shows that you potentially like, but should we reach back
Oh,
around to fetishes or go on to TV and then reach back to fetish?
it's up to you.
All
I
right,
love TV. I
TV,
love TV.
TV shows. What are some of your favorite TV shows?
Uh, absolutely always sunny in Philadelphia.
Based,
I've
based, 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 based,
I've
based.
I'm telling you, I've rewatched every single episode probably 500 times.
That's
Like
that
you can put
is
on any episode, I'm gonna be able to quote it.
that's my favorite TV show of all time. Unironically, I was not expecting you to
Mine
say
too.
that. I was
I have
expecting
a
you to say The
friend.
Office.
If you ever no, I fucking hate The Office. Oh,
Okay,
I hate
good,
The
good.
Office.
Okay, good, because I hate that show too.
If you ever look back at any of my old pictures, I used to have a huge
Oh,
frame, like portrait
Who's the
painting
best
that I
character?
paid someone. Frank,
Yes,
absolutely.
yes. Okay, yes. Frank and
Yeah,
Charlie. Frank and Charlie
yeah,
both
Frank
my.
and Charlie. Yeah, I've
Yes.
got two. I've had an artist paint two paintings for me. One of Charlie with the silver paint on his nose, and
Oh,
I think
yeah.
it might even have. I think it has the words to the song that he sang when they were going for the award
I
in the
just
bar.
wanna tell
Wanna
you
tell
all,
you
go
you
fuck
ought to go fuck
yourselves.
yourself.
There's a great remix on
Yeah,
YouTube of that too.
that was
Day
great.
man.
I have
Fighting.
Frank also. That was the one that was hanging in my room
Uh,
at the old house. Yeah,
I,
I love Always Sunny.
I'm so happy you said that because I know so many Sunny quotes. Did you fuck my mom, Santa? Did you fuck my mom? Did
You
you
fuck
fuck
my
my
mom?
mom, Santa? Did you fuck
I
my fucking
love
mom?
that show. There is no better show. That is the
Yeah.
perfect show.
I
Yeah.
own all the seasons. I love them. I love that show. I've seen it many, many times. But the funny thing is the first 3 times I tried to watch that show, I could not get into it. I tried, and I couldn't. And then I sat down.
Oh, I instantly fell in love.
I was like, I want to say I was 19, 20. I sat down and said, I'm going to watch it. Danny DeVito, I know he shows up. I love Danny DeVito. I'm just going to sit and watch. I'm going to get through the first season. And for some reason, when I watched it, that first season still clicked with me. That first season clicked with me that time I watched. And then I just kept
Yeah.
watching and watching and watching and watching. And I became so. Now I rent Hulu every time a new season gets released to Hulu just to watch the new fucking, like, Sunny when he gets released.
Yeah. Yeah, they've taken a lot of the episodes off of like everything, like the first episode
Oh,
for sure.
yeah, and like some of the Lethal Weapon episodes where they do
Yeah, oh
blackface.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I think like pretty much all of those.
I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
glad I have them on Blu-ray because otherwise.
exactly.
And then of
Yeah.
course, there's some of the best episodes. In my opinion, some of the best episodes are obviously the Nightman Cometh is probably one of the best episodes where they do the play. Gotta pay
Yep.
the troll toll. If you want to get into this boy's
Like,
hole, you gotta pay the troll toll to get in.
That's great. That's the most quotable show every episode.
Oh yeah.
Like, there's something to quote. It's one of the only shows that like I remember. Like I'm telling, I can. Any other show I've ever watched, I will forget, and it could be because I've watched it so many times. But I think even without that, before that, it was just such a good show that I actually remembered it, and that's why I kept watching it over and over again.
I've gotten so
Oh.
many good quotes. It's like, I am a golden god. The dentist system. The dentist system is great. Man, there's so many good episodes. The only episode I've ever outright not liked is the gang cracked the Liberty Bell, which I think is just one bad episode in an entire series.
That is probably the worst episode. That is one of the least memorable episodes that there is.
Yeah, and it's one of the most unique, but it just doesn't. It's eh. I think it's the only one I ever skip over when I rewatch.
I do like Dee's role in that one. I feel like Dee's role in that episode
Sweet
specifically makes that episode good.
An episode I really like from a later season, because the later seasons are like people are half and half, but I still like the show, is The Gang Turns Black, where it becomes a musical of the Oz.
I love that one. I love anything with music. Yeah, you add music to anything, I'm going to enjoy it more.
Yeah, what is that song? Is Charlie sings? He's like, "Yeah, he's just some guy that banged my mother, like this guy and the other,
and the other."
She's a
I've always
hooker
wanted to do like we need to do like a Always Sunny trivia night or something. I've always wanted to do that because I think it would be so good.
I'm down.
See, I really wanted when Toxic was doing his game show. I wanted him to do like an episode on Always Sunny, and I would have been there. I would have been in it.
I would have been like, pull me in. I know I'm like one of the least relevant people in this community, but pull me in because my Sunny knowledge is so fucking good.
Yeah.
I know Sunny. One of my favorite episodes is the episode where the guy wants to buy Patty's pub. It's from season 3. They want to buy the guy.
Oh yeah, and they keep accidentally
And they keep
that is a
trying to
great
get
one.
the guy to buy the thing, and then Frank has his doo-wop group, but it's like he's like, I got the gang, and it's the doo-wop group. And he says, they're like, can you sing? He's like, yeah, we sing. And Mac's like, gangsters don't sing. He's like, gangsters sing. Have you ever heard of gangster rap?
So yeah, I think my favorite episode that always makes me laugh is the one with Roxy. The whore.
Oh yeah, Roxy.
She was a good whore.
Oh
yeah. Help me. I'm constant. I probably at least once a day I say, and help me do these crack rocks out my ass. I was like, it's always relevant.
One of my favorites is may I offer you an egg in these trying times.
We always bull our dinner.
Or the episode where they have Country Mac Day. That's a good episode. Country Mac, and he's like, "Hey, suicide. Suicide is badass."
That's
my cat's name's Mac. Huh?
The egg comment? The egg in these trying times?
Yeah, egg in these trying times.
Okay,
yeah.
that makes
sense. Egg in these trying times.
How about my cat's name's Mac and we call him Country Mac?
Hey, there you go. I like that. Do you when he dies? This is so dark. I'm gonna make the joke anyway because Sonny would do it. When he dies, you're gonna get him cremated, flush his ashes down the toilet, go rest in peace, Country Mac.
R.I.P. Country Mac.
Dude, the funny thing is when I first watched that show, not very many scenes shocked me. I think there were only 2 scenes where I was like, "Oh wow, oh," and I was like, "I don't know how I feel about this," which made it even funnier. That was one of them, and then it was the "Did you fuck my mom, Santa?" where he bites Santa. I was like, "This is really uncomfortable," and I kind of like it.
great. I was hooked after the first episode for reasons
Uh,
that I thought were funny.
well, no, that was the Christmas special. That was the Christmas special.
Yeah.
And then the first episode, they say the N word, hard R.
Hey.
So they
Yeah, they
do in
did.
the one where Mac finally comes out as gay too, because Charlie's
Yep.
like N word, and they're like, whoa, Charlie, whoa. So I'm just trying to
Yep.
guess what the word is. Because Frank says, "Look out, baguette," but he doesn't say baguette.
Yep. I played that scenario out in my head a lot about like if I ever do see an accident about to happen, I'm gonna take my opportunity.
Look out, baguette.
Yeah.
I feel like the newest season was a return to form after the last season before it was kind of like probably the worst it's been as a show.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I didn't rewatch that one the way I normally do.
the Charlie's dad
Like
stuff was okay when they go to Ireland and all, but and it
he's
was
a
nice that it was
cheesemonger.
so many multi parts, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And they ruined.
Yeah, there was a lot of
Go ahead.
I was gonna say there was a lot of like it felt like filler episodes where they just didn't hit as hard, and it was kind of like yeah, that season wasn't as good. I didn't rewatch. Normally, after a season comes out, I'll rewatch it like 5 times,
Oh yeah.
and that one I did not.
Well, they ruined one of the longest running bits, which was is Frank Charlie's dad by doing that.
Yeah,
And that was a big problem
yeah,
I had.
yeah, that's true. Brian was his real dad.
You bang my whore wife.
You tell that bro. That is one of the funniest scenes from honestly any show when they start communicating with the dead wife through the lawyer and they keep telling him to tell her stuff.
Oh yeah.
That's like it doesn't get funnier than that.
Oh yeah. Or Charlie is an expert in bird law.
Yeah.
Or the McPoyles.
Bird law in this country is not governed by reason.
Yeah, or the McPoyles.
Yeah,
Oh, I love the McPoyles.
I
Or,
love
don't
milk.
forget, what is his name? What's that friend that they had before they? Oh God, what's his name? It was played by Jason Sudeikis. I can't remember his name. I've had a few drinks.
Oh,
Schmitty.
Schmitty, yeah.
And they pushed him out of a moving car, and he's like, "Are you really gonna do this again?"
That was a great episode.
I didn't know. I was shocked. I thought you were gonna say the typical like The Office or Parks and Rec. I was shocked that you
No.
said my favorite show of all time, like a show I've seen a million times over. It's my comfort
Yeah,
show.
that's my one. Yeah, that is my one show that I will watch from beginning to like I restart the whole series every year.
Yeah, I think my number two is the Andy Griffith Show because such fondness growing up and just like it's like the complete opposite where it's like that loving like comforting feeling.
I do love the Andy Griffith Show. That is another one of my comfort shows. Honestly, any of those, like I love old shows.
Yeah, Andy Griffith is still my favorite. I love Barney Fife. I love Andy. I love Gomer Pyle, Floyd.
Yeah.
But my favorite character, even though
Okay.
he's only been in like 4 or 5 episodes, is Ernest T. Bass from the Mountain Wedding episode where he's like
Yeah.
breaking rocks and he's like throwing rocks through the window and he's like, Charlene, I'm gonna marry you.
Yeah.
My
That's hilarious.
my grandpa told me he when I first watched the Andy Griffith Show because he got me into it. He said, "Did you know that Ernest T. Bass invented rapping?" I was like, "What? I don't even know what rapping is." But what? And he's like, "Yeah, Ernest T. Bass invented rapping." I was like, "What do you mean?" And he showed me the scene where Ernest T. Bass is serenading Charlene. And he's like, "Hold that fire, fire too hot, jump in the pot, pot too black, jump in the crack, crack too high, jump in the sky." I was like, "Holy shit, my grandpa might have been onto something."
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. That's hilarious.
What other shows do you like? And I want to ask Echo because he's probably gonna say like Aramanga Sensei or something.
Oh, fuck off. No. Never watched that. I mean, like we're talking shows. It's kind of hard for me to think of shows because, like, for the most part, like if we like growing up, we watched shows. We all had to watch something together. So, we watched like Futurama. We watched fucking South Park sometimes if we didn't get caught. Like I can't. I could realistically speaking, I don't think I can think of a good TV show, just because like it was always like something like I could say it's a good show, but I don't know if I would say it's like the best. Like my brain always goes to anime, and obviously you guys are one
Hmm.
anime answer.
I love how I
That's the
said.
autism.
I love how I said, "Hey, Bunny, tell us more of your favorite shows." So we'll move to Echo, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm gonna name some of the shows that I really like and all." That's why I
I'm
love.
trying to
That's why I love
think.
my
But
boy. That's my boy.
I wouldn't. And the thing is, I wouldn't call them my favorite shows. Like I can watch Futurama like nonstop. We used to watch like just replay it all the time because we'd always pop on different parts of the season because we always had different things going on. So we're not always watching like all the same episodes all at the same time. There'd be times when we'd loop around and I'd miss an entire season. So then the second time we loop around, I would watch a season I hadn't seen in a long time. Just because we all had the same account on Netflix and we all had it shared. So if someone watched it without you, you didn't reset to find the episode you're on. You just continued watching whatever was there.
I never,
Yeah.
Because
I never watched into Futurama. I've seen a few
yeah, like I
episodes of South Park, but I really love the South Park movie.
yeah, the South Park movies probably
I like South Park.
the first South Park thing I'd seen as a kid from start to finish. And my mom walks in at the very end and is like, "Why the fuck are they watching this?" And she goes, "What the? Why is Saddam Hussein in this?" And she was like super fucking confused. And it was like the funniest shit. My dad's like, "Well," my dad starts to explain it to her. He goes, "Well, you see, Saddam's actually having sex with the devil." And she goes, "Okay, this is turning off."
I
These
did.
kids are like
I
eight,
didn't see
9.
it. I didn't see it for the first time until about 2 years ago.
God damn.
Yep. But I really loved
I
it. I loved it.
remember I remember the first episode of South Park I watched with my dad. I was probably like 8 or 9, and it was the Red Rocket episode.
Oh yeah,
And that's the worst episode to
that
watch
is.
with one of your parents, because like if I laughed, he was like looking at me like, "Why do you know what that is?" But if I didn't laugh, he thought it was like his job to explain the jokes to me. And it was just, I was just like, "This is just a lose, lose, lose," and I don't want to even be here anymore. But
No, my dad's the most like flop content enjoyer. He'd be like Time LG Joe, all right?
Yeah, you told me.
He,
You told me.
yeah,
You told
he
me.
enjoys watching it. So there's times when he just turns his brain off, and we'd be watching shows we're not supposed to watch. And my mom come in like, "Why the fuck are they watching this?" He goes, "Well, I don't know." He just wouldn't know because he put something on for him to watch. Like my
that's
mom,
this is something I can never relate with people on, because like my parents like never censored what we watched, like
like
at all, ever.
my mom
Like
only
when I told y'all
censored
that
what
I
we,
watched Showgirls, like
yeah,
Joe, y'all know what
Yeah,
Showgirls is.
I've
I
seen
watched that
Showgirls.
when I
Yeah.
was like 6.
My
yeah.
yeah,
Like
my parents when my mom and dad were together, Adam Sandler was about as dirty as it got. Like some jokes I wouldn't understand and they'd be like, eh. But when my dad and my stepmom got together, they didn't really give a shit. So like I
yeah.
would see nudity here and there. I remember the first movie I like the first time I ever saw boobies was in the movie Tango and Cash after my parents got divorced, but before my dad got with my stepmom. My dad had the DVD and I saw tits in that movie and I went, I don't know why, but I really like that.
Yeah.
But like after that, like they didn't really care. But I remember like a movie my dad, because he was a military veteran and all, a movie my dad was very against me watching for the longest time was Full Metal Jacket. And I think it's just because he was in the military, and he even told me like it was something he was uncomfortable with watching after being deployed and all that. Like
Yeah, that
it was
makes
just something
sense.
that hit him hard. But I remember I was 13 years old, and it was about to show on HBO, and my dad was like, "I think you're old enough," and I want to watch this movie because I like it. He's like, "Son, I just want you to know, like, you're old enough to watch this, and I'm ready to watch it, so let's watch it." And we watched Full Metal Jacket, and I will never forget when Private Pyle shot himself. That was like one of the first moments ever in my life where I was like wowed by a movie and also horrified at the same time. Where I was like,
Yeah.
it made me so uncomfortable. And I watched the rest of the movie, and the rest of the movie did nothing after that because I was like so shocked by that. And I could tell my dad was like really liking the movie, but he was uncomfortable. And ever since then, Full Metal Jacket is one of my favorite movies, and now I love the movie to death. I love it.
Yeah,
Yeah, because my
it's a really
parents
good movie.
never censored like music. Like my mom would play Eminem, they play freaking like all gangster rap, like crazy shit. And like
Yeah,
fucking like they never censored music. It just went TV. My mom just didn't want us going around saying that shit at school, especially when there's three of us.
Hmm.
Like the odds just go
yeah,
up. And also my sister just like she censored the shit out of my sisters when it came to certain things. And
yeah,
it was mostly like a Mexican thing. It wasn't until like we got older, she's like, okay, well, realistically speaking, you guys know what not to do. You guys know what not to say. You guys can watch it.
yeah,
But there was a point we had to have a debate with my mom on why she should let us watch certain shows. And she's like, well, you guys can't watch anything that's like freaking like TVMA, like Futurama. And I remember pulling up on my phone. I'm like, it says PG. It's PG, all right? It's not TVMA. Actually, and I pull up what my brother was watching at the time. My youngest brother, he used to watch this show called Happy Tree.
Oh, yep, I know what Happy Tree
Yeah.
Friends is. Yep.
So he's watching the show where these little woodland creatures are getting like torn apart into shreds. And we can't watch something where they swear or they talk about hookers.
That's
I'm like, this kid's 5 years old. Like, how the hell is he watching like shows with fucking with crazy like death, like getting like disemboweled or getting like literally like pulled their fingernail out and their entire nervous system gets pulled out. I'm like, wait, he can watch this, but we can't even watch like Bender talk about like he's gonna do his own thing with black chicken hookers. Like, really?
that's
And
weird.
then she
That's
and she like hardcore conceded.
That's
Still
weird
okay, that's
because my
fair.
family. So when before my parents got divorced, like my dad let me watch Lord of the Rings because he knew I had seen the first movie and the second movie, and he got me Return of the King on DVD. And my mom flipped out on him because there's the scene where they launch the chopped off heads at Gondor, and my mom was like, "Why would you let him watch?" I'm like, "Ah." But then after they got divorced, like my dad didn't really give a shit about like nudity. My mom was like I remember like my stepdad had Fallout 3 and I wanted to try it out and my mom was like, "Should he really play that?" My stepdad's like, "Ah, it's fine." She's like, "Yeah, it's fine." Like after they got divorced, nobody cared, but before that they gave a shit. So like I
yeah,
remember like one of the like when Superbad was fairly new, my dad and my
Oh,
stepmom were dating, and they rented the movie from like back when Movie Gallery was still a thing. And there's the scene where like they open the porno mag and it shows like full tits and everything. And my older sister like freaked out, like, "Is he really allowed to see this?" And my dad and my stepmom were both like, he's a fucking boy. He's gonna see it eventually. Who cares? Like,
yeah.
he's not sitting here doing anything. Like he's not repeating anything. I remember that's the first time I ever heard what a blowjob was, and I still didn't understand what it was. I was just like, why is that guy so excited about the fact that he's gonna get a hair dryer?
oh my
I
god.
think I forget sometimes how much younger y'all are
Yeah, I'm
until
20.
y'all start saying stuff like that. I'm like, wait a minute, I was like in high school
Yeah,
when Superman
I'm
came out. I might have
26.
been out.
I'm 26.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I was in like either going into middle school or it's like right before when that movie came.
Yeah, yeah, that's
I
about where
remember
I
I remember
was.
we literally watched it in the further with my dad. My mom was at or either my mom was like either at like a family thing or something like that. And we ended up just staying home. And I remember watching that movie like, what the fuck?
My,
I'm like, wait, we can do this in high school? And my dad's all, no, you guys.
my favorite line from that movie is still the banter that they have when he reveals the McLovin thing, and he's like, "Well, it was between this. It was either between McLovin or Muhammad." And Jonah Hill goes, "Why the fuck was it between McLovin or Muhammad?" And he's like, "Oh, because Muhammad's the most common name on the earth. Why don't you pick up a book once in a while, retard?" And he's like, "Do you know anybody by the name of Muhammad?" And he's like, "Oh," he's like, "Oh my god, we're fucked."
Yeah.
I just love the way Jonah Hill goes, "Why the fuck was it between that and Muhammad?"
Yeah.
No, my second youngest brother looks just like fucking McLovin. and we used to make fun of him for all the time, especially because he was like very poignant with the way he talked,
Dude,
and
burn
he
is
like hate
McLovin.
that shit.
Burn is McLovin.
No, I would say my brother's way more like McLovin, especially more now. The way he is now, he's more like McLovin now than when he was like a kid. But we used to always call him like part of his nickname was always like, let's say like his name by the book. Let's say his name's like fucking Daniel. It was always like Daniel by the book. Everyone in my family called him Daniel by the book because if it wasn't the way it was supposed to be, the way he like his routine, he would say, no, we can't do that. Like one time, my dad wanted him to stay. Like, hey, just stay up. You can stay up a little longer. It's not like what's an hour gonna do? And he goes, I can't stay up a little longer. It's 9 o'clock. If you have to go to sleep at 9 o'clock, I can't. And it was always the funniest thing. So when we saw that movie, we're like, oh my god, this is what my little brother's gonna grow to be. He's gonna be the guy that goes to get beer because, like, oh well, I mean, I guess I'll do it because there's times we peer pressure him to do things like stupid shit, and he'd be like, we're not supposed to. I'm like, dude, what's the okay? But we're not. Are you gonna get caught? And then we get caught.
Yeah, but McLovin's the coolest character in that movie because he gets to shoot guns, fuck women.
Yeah.
Like McLovin
Yeah.
is actually the coolest character in that movie. It's like, oh, the nerd, and then he ends up having sex with the woman. He fucking he gets to shoot guns, hang out with the police, go on drunken rampages. McLovin is so based.
No. One thing I remember with the movie is when the guys talk about like bringing condoms, and I'm like, "Hey, Dad, take notes because he freaking had all his kids sitting around him. Like, you should take notes right here." And he goes, he's like, "I'm never using a condom." I'm like, "Wait, so do we have to use condoms?" He goes, "You want kids?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "All right, then don't." I'm like, Okay, I don't know if that's something you should tell your son, but fuck it, never use the condom."
So
Actually,
fetish.
one
You
time,
gotta
So
learn.
fetishes.
not wearing condoms. That's my fetish.
we got a foot fetish. I love how it's been like an hour and it's like so fetishes.
Okay, Joe, what are your fetishes? I want to hear like the
All
most
right.
like
Yeah.
normal person his fetishes are.
What the most normal person? Okay, well I
Yeah,
I have I like role play. I'm a big role play guy. Depending
What
on
kind
like
of role play?
what kind of role play, like I don't know,
Yeah.
uh
like
college
DDOG.
college teacher, college student is one I've done before, where it's like I'll
Okay.
never graduate from the university, that type of shit. Cow, okay, cowboy and bandit woman and bandit man, cowgirl, bounty hunter. That's happened a few times, many times. It's always a classic. Um, police and criminal is a good one.
Okay.
Nurse and patient, that happened a few times.
All
Um,
right. All right.
trying to think of other ones that have happened. Popular girl and
Hmm.
nerdy guy, nerdy girl, popular guy. That's happened once or twice.
Okay. Well,
Uh,
nothing too concerning. Okay.
Mhm.
el- there was one where she bought elf ears, like cosplay elf ears, and I had a sword, and
Okay.
I was the swordsman, and she was the elven princess. That was pretty cool.
Okay.
That's really about like it, like nothing super degenerate or anything. Like it's never like anything way out there. Like I'm not gonna be like age play or anything like that because it'd be like
Good.
instant turn
Yeah.
off.
Don't do.
But
Wait, but you don't like wait. Well, I mean, age play doesn't have to be younger. You could imagine she's like a 60-year-old woman who needs her help crossing the street.
no, thank you.
That's true.
That's still not hot.
Yeah.
It's still a turn off.
Yeah, but what if she
Mm.
found out she was like a millionaire and then you have to have sex to get the $1 million?
Yeah. She's literally about to
I
die.
don't know if that would
Yeah,
turn me
girl.
on. I don't know if she's like I'm an old woman who wants to have sex to give you money, or if
Okay, but
Yeah.
what if
She's gonna
she was
ask to put
what if
something
she
in your
was
butt too.
yeah, what if she was old but she didn't look old?
I don't know. I still think I'm a big fan of the bandit cowgirl one. I think
Yeah.
that's the
You
best
got a
one.
lot of boundaries and a lot of morals and stuff.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It's just like
I'm just kidding.
okay. So here's the thing. Here's a story about me that I think Bunny and you, Echo, will find very funny. So the first time I went into a sex shop was with my ex, and she wanted to get some stuff to spice things up, which I was fine with. I walked in, and was immediately uncomfortable with the amount of things I saw. I was like, there's that? What do you do with that? What the hell is this? What is that? Why am I putting that on my penis?
All
Shit
the
like that.
candy.
And what we ended up leaving with was some nice edible lingerie, some nipple clamps. And I think that was really about it. I let her pick. I didn't
Oh,
even argue. I didn't even argue. Oh, and a butt plug. But I didn't even argue. Like I
For
wasn't
you?
like I was
oh,
telling her no unless it was something that would like go in me or be like that. I didn't like argue or anything. I wasn't like no. It's just like I walked in was a little more uncomfortable. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? But then there was like a section
yeah.
where they sold incense. I was like, this is a really nice section. Okay, this is a really lovely
I'm
section.
gonna stay
Nice and
here.
classy. Nice and classy.
I remember though, I remember looking at the DVDs they were selling and they had all sorts of like pornographic DVDs for some reason. And I saw one
Yeah.
that was like a fart porn DVD and I thought about buying it to give to my friend as a birthday gift.
You
Oh, that would have
should.
been so funny.
But it was like $60. I was like, I'm not spending $60 on a fart porn DVD. That's ridiculous.
Well, you want high quality parts, you'll pay.
I didn't want them. I was gonna get it for my buddy just to be funny. But
Sure,
No,
sure.
I have two funny sex. Oh, one's a sex store. The first time I went to a sex store with all my buddies, and the second one's like a girl who wanted to order a dildo, but sent it to me because she couldn't like have it delivered without her being there. So when me and my friends went to a sex store, like the first time all of us ever went to a sex store, because it's right next to the weed dispensary. So I go in to go get the weed. I was the oldest person in the group. I've never bought weed before. I asked them like, oh, like fucking, what did I even ask? I think I might have asked like fucking how many ounces or fuck. I don't know. I asked like a stupid fucking question, and the guy and I was dressed up like really nice, and I kept scratching my every time I get nervous, I scratch my neck. And the guy's like, "Are you like on something?" I'm like, "Dude, it's the first time I bought weed. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm sorry." So then I come out and all I'm like, "Wait, where did everyone go?" Because my buddy was waiting outside the door. He goes, "Oh, they went next door." So I'm like, "Wait, what's next door?" We walk in, full blown sex store. They have like a blow up doll like on top of the wall, like
yeah.
blown up, and it says welcome visitors. And we're going through, and this is probably the height of my like porn knowledge. So we pull up by the DVDs and they have like all these Japanese ones. And I just start like my buddy starts pulling them out and I start playing like trivia, like, oh, this is that person. My friend looks it up, that's that person. And we just keep going for like a good 15, 20 minutes until one of my friends started feeling really uncomfortable. He goes, honestly, I felt kind of weird coming in here, and now I'm kind of nervous that Echo's kind of naming all these points there that I can't even name. Like I don't even remember like my girlfriend in high school. Like this made me feel like he's like super religious. Like he didn't want to go in there. They peer pressured him to go in there, and now he's like kind of had like a freak out. And it was so funny that as we're walking out, one of my buddies like, "Wait, what's this for?" And it was like a snake. I don't know if you guys ever seen like I mean, Bunny probably has, but like the long like dildo snakes, the anal snake,
Yeah.
and he had it in his hand. Like, what's this? I'm like, well, first off, you probably don't want to touch that because someone. It was like a really fucking like shitty sex toy. I'm like, you don't know if someone's touched it or anything like that. Also, that goes up your ass, and he threw it up, and it landed on top of my other friend, and they all started freaking the fuck out, and they kicked us out of the store. And I'm like, yeah, don't come back. I'm like, I don't think we were planning to come back. And it was so funny because my friend like got legitimately upset and he ended up going home and we thought like, oh shit, like is he like done with us? Like what the fuck? Because he'd never seen him get mad. Like, so then he comes back like an hour or two later after everyone's stoned and he came back with like food and said, I'm really sorry I did that. I did not mean to be like a burden. And everyone's just high as fuck. And they already did all they there was no more liquor and all the weed was gone. And so he came back like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to miss this." And he wasn't even smoke or drink. And then he just leaves the food and leaves. And then the next morning we get this long paragraph of him like, "I'm sorry I acted the way I did. I'm just not used to being in sexual situations." And
Oh my
I don't know.
god.
It was the funniest, most wholesome thing, and we just couldn't stop laughing because like, dude, no, you're fine. You did nothing wrong. But he still like apologized for like a few months and it was just like the funniest thing because He's all, the most I've ever done is hold hands, and like this is like really uncomfortable. I just he kept every 5 minutes just kept saying how uncomfortable he was.
A ball gag. That was the other thing we bought. I remember.
It was for you, right? So you couldn't say no
No,
to
it
the
wasn't
anal
for
plug.
me. It wasn't for me.
No, then the dildo thing. This is back when I used to live with my friend. So we get it delivered. I have it in the box. I put the box in the corner, and I just tell my buddy like, "Hey, don't touch that. That's for one of our coworkers." And he goes, "What the fuck did you get?" So I go to work. I come home. These motherfuckers are throwing the dildo around and sticking it to the wall. And they're like, "Oh shit!" They're trying to like they keep throwing it at the wall, and it's leaving marks on the wall. I'm like, "You guys are fucking retarded. What are you guys doing?" And they throw it, and it fucking smacks me straight in the eye, and I have a fucking black eye from the fucking dildo. I was so fucking pissed, but I couldn't help but laugh because my buddy passes out because they were drinking. So my buddy passes out, and we fucking slap the dildo on his head and take like a bunch of pictures with him, like with permanent marker mustache. And so the girl gets it, and she goes, "Why did you open it?" I'm like, "So Luis and Ian, they opened it up," and I'm like, "Wait, why?" I'm like, "Cause they're really drunk." And she goes, "It's not used, right?" I'm like, "Okay, they're not gay. They just were stupid drunk. They were throwing it around." And that girl never talked to me after that.
Yeah, you
You know,
ruined her dildo.
I didn't even play with it. Okay, I did
That was
after,
your
but
fault.
I've never
it
played
was
with a
not.
dildo, so there you go.
Joe, you're not experiencing life yet. You should. I think you need to like kind of rip off the band-aid.
Maybe, but not in my asshole. The band-aid will stay across my asshole no
Okay,
matter
well,
what.
what if we just okay? Let's say we put like a let's say we have a wheel, all right? We put a bunch of different body parts on the wheel, but have like anal as like the smallest one, all right? And I put a magnet on the top of it and a magnet on the pin so that you have to do anal. But that is that like a
What are
good
you saying?
You're just saying you're gonna fucking fix the fucking wheel to where I have to take something up the ass.
yeah, but it'll be by chance.
No, it
It'll be
won't
out
be
of your
by
hands.
chance because it's
You won't
fixed.
yeah. Yeah, this by chance it's
I still
fixed.
wouldn't do it. I still wouldn't do it.
Not even if it landed on it by chance.
Dude, I would have to be like the most extraordinary circumstance that it would have to be would I would have to be like married with lots of kids, my divorce is about to happen. Uh I don't want my kids to go down. I'm still in love with this woman. She's still in love with me, but there's so many problems. And she's like, you know what? Maybe we could save things if we do this anal. And then I would go, maybe. That's it. Like,
Okay, Joe.
maybe, and then I wouldn't agree. I would still not
This
agree.
I'm gonna ask you the shit question,
What?
right? So would you rather watch your girl get fucked by another man or take me?
What? This
Neither. I
crazy.
would leave her if she tried to fuck another man. I'd leave her. I'd be like, sorry.
Joe, that's not how hypotheticals work.
Yeah, but this hypothetical is stupid because I wouldn't watch my girl get fucked by another man. I
It's
would
supposed
leave
to
her.
be two things you wouldn't want to do. Which one is worse?
He's like, that wouldn't be my girl anymore.
Yeah, that wouldn't be my girl. I'd be like, that's his girl. I'm gonna go find my own girl,
That's
one
his
who
girl.
respects
Like
me.
he just abandoned her. Like that.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be like, if you want to go fuck that man, fuck that man. I'm gonna go find a girl who's loyal to me and doesn't want to shove shit up my asshole.
What? A girl can love you and want to shove shit up your asshole at the same time.
Yeah, like what if you make her really mad?
Like,
Not a sexual thing.
what is this obsession with my fucking ginger starfish? I
Well,
don't get it.
I got a question. I got a question.
Okay.
Like, okay, say you're with a girl and she's like, I want to shove shit up your ass. And you're like, no, ma'am, you can't do that. And she was like, well, can I shove shit up other people's asses? Will you let her then? If it's just her shoving shit up their asses.
It depends. Like, what's the situation? I don't know what the situation
What's the
is.
It's
situation?
like on a subway.
On
I
a
don't know.
subway, she's just going to the subway and shoving shit up people's asses.
No, I
Essentially, of
don't know.
course.
Like, maybe she meets someone and they're like, I would love shit being shoved up my ass. And she's like, I really love shoving shit up people's asses.
That's a fair point. That's a fair question, though.
Okay, I have
Yeah,
an
would you?
answer for this. You want to know what I
Yeah,
like what my answer is? She
yeah, yeah.
obviously would not be the perfect woman for me because
That's right. Good answer, Joe.
if she cannot understand that I don't want something shoved up my ass and wants to go shove shit up
Yeah.
other people's asses, then she
Yeah, she's
obviously
just
does
got a
not
hankering for it.
yeah, she doesn't respect my
Hmm.
boundaries and only clearly cares about what she wants, other than
Yeah,
respecting
that's
my
true.
boundaries.
You
So she's not.
selfish bitch.
What?
I agree. No, I agree. She's a selfish bitch. I
Oh,
agree.
I thought
I'm like agreeing with you.
I
Like,
thought
no,
you were
yeah, I'm
calling me a
backing you.
selfish bitch. I'm like, no, because if
No,
she
like
had
honestly,
boundaries, I
I'm
would
ready to
respect
fight
them.
this girl on your behalf now. Like I'm getting upset and I created this scenario.
I was about to
Yeah,
say,
she's
like,
not the one. Get out of here, you whore.
yeah, I was about to say, look, here's the thing, right? If she had boundaries, I would want to respect those boundaries. Like,
Yeah.
it, I've never been the guy to push anal, but if I was like, hey, I'm in the middle, let's do this, she's like, no, I don't want to do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I'd be like, okay, let's not do that. And I would want her to respect my
Yeah.
boundaries the same way.
Yeah. Yeah. If you were like, I
Okay,
want to
but
fist you, and she was like, I don't want to be fisted, you would respect that.
okay, Joe, but what if it was her birthday?
There you go. Yeah, birthday card. That is actually a law
Yeah.
in all
Oh,
So
states.
okay, wait, Joe,
it's
Joe. Let's say it's not that severe, right? What if she just wants to shove a finger up your ass for her birthday?
Okay, what if she's like wanting to tongue it? Like she's real freaky. She's
Yeah,
like,
what,
I just
yeah,
want to
she
put
wants
my
to
she wants
give
to
tongue
me
give
a
in
her,
there.
rim job.
yeah, she
No,
wants to
she
toss your
wants
salad.
in there.
Yeah,
Oh, so
Yeah.
it's not even rimming it; it's like stick the tongue in there.
Yes.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
Australian.
she's gonna teleport.
How is this night?
I don't know.
How is this night turning into the Joe butthole will eventually get penetrated? Fucking.
I don't know, I just have questions because you're so like final on it. But like the thing that piqued my interest the most was you saying like you would literally die. And I'm like, that's absurd.
Look,
Like that's just crazy.
that's
Just
absurd.
a little
That's
bit of butt fun.
crazy. Okay.
I don't know. I feel like is it
When
worth
I
your life? Like
when
you,
I
I'm just thinking like so from a survival standpoint, like you're not gonna make it.
You're right.
like when I
Is
think of
it's worth it,
something that
but
I would
is it
rather
worth
die
her
than
life?
do.
I guess is the better question.
Yeah. Well, my thing is like, okay, well, it like when I think of something that I would rather die than do, I think like, oh shoot, like if someone's gonna get killed unless I die, I'd rather die
Okay. Well,
than them get killed.
Very
here's
noble.
the thing. You okay? So you haven't brought up the right question. You haven't brought up the right question. Then okay. So if I'm in love with a
Okay.
woman and her life is on the line, then yeah, I'd probably do it.
Okay, because I was gonna ask like a scenario like that
Yeah, if her life was on the
earlier.
line and I loved her, then I would do it. But if my life was on the line, I'd be like, just fucking shoot me. I don't care. I'm not getting anything on my ass. But if it's like, hey, you know what? Um, I will pull the trigger on this woman that you love unless you let her shove a finger up your ass. And I'd be like, well, let her shove a finger up my ass. Like I
But
don't
what if
want
it's like
I
a fist?
Okay, but
okay,
Joe,
okay. You know what? Her
if
life is not worth it that much. All right, let's be
Oh,
honest.
so your love has limitations. We're getting somewhere.
No. If I loved a
that's very
woman
selfish.
deeply, I would do
It's
I would
very
do
conditional.
no, if I loved a woman deeply and I
I'm
truly
writing that
loved a
down.
woman, I will say I would do like almost anything unless it's like really immoral, really bad, really, something that up beyond the
Yeah, you're not going to hell for a little bit of butt fun,
yeah, beyond the
you know?
lines of like what should be right. I would be like, you know what, I'll take the bite for someone I love. But if it's for me, no, just shoot me. I don't care. Fuck it. I've already told
Oh,
people
what?
like, yeah,
That's
no,
crazy.
yeah, no. If they're like, hey, we're gonna
Joe,
fish
that
this.
makes it sound like you have nothing to live for. Like don't do it, Joe.
No, I have
Step
self
out from
respect.
behind
I
that
have
ledge,
self
my
Joe,
friend.
come
I
off
have
the
self
list.
respect. I'd be like, I would rather you shoot me in the fucking face with a gun than stick your fucking fist in my
Well,
asshole.
what?
Either pull that fucking trigger or I'm gonna pull a
I
trigger.
don't
I'm
know.
gonna
I
pull
Okay,
just
both.
feel like I have a love for life, and I'll take a fist.
Joe, you can always recover from being fisted, all right? You can
Yeah,
be a survivor.
this is just foreign to me, Joe. I just have questions. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Look, it's an exit, not an entry, and I would only do that for someone I love. But I would not like me.
Yeah, you gotta love her. Yeah.
I'm like, you know what? If this, it goes back to what I said earlier. If this is the way I was meant to die, it's the way I'm meant to die. Pull that fucking trigger because there's not something going in my asshole. And if this is the way I was meant to die, it's meant to happen. You better unload both barrels of that shotgun.
But
You better
love
pray I don't
can
survive.
Love can shatter all that though.
Love
So
can shatter all. If
that's
I love
beautiful. What a beautiful message.
Now, if I loved a woman and she's like, "Hey, I just want to shove this up your ass," I'd be like, respect my boundaries, of course. But if she was like in
Hmm.
danger or something, I'd be like, you know what?
Yeah, it's like she's tied to a railroad track, and if you don't just plow through your own
Oh
ass,
yeah,
she will
You have to
die.
use
and the
yeah, you
guy's
have to use
twirling
your
his
ass to
mustache.
move
He's
the
twirling
lever.
his mustache. He's like, "Yeah, let your girl shove a
Yeah,
fist up your ass." I'd be like,
yeah. These are
"All
scenarios that all adults face at least once in their
right."
lives.
I love how I was gonna get more of my fetishes, and then it became about my asshole yet again, because my asshole has been the star
Well,
of this show.
Okay, but Joe, you see
yeah.
the thing though? The thing though with saying yes is you can always say no and stop it if you didn't like it. If she just like pressed it a little bit, and you're like, okay, no, I don't like that. You can always say no. You know
Echo's
that, right?
playing by new rules. Yeah, yeah. You can always say no.
Yeah, you could say, you know what? Sure, let's try it. She could just press it a little bit, not even insert it, and you'd be like, you know what? No, I don't like that. I don't feel comfortable with that. Let's not do that. You could always like you show that you wanted to try it, even if you didn't want to try. You show that you know I'm willing to like
Would you
put up
do
one of
it?
my
Would you
boundaries.
do
Like
it?
just yes, I would actually do that exact scenario. I'd be like, oh nope, sorry, you
Every
can't.
time you guys mention a finger or a fist or anything going up my asshole, my butthole just clenches up a little more than it
Well,
normally did. So right,
actually, Joe, I can actually give you a scenario of something like that happened where I wanted to try anal with my girlfriend and she'd never like anal. So one day, she's like, you know what? Fuck it. You're always, every time I say no, you drop it. You won't bring it up until like the next time. You always ask before. So you know what?
Yeah, you
Fuck it.
always
Try
ask
it.
again.
You always ask later. Like you never try to force me to do it in the moment. You always ask
Yeah,
me
you
when.
just keep asking and asking
Yeah, yeah,
periodically until she
yes,
breaks
yes.
down.
No, I
Oh
just
my
always
god,
periodically just ask. Like
that's
every time we have
coercion.
sex. No, that's not coercion.
I'm just
No,
kidding.
cool. I hate that. There's someone out there who's never had sex. They're like, wait, that is okay. I guess I'm never doing that. No, because like she would ask certain things to do, and I would always say, okay, no, I'm not slapping you again. The last time you cried, and I didn't even do it that hard. I just gave you a smack, and
What?
you just had like a. Okay, I don't know if I told you. There was a
whoa,
girl that wanted me to slap her during sex one time,
whoa.
and she
I
had a
think I
piece of.
forgot to listen for a second, and then when
No,
I
Wait,
no,
wait.
she
I was
asked me to
taking a
slap her
drink of
during
another
sex.
beer, and I just hear, "Yeah, this girl slapped shit out of her. She cried."
yes, I was slapping her.
No,
Yeah,
I didn't even slap her that hard because I can't hit girls. It fucking like I did it
oh,
once
come
and I'm like
on.
okay
You got to get
I
over
just
that.
can't.
You got to get over
And then
that.
it doesn't
Yeah, you
no it
gotta hit
doesn't
them every
no
now
no
and
it
then.
doesn't help that the first time I do it and the girl starts fucking like freaking the fuck out and crying really hard because apparently she got fucking domestic violence before. So I'm like okay why are you asking me to
Well,
slap you if
well,
you're
you
not even
gotta
over
maybe
it?
like know. Yeah, that's on her. You gotta know your limitations. Like, don't.
Yeah, like it's not against it, but the first slap I'm doing is soft. So I did a soft and she freaked the fuck out. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not doing that. And she had like asked me to do it multiple times. And just after a while, I'm like, you know what? All right, I always ask you for stuff. You've always complied. The least I can do is like try to do what you want me to do. So the same thing with
Yeah.
my ex. I had asked to do that before, and before she had asked me to do other things. And I always usually said, yeah. She goes, you're always like complying with me. I want to try this for you. When I say I barely press it against her ass, I had a condom on because she went. She's like,
Oh
we need
wait,
to have a
hold
condom.
on.
What?
You were slapping her ass the whole time?
No, no. This is
Oh,
a different
okay.
girl. This is a different girl.
Oh, okay. I think I'm confused. I'm
Yeah,
very high. I've smoked a lot. Sorry.
yeah. So I pressed it on her ass, like right there on her asshole, and she goes, I don't think so. I'm like, really? She goes, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, can I take off the condom then? Because I guess we're not using this anymore. She goes, yeah, go ahead, and it just fucked her regular. But I remember being really disappointed. I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm like, she did try at least, but I thought it would at least like go a little further. Maybe like a minute. It's like, okay, no, stop, please don't. I don't want this. And okay, stop. Go back to regular
You
sex. But
wanted
no,
the.
just like literally press. And she goes, I don't want it no more. I'm like, okay.
Oh, okay. See, I have the opposite. My ex was like, "I want to do anal," and I was like, not tonight." Mostly because I'm afraid of what I call poopy dick.
Yeah,
And
that's a logical fear.
eventually I was like, all right, let's do it, and we did it, and I'll say it was nice. I had a great time, and then as soon as we finished, I was like, okay, I can't look down. I said because if I look down and see what I think I'm gonna see, I'm gonna throw up. And she looked down and said, "You're good. And I was like, "Are you sure?" She's like, "You're good." And I looked down. I was like, "Okay, I'm good." I was like, "I'm about to hop in the shower because we typically took a shower afterwards, just to clean up in case we were gonna, go cuddle, watch a movie, do whatever, eat dinner, whatever."
Yeah.
So I went to like, she started the shower and she just saw me like hovering my hands because typically like I'd be like kind of cleaning myself up a little bit, but I was just like hovering my hands up. She's like, "What?" I'm like, "I'm not touching that thing until I wash it." She's like,
Yeah, you never
"Why?"
think of.
I was like, "That was just in your butthole. I'm not touching
Yeah.
that thing until it gets washed." I was like, "I'm
Yeah.
until that thing gets soap put on and I ain't fucking touching it." She's like, "Quit being a big baby." I was like, "No, no, that's where you poo. That's where you poo."
Oh wait, so you don't eat ass either?
No, I've never eaten ass. I don't plan on it.
Okay. Okay. I'm saying.
Yeah,
No, you're
you've
good.
never.
I'm just saying I'm not. I don't plan on it.
Wait, Joe.
Hey.
If it had to be between eating ass or getting fisted, which one would you
I'm
choose?
eating ass any day of the week. I don't get two
All right,
shits less. I'm not having
thank you.
anything going in my butt.
You see, Joel's a reasonable man.
Hey, that. I mean, that's a little, but like, oh, I'm.
Like, like I've
You do
tried
your
it.
show.
I've tried it. The girl didn't really like it, so I'm like, I didn't even do it that long. So I'm
What?
like, you know what? What? She just didn't like it. She's never had it before. She wanted me to try it
Hmm.
because she's like, I gave you one of my first, or you gave me one of your first. I want to do one of mine.
Yeah.
And then she's just like, no, I don't. I guess I'm not an ass girl. And it's the same girl that didn't want to do anal.
Hmm.
Wait. Hold on, buddy. Time out. You said you do you, Joe. Did I pick the wrong answer? It's like I would
I
rather.
mean, I just feel like I don't know. I feel like because you're all like I'm single, and then you want to stop people with the pickup lines. I'm just trying to help you. Like girls love when guys are enthusiastic about eating ass,
I
and
said
that's
I
just
would eat
like
ass. I said I would eat ass over getting
they're just
fisted.
no,
You didn't say
not
what
like
the answer
over getting
before.
fisted. Just like in life, just all the time. Like you got to be like excited about it. And they're
Guys,
gonna be
Yeah,
like,
we
he's the one. I'm gonna marry him.
because I eat her ass properly.
Yeah, girls love it.
I
This
mean,
is a
Joe,
universal girl thing.
You like a good blowjob after work, right?
I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah, some girls like a good ass eating at the end of the night.
Yeah,
It's the same
he's
thing.
gonna eat ass at the end of the night. That's just
I
what
mean,
girls like.
why?
I know what the lady. I'm speaking for the. I'm like
So, Bunny,
speaking for the ladies.
you're a lot. What you're saying is, I like the ass eating. I like having the ass
Yeah,
eaten.
all women do. Yeah, it's a thing. I've talked to many girls in the back of strip clubs about this.
Bibles
It's a
for
hot topic.
So what you're
Girls are
telling me is
always
the
talking
next
about
girl I
it.
take out on a date, if I'm feeling it, I'd be like, I'm gonna eat your ass.
I'm gonna eat the fuck out of your ass. She's gonna be like, did did we just get engaged? Yeah.
Anyway,
Work it.
fetishes. Another one of my fetishes is black lingerie. I have like this weird liking for black lingerie. I don't know why, but I just
Okay.
do.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Uh, the weirdest one I probably have is smoking, but I'm one of those.
Oh, dude, no, you're
I know.
like, whoa,
Yeah,
I got a smoking fetish.
But my thing is like if she doesn't smoke cigarettes, like I've even told both of my exes because they don't smoke cigarettes, like if I buy these fake cigarettes, like the ones like they use in movies, would you do? And they were down. They're like, yeah, because it's non-addictive and all that. I
Yeah.
don't
I
know,
used
just
to do a lot of smoking content.
yeah,
That was like one of the first fetishes I really catered to when I started gaming.
yeah,
Was smoking.
just a woman in lingerie smoking a cigarette. I'm like, that's hot. Like it's like I guess it's
Yeah.
like comes from that like that noir movie type thing where the woman would walk in
I
with a
yeah.
completely
cigarette.
get everything you're saying. You are like speaking to me.
And
Yep.
I'm like, oh, that's good. Like that's probably the weirdest one I have, and I've never had a girl who's ever like smoked or anything like that. Like both of
It's
mine.
actually it's funny you bring up smoking, Joe, because I remember a few years ago there was this drama. I think it was with August Taylor, porn star, right? Where on her OnlyFans she used to have like a custom, like obviously a custom videos, and there was this guy that was like I guess one of her biggest tippers, and he basically like hey, could you do like smoking content? And apparently she didn't really like doing that content, so rather than say no to him and say hey, could you like I'm sorry I don't feel comfortable with that, she's like oh yeah I'll do it, and didn't do it for like like put him off for like 6 months until he blew up on her, and then she banned him. And there was this like huge revolt against her, and she lost like half of her subs. And then she ended up just sending
Yeah.
on the video and like fucking, like they all just acted like it didn't happen. Everyone went back. But at the end of the day, like you're not revolting against a girl who has like big ass sleep. But that story just reminded me, like, yeah, dude, those like people who have smoking fetishes are like really strong with it. Like, you promised me smoking, I need smoking now.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm that
Well,
strong. It's just I find it super attractive. Like when I think
it's
about it.
it's not just that. The price of a video like that. When I did smoking videos, like if you wanted me to smoke a whole pack of cigarettes, that was gonna be $300. Like a whole pack of cigarettes, I'll
Oh
be
yeah.
about sick by the end of it. And
No,
like that
no.
that happened. Yeah, I had a guy that wanted me to smoke a whole pack of cigarettes, and I thought for it to be worth it for me, I'm not gonna do it for any less than 300. So
Yeah, no, it's not
didn't
that
do
deep.
that.
It's just I like the idea of a woman in
Yeah,
lingerie with a cigarette in her mouth, real or
Yeah,
fake. It doesn't matter to me.
exactly.
And it's just like the femme
Yeah,
fatale thing. I think that's what it is.
yeah. Yeah, that is definitely what it is. I agree with that. But the people that pay for it, though, the girls normally do charge a good bit. So I mean, if somebody doesn't fulfill that order, that
you
they're
got a
three
whole
hundred
whole
dollars out.
market. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, yeah. Well, I also used to smoke. I used to, and now I vape, but I used to smoke cigarettes.
yeah. I
There
don't
was a
smoke
point where I used
cigarettes
to
anymore.
smoke 2 packs a day.
Yeah, yeah. I quit smoking, and I lost a lot of my smoking clientele. But that's
Camel
okay.
Crush menthols. That's what I smoked. Camel Crush menthols. I would pop the menthol so I had even more menthol because they were already menthol, and I would just I'd hit so many of those, and I would spend so much money, and then I just after I moved to Mobile, I actually stopped. I still have my last pack of Camel Crush menthol sitting on my desk right now. I haven't smoked one in over a year.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
My last pack's
that's
just sitting
good.
right there.
yeah. Good job.
I
So
think I'm the only person in my like in my immediate family out of all my siblings that hasn't smoked. Like, I've smoked weed, but
Good
I've never
job.
done cigarettes.
it has for me it was always so for me like nicotine is definitely something I'm addicted to, but I know even after I stop with nicotine it's going to be more so having that like mouth stimulation, where it's like I noticed when I tried to like when I first tried one time I tried to quit nicotine altogether. It lasted maybe 4 days. And I constantly had like peppermints or cough drops in my mouth. I would have I would like bite off on matches, not the sulfuric part, but the wood part, and I'd put it in my mouth and kind of like flick it around and stuff, and I was just like going crazy. And then I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'm not quitting. I'm not ready to quit. When I'm ready to quit, I'll quit. And then I did quit smoking, but now I vape, which in general I can go to a movie and vape and still be cordial. Like I don't even have to blow out all the vape and stuff like that, or I can vape in my own place. If I go to someone else's house and they don't want me in their house, I respect that. I'll walk outside, but generally I can vape in a lot of places that you really can't smoke.
Yeah, it just
Yeah,
made smoking easier. That's how I felt when I stopped smoking cigarettes and switched to vaping. I was like, well, now I'm just doing this way more because it's way easier.
Yeah. I still smoke cigars from time to time though, but that's a whole different thing. It's not about like, it's about the
Yeah.
flavor and you know, you don't
You're
inhale.
looking like a gangster. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Looking cool.
If I ever drink like
Yeah.
whiskey or anything like that, or go to a bar, I buy cigars. Sometimes I'll smoke a cigar. Me and my buddies smoke cigars often when we meet up, when we're all able to meet up. And I've even like smoked cigars like here, like I've done it on a few streams. Sliggins, thank you for the subscription. You're gay. Um, but I like cigars or something like I've smoked, and I still smoke to some extent. I have cigar cutters. I have a cigar box filled with cigars and stuff. But I don't do it so regularly. Like it maybe once a month. It'll be on a good night where I'm like, I'm gonna hit a cigar.
Yeah. Feeling fancy.
Yeah, like when we went to Biloxi, Mississippi, and went to the casinos, like we were smoking cigars while hitting the casinos. And I don't want to brag, but I was only down $5 that night, so I did good.
Not bad.
Any other fetishes, Joe?
Oh, we're still on mine. I'm trying to
Yeah.
think if there's anything else. Let's see. Role play, lingerie, smoking to some extent. I'm not gonna do like a whole pack, and I don't want people to like kill themselves. Like I said, it's just more so the cigarette, like having it and doing like. There's that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I guess there aren't any more like fetishes or anything like that. I guess it's more like preference. Like I prefer short-haired women,
Hmm.
but it's not like a fetish thing. It's just
Okay.
like I prefer
Oh, like
short-haired
Sarah
women.
Ann, right?
No, no, absolutely not.
Um,
But like every girl I've dated has had short hair. I prefer
I'm trying to
brunettes.
think. I read something one time about men that prefer women with short hair. There was like some kind of psychology behind it, and I can't remember now what it was. There was something. There's something there.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna get psychoanalyzed.
I can't remember what it was. It was something.
I hope it wasn't nothing bad.
No, it was more. And no, I can't remember. I'll have to look it up and see what it was. It was something. There's a whole thing about it. You might be dying. I'll let you know.
I'm trying to think of more preferences that I have. I mean, I'm a boob guy over a butt guy, but that's just me.
What? That's
yeah,
blasphemy.
I know, right?
Joe, every time I think I'm agreeing with you, you just like
I'm just a
you
boob guy. I don't
fumble
know.
the ball. I mean, I love titties. I get that, but also like ass. So
I guess the best way I
I
can
don't know.
put it, and it would kind of make sense, is I'm a skinny guy. I have a butt. I might not have like a big butt or anything, but I have a butt, but I don't have boobs. When I see boobs, I'm like, oh, that's a lovely woman right there.
But you're not even playing with your own butt. Like, what are you talking about,
Yeah,
Joe?
that's a good point. Like Joe, you don't
Yeah,
even
you're
play
not
with
even
your ass.
taking advantage of your own butt.
Why would I take advantage of my own butt? I'm not sticking a finger up my own butt. I'm not like doing anything like that.
Then you don't actually like it. I don't know.
I mean, I like
You're
smacking.
very.
Okay, hold on. I like smacking a nice ass, right? Let's be honest.
So you're just smacking your own ass?
No, I mean my ass is nice regardless because it's mine, but that's besides the point.
Okay.
The thing is like I don't mind. It's not like I'm like, oh, butts are bad. I like a good butt. I appreciate a good butt. I like. That's
Yeah.
not a problem.
You respect it.
I just prefer tits. That's my thing.
Okay. Oh, to each their own, but you're wrong. But whatever.
I mean,
Short hair, big tit. Like you're painting a picture
That's
here.
not
actually
even
weird.
big tits. Not even big tits. Just like as like. I've
Wait,
said
you don't even like big
Oh,
tits?
now you don't want them big.
no,
Joe,
no,
you're
no, no, no,
crazy.
no. I'm not even saying not even big tits. I like big tits. It's just I like tits in general. Like as long as there is a tit, it's not like flat chested or like A cup or anything like that. Like I'm fine, right? Like I just like tits.
It kind of just sounds like you're not really a
Oh,
tit guy.
What do you
I
mean?
know. Now I'm like a little confused.
What do you mean? Like I appreciate all sizes.
Ah.
Kind of sounds like Coke.
How is that cope? That's literally how I
It
am.
sounds like you're. Yeah, I agree. It sounds like you're coping.
How? That's I'm explaining how I am, and it's like, yeah, you're wrong. It didn't even sound like you like this. And
Yeah.
what the fuck is this? It's like, oh, you don't like
You like
things
black girls?
I don't mind black girls. Like, I'm not like
Okay, I
racist
just
or
wanted to
anything.
make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure.
I just
I
wanted
don't.
to make sure.
No, I'm
Yeah, I don't know. Something was just telling me to ask.
not.
Short
Okay.
haired, short haired, small tit, black woman.
Maybe.
I've never dated a black woman, but that's not because I actively.
Wait, Joe. How do you know you like black women if you never dated them, but
Because I
you
find
know you don't like it in your
Yeah.
ass if you never tried it?
Oh,
because I find
that's a
black
really
women attractive.
okay.
But
I
you've never
respect
gone out of your
that.
way to fuck
I
them.
agree.
Yeah, but I like the way it's worked is also if you remember what I said earlier, both of the girls I've dated approach me first.
So we need to get
Hmm.
you in a
But
club
neither
with a
of them
bunch
were
of black
black
women.
though.
No, neither of them were black. No.
Well, were you wearing something to
Mm.
deter black women?
If what the fuck are these loaded questions? What the hell is going on? What the fuck is
Why
this?
you
We're interviewing you now.
It's just funny that you can just keep answering them, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
answer
this is
them.
good.
I want to answer them. I don't care. Wait, how did this go from
That's
hey,
fine.
we're interviewing Bunny, we're talking to Bunny to hey Joe, do you like shit in your ass? Joe, do you like black women?
What's wrong with the question if you like black?
I guess it kind of aligns because I did tell Bunny like feel free to ask me anything. I just didn't think the question would be like, hey, do you like black women? Like,
I just needed to make sure because, like, I don't know. You've been
That is
answering a
true.
lot of these questions pretty suspiciously.
what if I answer suspiciously?
I don't know.
What?
Wait, Joe. As a
I
tin
don't,
man, can tits be too big?
Yes.
You're not a tin man.
That doesn't make sense. A tit can be too big.
I don't look. I'm an ass man. I would never say an ass is too big.
But it
whoa,
can.
now.
But it can. It
I would
can.
definitely say that I've seen asses that I'm like, that's a little too big. It's
Yeah.
too much to handle. I couldn't fit all that in my mouth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the thing is there is a definition between being disproportionate to your body to where it comes across as not looking great.
Well, I think disproportionate is a totally different thing
But
than it
it's
being too big.
yeah, but that's still too big. Like a lot of times it's
Mhm.
disproportionate, it's too big.
What if she was a muffin top?
What?
Muffin top.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is what
Yeah.
happens when I drink. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is what happens when you drink. Don't drink. By the way, cheers.
Now you're policing the audience. It's kind of fucked up, Joe.
I'm just saying, right?
You should be encouraging them, not discouraging.
Encouraging them. Okay. Drink more, because then you'll answer questions like, do you like black women? Would you like a fist up your ass?
Yeah.
Joe, I've been in the same seat as you, all right? I mean, not the fist in the ass, though.
There's nothing going on in my ass. Sliggins, thank you
Joe,
for
do you
the.
Yeah.
like Asian woman?
Sliggins tipped 200 bits and said, Joe, do you like Asian women? Yeah, Asian women are attractive.
Of course,
You didn't
Sliggins
seem
asked that.
enthusiastic about the Asian women as you were the black woman.
That is kind of true.
Wait, what?
I didn't sense as much enthusiasm.
What? Okay, I'm being trolled. I'm being trolled right now. I have no prejudice towards a race of person. I will date any race of person. It doesn't matter. As long as I love her, I find her attractive. She is a lovely human being. She is, you know.
What do you mean by human?
You think some of them are not human?
Yeah.
Maybe second class citizen?
How dare you,
Yeah, how
Joe?
you
They
feel
are the
about
best.
Mexicans?
Thank you, Sliggins, for
Joe?
the 100 bits. How dare you, Joe? They are the best. I don't know what. How is this getting?
Honestly, Joe, I'm not sure how I feel about you now after all this.
What? We've been going for 5.5 hours, and Bunny goes, you know what?
The last 30 minutes really fucking changed their mind.
Yeah. This last, yeah.
I don't even know
5
what I've
minutes
said that's
even.
bad. I don't even.
Maybe you need to think about that.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I might wake up in the morning and go, "What did I say that was so rough?"
Yeah. That's pretty harsh, but I'm not Asian.
I
What
will
do I
not.
care?
Asian women are attractive. They're very attractive. Black women
Okay,
are
name one. Wait, name one hot Asian woman.
the.
Which do
You
you like
named it.
better?
Yeah, you named a white woman. Why didn't you name a black woman?
Audrey James is
Yeah.
an attractive black woman.
I was gonna say name one.
Now I am questioning
Is she
Joe's
fully black or is she
sexuality.
like mixed?
No, she's full black. Get wrecked.
That sounded a little.
She's full black.
Yeah, I don't know the way the tone. It was really in the tone. Did
I
you hear
got
it?
a bit donation as that happened. Thank you for the next 100 bits. Like, I don't even know what's going on.
That's what I'm saying.
If I say they're
You
attractive,
guys-
it's the wrong answer because it was either in the wrong tone or not enthusiastic enough. If I say they're unattractive, I know what's gonna happen.
Wait, why would you say they're unattractive if you think
Yeah,
all
why
women
would
are
you?
attractive?
I'm about to say
What about him is unattractive to you, Joe?
nothing. I didn't say
Name
that.
one thing.
Name one. Oh, that I'm not answering this. There is no correct answer.
Like you're drunk, but you're not drunk enough. So,
No, I've got a good
or
buzz
you've been
going.
drinking. Yeah,
Yeah, I've got a good
yeah.
buzz
You're
going.
not. Yeah, we could be having a lot more fun, but drink too slow, I guess.
No, it's not that. It's just beer is something I'm tolerant to. Had I grabbed a bunch of fucking harder things, I probably would have gotten drunk much quicker.
Would you say you're as tolerant with beer as you are with black people?
Ladies and gentlemen, this man is for the birds. I knew it was gonna happen at some point. This is just a repeat of the lost AWT episode. This is a repeat. Okay, I knew it was gonna happen.
You're kind of fun to mess with.
I knew we were. It only took us 5.5 hours to get to this point. Which
You see, Joe, the difference between me answering questions drunk and you answering questions drunk is like you're kind of like fidgety with them sometimes. And I'll be like, no, dude, I would not do that. What the fuck? And they're like, why not? I'm like, it's just not my thing.
These are
And then
definitive.
people move
I'm
on.
answering definitively.
Well, Echo, you're the smartest person in the class, so I mean.
Thank you.
But you don't know what a lesbian is.
Joe,
Yeah, you
you
don't know
think?
what a
Wait,
lesbian
Joe, you're saying you love black women? You've never dated a black woman? You're saying you don't like anal? We've never tried anal.
I didn't say I love black women. I didn't
Wait,
say
you don't
that.
love
You
black women?
said you said exactly I love black women. I specifically only want black women is what you said.
That
Yeah.
is not what I said. Do not
Which kind of
put
makes sense that you weren't so enthusiastic with Asian women.
Yeah,
That is
which
not
I
what
get. I
said.
mean, like
Bunny
there
is
are beautiful. They're all
Bunny Button is a con
black
artist, a
queens.
charlatan.
What?
What did she do?
She is exploiting a ginger man who's been drinking. Okay, this will not stand. This aggression will not stand.
Okay, but Joe, can you actually exploit ginger people?
Wait, what about ginger people?
Yeah, can you exploit ginger people? Is that actually a thing?
Here's 100 tokens. Wait, wrong website. Anyways,
I
Joe
don't think it
loves
is.
short haired white woman.
Sliggins tipped 100 tokens, but not 100 tokens because it's 100 bits, and this isn't Cam Soda. And he said, "Here's 100 tokens." Wait, wrong website. Anyways, Joe loves short-haired white women.
Is that true?
I mean, yeah,
You
that's
just said,
what I've dated.
Well,
I'm not
well, you just
exclusive.
said you love black women.
Will you date a woman taller than you?
Yeah, absolutely. I have no problem with that.
Okay.
That's pretty big.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
care.
I respect that. Finally, we're getting somewhere, Joe.
What are you talking about? We're getting somewhere. Like,
Oh yeah, after the last 30 minutes of burning all the credibility you have, we're getting somewhere.
okay. Okay.
Hmm.
I'm being bullied right now, which I expected.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the 10est, how 10 were you when you were 10?
5.5.
Okay, fair enough.
5.5.
Fair enough.
I'm telling you right now. Look, I gotta lay this out now because Bunny and Echo have slandered my name, and my lawyer, Mr. Goodman, will be in touch. He will be in touch, of course. I am not prejudiced against race. All women are good looking unless you're ugly. In which
You
case,
know, people normally don't have to say these things, Joe. Like normal people who don't have any kind of prejudices and they're not racist and stuff, and like they would just date black women in a normal way.
I just said I would
They
do.
wouldn't have to. I know,
Well, you
and
had
then,
to
but
say it.
I'm just saying, like you're having to, yeah, you're specifying a lot, and it's making it a little, seeming a little, keep an eye on this one.
Cheers, chat. Cheers. Cheers. Oh, I love how in one conversation with Bunny and many conversations with Echo, nothing has changed in the fact that I'll be the butt of the joke.
Well, I mean, you can't be the butt of the joke if you pretend to be a tit.
Well, we can turn on Echo if you want. Like, you know, team up, tag team Echo.
Yeah, we should wait. Yeah, we should tag team Echo. No, we should tag team Bunny. Wait, no, don't say that. That sounds
Yeah.
awful.
Wait,
That sounds
wait.
awful. Fuck
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Why?
don't do
Wait,
that.
is
I'm a
it because she?
lady.
Yeah, come on, Joe. She's a cam lady.
Yeah. Yeah. Jeez, Joe. I
I
didn't know you. I didn't know you thought you saw me like that. Wow, Joe.
Kind of fucked up.
I thought that we were friends or something.
I
Anyway.
am now losing friendships left and right, guys. I guess it's time
Yep.
to go nuclear. We are now going to say the N word on stream, which is maybe.
Well, it's not the first bridge to be burned today, Joe.
Damn.
Burning all the bridges.
Yeah, burn the world 10 bridges.
Burn the world 10 bridges. I need another beer. Holy shit.
Dude,
Ugh.
I was looking at that earlier. I'm like, should I go help or should I just stay in here and not worry about it? Well, I think we know what I choose. I'm like, you know what? I'm not getting involved in this. I'm actually not in a drama with Leia this time, so I'll keep my spot.
Did something happen that I'm not weary to because I kind of took a break to get ready for the stream, and I'm not even gonna lie, like I have
It
my
happened
questions.
as we stream. It happened as we stream.
What happened?
So I guess Burn, the guy that Burn debated, did a Chugga Conroy video proving that Chugga Conroy lied about like key details. And so when Burn was trying to defend Chugga
Tag team
without having
Echo?
like all the
Ayo,
facts on
now I
hand,
am really questioning Joe's
he kind of went
sexuality.
a little bit too far. And basically said that even if Chugga did what he did, he's not as bad as Chris Tyson,
Thank you,
which
by the
is
way,
not
for
the
100
answer
bits.
you want to give.
So wait, Leah and Burn. So the guy proved that Chugga Conroy lied. How did that debate go? Like, obviously we
It
didn't see
went
that.
so horribly wrong that Burn is saying that it is possible that Chugga Conroy is sus and like possibly a pedo. Which we've argued with Burn about Chugga Conroy and like Jess.
Yeah.
So for him to do that, even as a joke, is like insane. And he did it seriously, and he like conceded all his points. But I guess Leia didn't care that he conceded because of the content she covers, and it's like I can't say that you're okay to do it when I literally condemn people that do the exact same thing. Oh, trash.
This is
So
this is
yeah,
why
so you
you
got to go
don't
mend
cover.
another bridge.
Yeah, this is why you don't cover pedo allegations, ladies and gentlemen. You just you talk about if you want fists in your ass, and if you're a tit or ass guy, and
This is the stuff people want to know.
Yeah, and why Joe would rather be fisted than die.
yeah,
And his distaste for black women.
Yeah, specifically
Or
that one as
Asians.
well. With all the black
Yeah.
women we have in
I
chat.
I never said that. I never said that. False accusations, lies, slander, liable. You both will be getting in contact with my lawyer very fucking soon.
Wait, Joe, for someone that's from the South, why did you apologize like you're a California liberal?
Yeah.
When did I apologize?
You're like, or not apologize. It would be considered a liberal apology. Like I love all women, I respect all women. It's like, well,
Oh, I
no one
don't
asked me
respect
to do
all
that.
women. Some women are fucking bitches and cunts. I don't give two shits. I'm just saying I
And
find all races
what
attractive.
skin color would they be, Joe?
Any skin color. They could be any skin color. Your skin.
Oh, why
color.
was there a pause?
There wasn't a pause. Any skin color. Like you
Which one is your favorite though?
the elven ones. Aha!
Wait,
See, you thought you had
aren't
me.
elves? Wait, aren't elves like a what do you call it? Representing white people? Why not orcs,
Then up. See,
which
there's
represent black people?
there's high elves.
What?
There's dark elves. There's wood elves.
Well, obviously, you didn't say the dark elves.
I
We
did.
know that.
I just said elves.
Well, we know which elves you meant though.
Look, I am not going to be bullied on my stream by the buddy cop duo, the good cop, bad cop duo of Bunny
Which
Bum
one's
and
the,
Echo
wait? Which one's
Extraction.
the good club? Wait.
I'll let you two decide who that is, but I'm not about to have Tango and Cash fucking bully me on my stream. Okay. This is,
Oh,
I refuse.
you refuse after an hour and a half of it. You see, you could do anal. You could refuse after an hour and a half.
Why would I even agree in the get-go?
You didn't agree to getting bullied.
I didn't agree to
You
get
just let it happen.
this is bully. Never mind. Never mind. We knew where I was about to go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Should go there then.
man. I've had fun with this though. This has been a fun stream. I didn't I'm not gonna lie, I expected maybe an hour and a half, and then I was gonna get on stream and be like, so guys, what'd you think of the stream? What'd you think of the stream?
I didn't have nothing to do tonight. So.
By the way, Badwick, I think I have reached almost the amount of time that about that night has been in total in one stream.
Yeah, Joe's like, I don't know if we'll get a sequel episode, so we're gonna make the season very long in one episode.
I think we need a sequel episode. I think a sequel episode would be fun.
You just have to bring another person on the bully. Let's get Nintendo Mel in here.
I love being mean to people.
Bunny's gonna be like,
I'm not mean.
I'll agree to do another stream if I could bully you for another 5.5 hours. And I'll go, fine. I guess.
Look, there's a lot uglier women that could bully, alright? You've got the best women to bully you. Alright, you could have Ember Lillian. Alright?
Oh.
So you couldn't allow that to happen.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't.
Not
I never
again.
did. I never did.
Wait,
Yeah.
yeah, you didn't.
Oh, when that fucking pig snot would fucking yell at me about jokes, I'd always fight back. I'd be like, she got mad at me. I think we told you this on the AWT episode, but she got mad at me one time for like making jokes. It was me, Burn, Bad Dog. I don't know if you know all these people. There was like 4 of us in a call. It was me, Burn, Bad Dog, and Ember. And we started making jokes about the ginger girl from Shameless. And we were talking about how she got pregnant. And Burn was like, yeah, pregnant, fat cow and all that. And like him and Bad Dog went super hard at her, calling her a fat cow and a fat pig and worthless and a waste of life and shit like that. And then I was barely saying anything. And then all I did was I went on to Google and typed fat ginger from Shameless, and it showed a photo of her. And I went, I typed fat ginger from Shameless, and it showed a photo of her. And Ember screamed at me, "That you need to stop, Joe. That's not cool. Making fat jokes, blah 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 blah." And I was like, why the fuck are you yelling at me, you dumb cunt? Like, why are you yelling at me?
She keeps it interesting.
Yeah, she keeps it interesting, that's for sure. She should keep it interesting with her husband leaving her to go get his own apartment. Fucking cow.
Oh my god.
Every call that we were in, she would get mad at me if I just made a joke. One time I made a joke that wasn't even about her. It was me and Leah arguing about Minecraft. And it wasn't even a serious argument. And she got really mad and started yelling at me. And I was like, I remember she got mad because I said no gameplay, no opinion, because she wasn't even playing. And then I told Echo that the other night.
Oh yeah, they fucking like, you're Ember Lily, you don't have the game. I'm like, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm bringing up the wiki. I'm gonna read off spoilers.
Yeah, I told him. He was arguing. He's like, well, if I were in the game, I was like, hey, you're Ember Lily, no gameplay, no opinion. You said, fuck you, I'll bring up the wiki and spoil things.
Yeah.
No, but the funny thing is, I was even talking about that game. I was like, okay, if we ever play a co-op game that I've played before, and you guys want me to wait, I'm not fucking waiting. I've been through this. I don't have time. I have work.
And that's why, guess what? I won't play a co-op game with you, so there you go.
But you see, though, all she had to do was that. She just had to joke around with it and make it fun, but she could never do that.
Yeah.
She could never be the butt of a joke.
I actually talked to Ghosty for the first time ever. I never even really met the guy, but I talked to him on Voltage Mike stream. You know what I asked him? How's your dead mom doing?
in his response.
Yeah, the dead mom thing, I thought it was funny. And then I said the fake dick pic thing. He's like, yo, you think it's fake? I'm like, well, it's fake. So. I had to be nice
Yeah.
because I was on Voltage Mike's stream. Dude,
I could never be nice to that guy.
why is everyone asking me about, like, Bad Dog's asking me if I want to join the Squirt Off?
Yeah, it's your turn.
All I
Oh
know
wait,
is
did you
Slug
tell
says
Bunny
there
about the
was a-
squirt off?
Oh, yeah, Bunny, have you heard of the Squirt Off?
No.
So, me and Bad Dog decided we were going to host a competition called the Squirt Off. We're going to get a bunch of
Okay.
women, just, and a bunch of judges. And the judges were going to judge the squirt based on how far it was, the viscosity of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, different things like that. And then at the end, regardless of who's the winner, we were going to bottle up all the squirt and make some random guy drink it named Daniel DVD Club 2024.
Of what? You have already got the guy picked out?
Yeah, Bad Dog picked him out.
Okay. I'm sure he would be honored.
Joe would squirt the furthest. Think of
Joe
100
would squirt the
slims.
farthest.
It
I
was
believe in you.
it was a joke that went on for like 3 hours, where we just like joked about it for 3 hours.
He kept asking
It
a
should be.
specific girl too.
I've asked multiple girls and multiple men.
Oh,
Nobody wants to
Gender
add it to
equality.
the Olympics.
He doesn't have the squirting potential. Probably not.
Mm.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
you have to reach your G spot. You have to reach the male G spot though.
I know where that's at. I'm not getting fingered up the asshole.
But it's to win, Joe. You gotta win. You gotta do what it
You'll
takes
never
to
be
a
an
champion.
Olympian with that attitude.
Yeah, Joe.
Thank you for more. 100
AHD
more
Kaha
bits.
Joe, do you want to disappoint the country like that Australian woman did? Or do you want to like nut up and squirt out?
I can't hear a word you're saying because Sliggins just typed gibberish and the lady from the BTS is reading it out loud in my ears.
Dude, Joe, what the fuck?
It
Why
was
would
just,
you do that?
it was just like IESG day, fake it, get up, and that's probably the noise I
Oh.
would make if a woman put her finger in my
No,
butt.
I can actually translate. He's asking me to check DMs. And he says, tell Joe to let me in to say cheers.
But I gotta send him the Discord invite, and then he can join whenever he wants. No. I already asked all the other AWT guys, and they said leave it where it's at right now. No call-ins. And I agree.
You're welcome.
The thing is, right? Echo wants it in the butt. Bunny wants it in the butt. And they're bullying me because I don't want it in the butt.
I don't like it in the butt, so
Yeah, same.
you
You don't even
I'm
know.
on your side.
We're on your side, but we know.
You should be defending
You don't
me,
know.
like,
Joe, the
Yeah,
one
see, I
person
know
not on
that.
your side is you, though.
so fetishes. Echo, go ahead.
Alright. So I've been
Oh,
thinking about
God.
this for a while. So we've been derailing a lot.
Like 2
Because
hours.
I don't have any specific fetishes outside of worship in like any aspect. Like I love kissing girls all over, like from head to toe. I've literally used to kiss my girlfriend that for like 30, 40 minutes, uninterrupted. And same thing, I like cock worship. I like when girls like, holy shit, it's big.
Wow.
I like the compliment. I hate when they overdo it and like, oh my god, this is the biggest I've ever seen. I'm like, all right, you have a body count of 12. There's no fucking way. You just say it's big. I don't need fake bullshit. I like costumes. It doesn't even need to be a roleplay setting. I like girls who wear costumes.
True.
Like I like role playing, but the problem is that if the girl's not good at it, I'd rather just not have the role play. Fuck it, I'll fuck a girl in the main costume. We don't need the whole like, oh, like, do you need me to clean anything else? Like if you can't do it right, I'd just rather not fucking have it half-assed.
You gotta make it real though. And she's like, "Oh, you want me to clean anything else?" You're like, "Yeah, bitch, go clean my fucking toilet, you fucking whore. Get in there
Yeah.
and fucking
I
clean,
mean,
Did you
clean."
even fucking scrub this? What did you use?
it
You,
was a lot of laundry.
you
You
hand her a
use
toilet brush and some fucking scrubbing bubbles and go, "Get the fucking work, bitch." And then you go and
you're
eat
like,
like a
wait,
taco or some shit.
did you even use toilet bowl cleaner on this? You literally missed this spot right here.
What the
Do
fuck
you
is
even
this?
have
I've been
like
at
you
work
said
all
you
fucking day and you can't even clean a fucking toilet. Get the fucking work, cunt.
like what
That's what
and
it was like.
it's 6 o'clock, you haven't finished cleaning, you didn't even clean this properly, and you still haven't made dinner? What the fuck am I paying you for?
I'm the elven princess you've come to rescue. Bitch, I'm laying in bed. Come on. Who am I rescuing? You should be. I'm the elven princess that's come to service you. Come on. Get with the roleplay, bitch.
Can I do anything for you? Like, can I do anything else for you, sir? Maybe you can do your fucking job properly, all right? I didn't pay you to fucking come have sex with me. That's after.
I paid you to fucking dust the fucking table. Okay? And the table has dust. Look at this. See that? That's 3 inches of dust. I'm not paying for this shit.
Dude, she starts arguing like, I don't go to your job and tell you how to do your job. I'm like, yeah, I do it correctly. That's why. uh,
You are having way too much fun with this.
you
Oh, it looks like there's a bandit on the loose in here. Yeah, and I haven't paid my taxes in like 5 years. The IRS is coming, so you better do something about it quick. Because if they
Hey.
get me, I'm fucked. And not in the fun way. I'm gonna be getting it fucked in your ass type of prison, okay? Then I won't have a choice if I want it in my ass or not, okay?
No, tax evasion's like easy prison. You'll be fine.
yeah. You get in the good
Yeah.
prison, you'll be able to do the aspect.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You can survive.
Yeah, Joe, it's not for pleasure, it's just to show power, right? You don't have to enjoy it.
Yeah.
So we've gotten it. Bunny is into feet. Echo is into cock
I'm
worship.
not into feet. You can't say I'm into feet. That is
Yeah,
not what it is. That is not the same thing.
yeah,
Bunny,
Joe, what if we just
Give me a
said you're into white
bitch.
women?
Yeah.
I like
Which, I
white
mean, it's
women.
true. Yeah, but you're into white women. That has a certain
Only.
implication, which is true.
I mean, not exclusively, but
No, just
Well,
only. Yeah, you're only into white women.
what the fuck
Just
do you mean
preferably.
well? What the fuck do you mean well?
well, I got a lot to think about. Not sure if I want to come back here.
I felt that not only in my heart, but in my stomach and in my toes, which means 3 things. 1, ow. 2, ow. And 3, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just kidding. I've had fun. We've had fun.
Absolutely. Should we end
This
it
was
here
a
soon? Because
wonderful.
I feel like people are probably ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was a great sleepover. We did it.
Oh, I almost forgot. Pendejacita said hi, Bunny. I totally forgot to mention that.
Do what?
Pendejacita, my girlfriend, she
Oh.
said hi. She's like, oh, I saw the stream. She's like, I saw the stream. Like, tell Bunny I said hi.
Oh, I tell her to say hey.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for saying hi to me as well. Hello there. Hello.
She knew you would say that, Joe.
I
You're
know
like a
who.
French girl.
I know you. I know you. I got you. I got you.
Next VC is not going to be 9.
Dude, now I have 8 viewers where I'm like, man, I'm getting tired. I got work in a few hours. Now is when the view count pumps up. It's
Why is everybody up right now?
Yeah, well, I mean, Joe, it's that time of the hour. They're like, wait, Bunny's on the stream?
Bunny's on.
Yeah, it's gotta be weird.
And it's not Tuesday night, which is what Echo told me is a slow night. Tuesday night?
I'm pretty sure it said Thursday.
No, you told me Tuesday.
Tuesdays are, yeah, they're
They are
toss up.
supposed to.
I'm telling you right now. Guys, I know nothing about camming or anything, but I sure learned a lot. But I learned even more about how about my asshole somehow tonight. I learned more about my asshole tonight than I've learned in the entire 26 years I've been on Earth.
You're welcome.
I mean, that's a plus.
Yeah.
So,
Like some people will say we don't know enough about space, we don't know enough about the water, but now you know enough about your ass, and that's like a plus. It's untouched territory.
Yeah.
I
For now.
think the thing we could take away from this is we learned a few things. One, apparently, it is okay to put things in your asshole, even if you're against it. You should at least do it once. Two, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is the best show ever made, so go watch it. 3, this went way longer than any of us ever thought it would, because we're at hour number 6, not counting the technical difficulties.
That's insane.
Number 4, remember, guys, remember this and remember always. Be open to new things because experimenting is the heart of a relationship. And
That is true.
and most importantly, number 5, if you stream until 3:45 in the morning, that's when everybody's gonna come watch. Is it 3:45 in the morning?
Oh yeah, it's the pulse
Yep.
net clarity string. Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
OBS. Just fuck OBS. And this went from professional, let me ask some real questions and have. We started off the conversation talk about calloused hands, experiences at adult movie awards, pornography and the umbrella.
Men using toys.
Men using toys and the stigma around it. Questions that have are a little deeper. And it ended on, Joe, you should put a finger in your ass, and how do you feel about Black and Asian women?
Wait, why does that sound negative?
Yeah, I know. Like every time you say that, it's a little like tinge in there or something.
Fuck, no matter what I do. If I were to say it like this, I love Black and Asian women.
What about Indian women? Like, do you count them in Asian, or do you separate them like most people?
I don't separate anything. I love women. Men are a different story.
You just said you don't separate, and then you separate it.
Things to think about.
I was just face palming. Nobody could see because I was like, Cam's not on tonight. If Cam's were on, you would have saw multiple times where I just like leaned back in my chair, scrunched my hands in my face, stroked my long ass beard, flexed my toned muscles because I'm super toned. Things like that. But
so Joel's the most toned. I'm the smartest guy in class.
And
That
I
is
do
crazy.
know what a lesbian is.
Wow.
Yeah, now.
Now.
And now you know what asplit is and why you should try it.
We know that Bunny is into feet, regardless of how she wants to put that now. She's into feet. I'm not changing that. She's into feet. Sliggins gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you, Sliggins, for the 5 tier 1 subs. Bunny is into feet. Echo likes worshipping butts and eating ass.
Yep.
I
never tried it. Let me know.
I am the most normal person here.
I was gonna say that about myself, but alright.
I mean, the new normal. We've been through this.
Wait, so the new normal is eating ass and fingers in the butt?
Yeah, don't you see what all the fucking porn stars do nowadays?
I am the least normal person here. I've had fun. All jokes aside and everything, this was fun.
Yeah.
I enjoyed.
Yeah, you were a good sport.
Wait, what?
You were a good sport.
Maybe, or maybe I'm gonna go to bed crying, curled up in the fetal position.
Well, as long as you don't do it on stream, right?
Y-
Learn
ex-
from the best.
Learn from the best. Don't go to stream crying, okay? Do it afterwards. Do it afterwards. But
Yeah.
thank you so much, Bunny, for coming on and hanging out for 6 hours. I was
Yeah.
genuinely not expecting a whole 6 hour talk. Thank you, Echo. I was,
This is a marathon.
I'm happy you came on as well. I hope to have you back at some point, Bunny.
Yes.
I had a fantastic time. Echo, he'll be around. He'll be around as
You're
always.
welcome.
He's always around.
He's always around. He's on almost all of my streams at this point.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I had fun.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I guess Sliggin says, "Let me in now." Should we let? I will leave it up to Bunny. Bunny, do we let Sliggins in?
Bring him in.
Bring him in. I'll DM
I'm
you.
down 10 more minutes.
Let the Kraken in.
We will 10 more minutes. We'll go till 4 in the morning. I will go to BRB. I will send Sliggins the link. What does he DM me?
This is some nasty ass shit.
What are all these pictures that in gifs he sent me? Jesus.
If one of the pictures has eyes, that's small PP.
Oh, that is small PP.
Yeah.
And Bad Dog sent me a song called Squirtoff.mp3.
Joe, cheers, first of all. And second of
Cheers.
all, I feel like your disrespect of the Asian race and woman, okay?
Alright.
How could
He
you?
didn't even say hi.
Oh, hello.
You came in the fucking yellow woman defender.
Of course.
He's like, I need to protect my rights, Bunny.
Sliggins is an Asian woman aficionado.
Hell yeah. Filipino, Chinese, Japanese.
What about Indian?
North Koreans, most of the time, no, because they're commies, but the South Koreans
so
are
are
pretty cool.
You
Chinese.
can fix them though, right? You can fix them.
Yeah. Teach them the ways of capitalism.
Sliggins, would you watch a movie where an American is stuck in Japan and he can't understand the language barrier and he forms a romantic bond?
Oh, that's me.
With a Japanese woman who can speak English and
Yeah.
she is his guide. Would you watch a movie like that?
I'd watch this probably every night.
And Sliggins would be like, "That's literally me. Literally me.
Literally me.
That's literally me."
Dude, if I got lost in Japan, dude, best place to do it. Best place to get lost, alright?
And then you get sex trafficked.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You have to pick a very small city, alright?
We're picking Shinjuku, alright?
Where the firewall crash.
Joe, I can't believe. I still can't believe it though, you know?
I can't believe what? What can you not believe?
Not only yellow, but he wouldn't prefer a black woman either. What is this?
I know, he's kind of disgusting, honestly.
I'm gonna wake up tomorrow questioning if I said anything against it. I know this is all bids, but sober me's gonna be like, did I really say like I didn't like these people?
Joe, don't worry, I'm not sober either. I probably won't remember what the fuck I just said.
You said some pretty horrible stuff, Sliggins. I don't know
No,
what you're
I
laughing about.
don't. Lies, slander, you'll be hearing from my wife.
Hey, wait, that's my line.
Yeah, but he said it way faster. You let the slander go on for like an hour.
That's because I'm
I
gathering
bet neither
all
of you
the
have a black
evidence.
lawyer.
I'm gathering all the evidence. The first thing Bunny's gonna see when I go in her chat is she's gonna see Sliggins23 go lies and slanders.
I'm gonna do the
Now I
same
know.
thing with the Joe Mr. B account.
Yep.
Sliggins got drunk the other night. He's like, tokens, just tokens. I was like, Sliggins, calm down. He's like, tokens. I was like,
I must just spit out my drink.
He did ask Echo. He was drunk with me and Echo were talking about like the porn cam thing. We're having a serious conversation. And he's like talking over us and then messaging in my chat, tokens! It's tokens! And I was like, shut the fuck up, Sliggins.
What? Joe, you're just bad. You don't have 50 tokens. You know,
He's like, you're mad you don't got 50 tokens.
Joe sounded so disappointed though. He's like, "Wait, how the fuck did you get 50 tokens?" I'm like, I literally have no fucking clue, bro.
Dude, I have
Dude,
that.
one night Sliggins was on super late, and he saw an Asian woman was on screen, and he just started donating like crazy.
Fuck off.
Damn, he's like, damn, this Joe Mr. B guy really loves Asian women.
So, the thing we can get out of all this is apparently I'm racist.
Mhm.
Apparently.
Echo likes to kiss butts for 30
Yeah.
minutes at a time. Kiss ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big chunks of the time.
Bunny is into feet. And
Okay.
Sliggins goons to Asian women.
We're
You
all
only
pretty
got
normal.
like two things
We're
right
all
in this
pretty-
entire.
Wait, she said we're all pretty normal when the first thing starts off with, I'm pretty racist, apparently. Yeah, we're all normal
This
here.
is all normal.
Well, Joe, you're from
Yeah.
the South. It's pretty normal, you know.
Hey now.
Yeah, you probably pulled the wrong card at the wrong time.
Well,
Yeah, I'm a
Joe's
fun-loving
area of
gal.
the
I'm
South,
just
okay,
kidding.
southwestern, I think.
I'm just
That's-
kidding. We
I'm
all are.
Southwestern, I'm
I was just
Southeastern.
kidding.
We're all.
Should we end this stream with plain slurs on Joe's stream again? Like we usually do?
No.
Pee pee poo poo. Jigga.
No,
Dude, why did Bern even say that? Like, it makes no sense to say that out of nowhere.
It's because someone commented Gigaboo? Gigaboo, Twitch, Giga. I didn't say anything. They spelled it wrong, and then I said, that's not even how you spell that, it's with a J, and then Bern came in and said it. Which was funny.
Why did you find it funny?
You guys should have heard what Bunny was saying before.
Yeah, why was that funny, Joe?
Because Bern has never said anything like that before, so hearing him say it was really funny. How is this turning
Joe, I'm
against
starting to
me?
think you don't like Aunt Jemima.
Yeah, she was a beautiful woman. Majestic.
Agreed.
Full body.
Do you agree with that, Joe?
Aunt Jemima is a lovely woman. She makes great syrup.
Oh, is it because she makes syrup, or
And this is the day Joe found out his syrup fetish.
oh, okay. Fuck it, I'll say it. I do have a slight food fetish.
Oh no! Well, you mean
No,
good for you?
like whipped cream, like girls putting whipped cream over themselves, syrup, fucking
I like them like
Honey.
eating chili dogs.
no.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, I have had a girl put my dick in a hot dog.
What?
She had the hot dog.
Okay.
It was just for
Wait.
it was for a funny picture. She never took, and then she never took the fucking.
Echo, I'm about to DM you something. You're gonna be like, no way.
Something tells me that
I'll read it out.
Something tells me that
No,
the
don't read it
Jell-O-
out because you might not want to read this one out.
Something tells me that the Jell-O was not a one-off.
The Jello didn't exist at the time. All right, there's no Jello. All right, never happened.
Something tells me that the Jell-O might have been more than meets the eye. It was not a one-off.
Okay, well, first off, there's a clip of Bieber saying worse stuff about the Jello than I've ever said, and he wasn't joking.
Oh.
It's one of the funniest clips of would you rather get caught masturbating with a fleshlight or fucking Jello? And he picked
Fleshlight.
Jello.
I was
Yeah,
about to say,
and
why
no-
not both?
Fleshlight. Instant
And-
fleshlight.
Personally, I'm like, okay, first off, you get caught with the flashlight. It happens, all right? It happens.
It
You
happens.
get caught with, yes, it happens. You get caught. If you get caught masturbating with the flashlight, it's bound to happen eventually.
Why does anybody ever getting caught masturbating? Like, I've never understood that.
Yeah.
Like, be normal.
Yeah, bro.
Like,
lock
why
the
are
door.
you like?
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
might
be fucking
caught. Like, if you're okay, like the only like thing I could think of like being caught, where it's like, oh, you caught me, is like when you're in a
You
relationship.
want to be caught.
Like when you're in a relationship with someone, maybe like she like walks in, she sees it, but she's not gonna be like bitch or anything. It's not like you got caught. It's like, oh, I was doing my
Dude, I am a freaking child of. I'm one of eight. All right.
What?
I'm one of
I'm
10.
one of eight. Joe, you do not have to share a room with 5 people.
Where are we going with this?
Bro, you got caught
Alright.
masturbating?
Not by any of my brothers. Funny enough.
By who?
I've never,
what?
By my dad.
never, ever in my
Oh.
life had a moment like that where, like, how do you get caught? I still don't understand how you get caught.
Yeah, I'm very responsible.
Yeah,
Dude, I'd
because
be
we're
making
just supposed
sure
to
I'd be
come home
closing the
early.
blinds and everything. I get
We wasn't
paranoid.
supposed to come
I'm
home
like, I
early.
don't want anybody seeing this sacred moment. Fuck off.
Yeah. Gets disgusting sometimes.
That's very,
Yeah.
like, that's when you're at one of your most vulnerable states. That and pooping. Those are, like, your two most vulnerable states.
All right, Joe. Now I'm starting to think you do like ass, booty
No,
hole
I'm saying,
play.
if you
Wiggins,
think about it, if your
I
two
fucking
most
love me,
vulnerable
dog.
states are when you're pooping and when you're masturbating. That's the truth. Because when you're sitting on a toilet, you're like sitting there. You're just
Well,
doing
people just do both of those things in the streets in LA.
Yeah, that's actually true.
It's the most vulnerable state a human being can be in, shitting and masturbating at the same time.
Yeah, they do it.
Dude, unfortunately, I was scrolling Twitter. I think it was in LA or somewhere, but some dude was in an alleyway, like literally on the outside of the alleyway, just fingering another dude's booty hole.
What?
Yeah.
Not
Wait,
me.
Joe,
That's not me.
Joe,
That's not me. I would
did you
never.
visit LA?
I would never.
Joe, I never said it was you. You got some explaining to do now, buddy.
I think I think the homeless have been going real gay lately. I've seen
that-
a lot of
Is
stuff.
that why
like
Joe's so sympathetic to gay people, but not women
Probably.
that are black?
Wait.
Or
You
Asian.
should only assume.
Bunny is banned from every other stream that I ever do because when Bunny comes on, I get called racist.
Well,
mean-
Joe, to be fair, only on your stream does slurs say.
Oh,
That's
not a
right.
good look, Joe. Not a good look.
Like people don't say slurs on my stream, not on Sligan's stream.
Yeah.
It's Chthonic because he has spurts on. He gets a pass. He gets a spurt pass. But Joe, you bring on people that are supposed to be on a chill stream. Like, you think slurs are chill?
Yeah, is
Yeah,
that something
Joe.
you enjoy, Joe?
That ain't chill, bro.
I can't control what other people do. I've never said a slur.
Wow.
Nobody in this entire call has ever heard me say anything.
Yes, we have.
Nobody.
Hmm.
That's it for
Okay.
stream. That's it for stream.
Wait, Joe, I got a hypothetical for you, right?
Cheers.
If your friend Jack was stuck on a horse, would you help Jack off the horse?
Oh my god.
Ladies
Dude,
and gentlemen,
sorry,
that's
bad
Vosh
dog.
Y'all
moment.
listen
Vosh
to-
moment.
That's gonna
Dude,
conclude this stream.
Bad dog sent that.
That's gonna conclude this stream. I'm done. Thank you, Sliggins, for all the support and all that during the stream. And as
Yeah, I
well as
paid your this month's rent. You're
Pez
welcome.
and
Yeah.
Slug also with the subs. Thank you to the lovely Some Bunny Loves You Bunny Button for coming on for almost 6.5 hours. Thank you so much. I really
If you
do
get free
appreciate it.
50 tokens like I did, use them on her. You know what to do.
Check Bunny's Twitter out. Go to her Cam Soda. Read the chat. It's funny. And also, Bunny is really entertaining. She's really funny. Thank you so much, Bunny, for stopping by.
Thanks. Thanks for having me.
I really appreciate it. And Echo Tragedy. Anyway,
The passive aggressive right there.
Is it because I'm Mexican?
Mm-hmm. Entirely.
No!
The two white
no!
people get the standing ovation, and the one
Everybody
Mexican
have a
like,
good night on
and him.
stream. I'm not letting them slander me anymore. I don't know how this turned into this. Started off so professional with an Echo Tragedy joined and he ruins everything. We will catch you guys later. Goodbye, stream. Bye!